Good morning, and thank you for taking the time to join us today, whether you're attending here on site or in the virtual world. Your presence and participation is what makes this gathering so valuable. Today is International Talk Like a Parrot Day. Pirate, I should say. But I will spare you my Jack Sparrow accent, and we will also not be going on a treasure hunt. I'm Luc Laven, and it's my pleasure to welcome you to this year's ECB's annual research conference. It's our flagship research event. We have an exciting agenda ahead, filled with excellent papers and insightful discussions. And we will have opportunities during the breaks, if the chairs do their job well in terms of timekeeping, to connect with one another. This year's conference covers two major topics confronting central banks. First, monetary policy in an era of high inflation. And two, the changing financial landscape with a rise in non-bank finance and what this could mean for monetary policy. Indeed, our economy has gone through a series of shocks that have pushed up inflation to levels that at least I thought were unthinkable not that long ago. The experience of central banks during this high inflation episode raises fundamental questions for research related to the dynamics of inflation, price stickiness, and the pass-through of monetary policy. This burst in inflation came against the background of an economy that is experiencing rapid technological change, and not least in the financial sector. The rise of non-bank finance poses several challenges for financial stability, including the future of banks, and may have implications for the financial sector at large, the financial cycle, and monetary policy. Today, we will have papers dealing with each of these topics I just mentioned. We will have 10 paper presentations in total and the Jean Monnet Lecture. Each paper presentation will take 25 minutes, followed by 15 minutes discussion and 15 minutes floor discussion. The keynote lecture will last 40 minutes, followed by 10 minutes floor discussion. And unfortunately, only the audience here on site can ask questions for technological reasons. So the guiding principles as follows: should you want to ask a question, please raise your hands. Someone will come up to you with a microphone, then please stand up, mention your name, keep your questions brief, and don't ask too many questions so that others also have an opportunity to speak. The chairs will choose from the various hands that are up, and I apologize in advance if not all of you will have an opportunity to ask questions. So, I wanted to just say where we are. We are indeed at the ECB, but we are also in a very special room, which is normally used for the ECB press conference, where our monetary policy decisions are communicated to the public by our president. I hope this inspires you even more to contribute to the discussions we will have over the coming 2 days. I wish you all productive and an engaging conference, and I look forward to the conversations we will have. Thank you again for being here. I will have the honor to chair the first session, and we will start with the paper, The Economics of Financial Distress. Financial stress? Financial stress. And it's presented by Dmitry Sergeyev from Bocconi. So Dmitry, the floor is now yours.
Thank you very much. All right. Hi, everyone. Let me thank the organizers for inviting our paper to this great conference. It's a pleasure being here. This is a joint work with Chen Lian and Yuri Gorodnichenko of UC Berkeley. And I will talk about the economics of financial stress today. I want to start with these two motivating facts. One, for sure, is super well known, that a lot of households are financially constrained. For example, a fifth of households cannot cover an emergency expense of $400 in such a developed country like the United States. A second fact is that finances stress people. For example, according to American Psychological Association, finances is #1 stress for 80% of Americans. This is a lot. Moreover, we don't see stress in most of economics literature, such as macroeconomics and finance. However, there is a lot of evidence from other branches of economics and psychology, such as behavioral economics and development economics, that stress the fact that stress affects people big time. Not only through our traditional channels that we use in macro and finance, where, for example, financial constraints prevent people from smoothing their consumption and asset allocation, but also through depleting cognitive resources, making people less productive at economics tasks. There is a very popular idea in development economics that goes like this. This stress can lead to individual level poverty traps in the following way. Poor people, they're poor, they're stressed, they underperform at work, they earn little, they stay poor, and the cycle repeats. However, again, I stress, this idea is sort of absent from many branches of economics. And so what we do in this paper, we combine this traditional take of financial constraints that prevent consumption, smoothing, and asset allocation together with behavioral approach to thinking about financial constraints that lead to financial stress. And we study the implications of this. So we do it in two ways. Specifically, first, we run a survey, a large survey in the United States to document the prevalence of financial stress among the people in a developed country and study the implications and the data of this stress. And then we build a tractable intertemporal model of consumption smoothing and labor supply with financial stress and present the implications of this model. So just like 2 words before I start showing you how we obtain our results will be as follows. In our US-based survey, we find that most of the people are stressed because of their finances. For example, a median respondent spends about 6 hours per week thinking and worrying and dealing about financial issues. And this and other measures that we obtain, measures of financial stress, correlate with being financially constrained. Then we take a standard off-the-shelf macroeconomic model and introduce financial stress there, and we find 2 interesting implications. First, financial stress by itself doesn't make people get stuck at their borrowing constraints. Unlike a lot of papers in development literature sort of suggest informally. And the idea is simple. If you understand that your assets, your saving behavior affects your future stress, you have yet another incentive to save, on top of standard precautionary savings that we find in standard macro models a la Bewley and Ayagari. So these people run from financial constraints like hell. On the contrary, if you assume that people are not very familiar or do not internalize the fact that their saving affects their future stress, they're naive about this stress concept, people get stuck at their financial constraint. A lot of people are at their borrowing constraint. Second finding that I will discuss today is that the presence of this financial stress helps alleviate this counterfactually negative wealth effect on labor supply that is present in most macroeconomic model, but not quite in the data. And I'll explain why this happens. And so these 2 facts, they have a lot of implications. I will mention a few of them, in particular the effects on some policies, and welfare implications, but there are many more. So let me show you how we obtain these results. I will start with a survey. So we run this large-scale US-based survey on primary age US workers, representative of general population along several key dimensions such as gender, age, income, and education. And so we start by asking a qualitative question to rate the amount of stress people face on a scale from 0 to 10. And so this histogram indicates that most of the people are financially stressed. About 15% of them, they're extremely stressed. Only 7% of people are not stressed at all. And the median is 6. Then in our survey, we go one step forward. We start asking quantitative questions. First, about the time people waste through this state of financial stress, some other questions like spending behavior. So let me highlight a few results. In one of the questions, we asked them, again, motivated by prior development literature that finds that people become less productive, they waste time at work. We asked them, how many working hours were you distracted by your financial concerns? And we find that about 5 hours a week, a median respondent wastes at work. And this is given that on average, a person works 40 hours a week. So this is a large amount. Phrased slightly differently and ask about, in general, time spent dealing with stress, financial stress, we get slightly higher number. A median respondent in our survey spends like 6 hours. Again, numbers seem quite significant and quite consistent with some prior literature that documents this prevalence of financial stress. So we go one step further, and we ask people about their spending behavior. So it turns out, I mean, it's probably familiar to many of us, but it's also well documented in psychological literature that impulsive spending is one of the mechanisms people deal with stress, and in particular with financial stress. So in our sample, a median respondent spends about $100, and this is 2022, $100 a week to deal with, to try to alleviate financial stress. So this accumulates to $400 a month. Again, a significant amount for an average person. Now, these measures of financial stress that I have just presented, they are correlated with the state of being financially constrained. So we go and take a standard way to baptize people into financially constrained by asking them a simple question. If your household experienced an unexpected emergency, would you need to borrow money in order to pay for a $2,000 expense? And so we allow them to choose from these 3 options. No need to borrow, and cannot pay. And 10% of people in our sample cannot even pay for such an expense, even by borrowing. And so now we can, this we will treat as people like very financially constrained. And so now I can break down these measures of financial stress, asking our questions by this state of being financial constrained in several categories. And for example, people who cannot pay for this emergency expense are stressed at work for about 10 hours, while those who don't need to borrow, they can cover expenses from their pocket, they only stress for 4 hours. So there is clearly some relationship between being financially constrained and these measures of financial stress. And this is not just this measure, but a more general measure, qualitative measure, and even that measure about consumption. Now, to summarize, there is evidence there is some significant amount of effects of financial stress, and it correlates with financial constraints. So now we take this and plug in a standard temporal consumption smoothing model, and the new element in this model will be the presence of stress that drains your available resources from your productive work. It attains its maximum at financial constraint and then dissipates the further away you are from financial constraint. Importantly, we borrowed this idea from behavioral literature on present bias. We will allow households to be either sophisticated about the understanding of the presence of stress. So today you feel stress, but do you understand that your saving behavior affects your stress in the future? No, that's the question. So our households will be either naive or sophisticated. And so we take more or less standard model from heterogeneous agents literature on consumption, saving, and labor supply. It can be summarized with this one line. Household maximizes expected utility from consuming, supply and labor, subject to budget constraint, borrowing limit. And importantly, the ZT, this is idiosyncratic income state. It's stochastic. You can be very productive or not very productive, and the state changes stochastically over time with flow rate lambda. So this new element, theta, this is how we stick stress in our benchmark model. We will assume that this function is exogenous, decreasing with A. And let me say 2 words about why we stick stress in this part of the model. First, this is the most documented channel in behavioral development literature about the effects of stress on human behavior. It makes people less productive at work, essentially makes your labor supply costlier. And this is also this formulation is very easy to map into our survey. So effectively, we're going to use our survey in order to calibrate this new element, theta. But in the paper, something that I don't show you today, we try to take out the theta and put it to many other different places in the model. Like, for example, it is very well documented that stress affects your decision making. And so we extend the model and allow the state of sophistication or naivety to depend on the amount of assets you own. And we experiment with many other extensions. Nevertheless, this is our benchmark model. I will show you the results for this benchmark model. We set it in continuous time for 2 reasons. It is easy to solve using modern techniques. Second, you can derive some formal results in continuous time. Again, in the interest of time, I will not show you formal results, but you can go a little bit further in understanding the mechanics of the model. So we will calibrate the stress function to be exponential with the maximum stress of theta and the sensitivity of stress to assets, this alpha. And the results I'm going to show you now will be based on these numbers that are taken from our survey. So in our survey, we'll ask a bunch of hypothetical questions to our respondents about this stress at their borrowing limit, the sensitivity of the stress, which will allow us to calibrate these numbers. Again, in the paper, we perform some alternative calibration based on experimental RCT literature in development literature, and the qualitative results will be the same. So parameters are very standard from recent literature, mostly from Kaplan and Violante. We solved the model by using finance difference methods, and this is what we get. So this figure represents the saving of a household as a function of wealth and as a function of productivity, which can be either high or low. That's why there are 2 curves. So in this case, the household doesn't have any stress. So this is going to be the benchmark of comparison to this richer model where we introduce stress. So this is a standard permanent income hypothesis behavior. When you are not very productive, you dissave, anticipating that in the future you will be kicking with high productivity shock. When you are highly productive, you save. And so over time, when you are richer, you save less or you just save more. Now, let me add the behavior of agents that face stress and who are sophisticated about the presence of this stress. These are these 2 solid lines, the blue one and the gray one. And so the key observation here that they're on top of the dashed line, which represents the frictionless case, no stress case. And this is despite the fact that these guys face stress, so working for them is more costly. They still save more. And again, let me repeat, the reason for that is that there is like an enormously strong force, because this is a growth force. You understand, by saving 1 cent today, you will be less stressed tomorrow. There is an extra reason to save. And because of this, close to the borrowing constraint, so this x-axis is again wealth, close to the borrowing constraint, a lower bar, both saving function in the low state and in the high income state are positive. What does it mean? Nobody will end up at the financial constraint. Again, despite the fact that it's like super intuitive that this guy should fall into this borrowing constraint trap. It will never happen in this in such an environment. So another way to see it is to plot the stationary distribution of these guys along the states' assets, and the 2 lines represent 2 different income, high and low. And so there is zero mass to the left of this red point where the saving function intersects 0. So nobody falls into poverty trap. There is even as if a new endogenous borrowing limit, which is much higher than the true physical borrowing limit. Now, things change if we assume that the agents in this model don't realize that saving more today will affect their stress in the future. And so this is, we can see from this graph, which again plots saving, the dashed lines, again, frictionless case. But this time, saving of this naive stress household falls going closer to the borrowing limit. Why? Because this force that you earn less closer to the borrowing limit because you're more stressed dominates everything else. And so the fact that around the borrowing constraint, the saving is negative in the low income state makes people fall into this poverty trap where you're trapped close to the borrowing limit. So and again, if you plot the distribution, it turns out that at the borrowing limit, you now have many more people than in a standard model like Bewley-Ayagarit style model that we use. So stress can kind of rationalize the observation. There are quite a few people at the borrowing limit. Now, we extend this model in many different ways. We try to experiment sticking it into productivity, making people partially productive. Importantly, the thing that I just mentioned, we allow for a stochastic switch between naivety and sophistication that depends on assets. So this is our way to model the mistakes people make when they're stressed. And so this key result that you need agents to be naive rather than sophisticated in order to generate this stress force that brings you to the borrowing limit survives. So our second main result talks about the effect of stress on the labor supply. And so in most of macroeconomic models, it is very well known that higher wealth make people work less. It's like negative wealth effect on labor supply, mostly when you have separable utility function. Why is that? When people are richer, they want to consume more of everything, more of consumption, more of leisure, and hence less labor supply. The evidence, at least some of the recent evidence, suggests that there is either zero wealth effect or a little bit positive wealth effect. Our model can generate something like that. Why is that? So mathematically, if you want to write a formula, you can disentangle the effect of increasing the assets on the supply of labor into 2 components. One will be the standard negative wealth effect, the first term here. The second one is the change of stress that affects this utility of working. So by giving people more assets, you kind of alleviate their stress and effectively make their disutility of working smaller, so people can work harder. So one visual way to see it, if you plot labor supply as a function of assets for 2 income states, closer to financial constraints, this like stress force dominates. For rich people, the standard negative income dominates. So that is interesting. Why? Because it has new policy implications. For example, think about fiscal transfers. We saw a lot of fiscal transfers in the recent past related to COVID. The traditional take, macro take, that you give people money, they become lazy, they stop working. Standard like negative wealth effect story. In our model, this is not what happens. Poorer people, they will be relieved of stress and may start working more. So in the paper, we calibrate our model where we have like poor people, rich people. We try to mimic the recent COVID paychecks in the United States and show that this $2,000 fiscal transfer cross-board uniform across people increases GDP by 1% in our calibrated model. And this is purely supply side effect. There is no new Keynesian friction, no nothing. This is simply because they start working more because the disutility of working falls. So with the remaining time, let me say one more thing, and this is a reevaluation of welfare costs of financial constraints. So as I mentioned at the beginning, the traditional way of thinking it is a prevention of consumption smoothing. Now, our guys who get closer to financial constraint, they can fall, if they're naive, for example, they can fall to this poverty trap, spend a lot of time near financial constraint, raising this welfare cost by a lot. So we do measure this force by this money metric, which equalizes the value function of stress households to the value function of no stress households. Pretty standard way of doing things. And so this is what we find. On the left-hand side, I plot this money metric measure of financial stress for sophisticated households, and on the right-hand side for naive households, as a function of wealth and as a function of two income states. And the key message here is that this welfare cost of financial stress is like 20 times order. So for naive people, being financially stressed is a disaster in terms of welfare. Why? Because I mean, there are several forces, but the dominating force, these guys spend a lot of time close to financial constraints. While sophisticated people, they run away from the financial constraint like hell, and essentially making the presence of financial stress minimal on their welfare. Okay, so let me conclude with this. So with this paper, we bring this financial stress into macro household finance literature, which was absent before. We present some survey evidence that stress is prevalent in a developed country, such as the United States. And we build a tractable model that you can solve in seconds and modify in many different ways you want. And we do it in the paper already to some degree. And all of that links the traditional macro take on financial constraints with the behavioral approach to thinking about financial constraints. And so these exercises, they have two important fundamental implications. First, you really need to think about the sophistication versus naivety about presence of stress in order to find this interesting effects of this financial psychological cost of financial constraints. And second, the presence of the stress reverses or can reverse, because these two forces fight, counterfactually a large and negative wealth effect on labor supply. So there are lots of implications. I highlighted a few, like transfers policy or large welfare cost of being financially constrained. But in principle, you can dig deeper and think about other implications as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dimitri. Dimitri's paper will be discussed by Alina Barcher. You have 15 minutes. Thank you.
Okay. Do we have? Yes, we do. Okay. And the pointer is excellent. Okay, yes. So thank you very much. It has been a pleasure to read this paper and to discuss it now. So let me start with what I think are the key takeaways. So first of all, the paper is making the point that financial stress has important effects on individuals' economic decisions, both in terms of labor supply and in terms of consumption savings decisions. Now, the effects that financial stress has are very different depending on which household type we are dealing with, whether these are sophisticated people or naive people. As we saw in Dimitri's figures, basically the sophisticates, they are saving out of the financial constraint and staying away from it, whereas the naives, they basically get sucked in and they are falling into a poverty trap. So basically, even if they're close to their financial constraint, there's still this saving, which is obviously quite bad. And importantly, there are many of these naive types in the population, apparently. So the paper estimates that these are 2/3 of people. So this is really macroeconomically important. Overall, I think it's a great paper on a highly relevant topic. And apparently, it has recently been accepted for publication at a top 5 journal. I think that is well deserved. Now, I nevertheless don't want to stop this discussion right here, but rather think about which food for thought the paper is giving to us, because I think actually this topic is really exciting and there's a lot more to be done, and potentially you could really start like a whole agenda based on this. So let me give you a few thoughts that I had. So my first points relate to how to measure financial constraints. The question that households were asked in the survey that Dimitri and his co-authors ran was, if your household experienced an unexpected emergency, would you need to borrow money in order to pay for a $2,000 expense? And we already saw the nice diagram. I just have the numbers here. So basically, 46% roughly said they could just pay it. And then around 44% said, yeah, well, I could pay it, but I would need to borrow money in order to do so. And then around 10% were saying, no matter what, I could not pay this. So this suggests at least 45% are at least somewhat constrained. Now, just for the fun of it, I looked into the 2022 SCF, because the survey in the paper was also run in 2022. And I just put up some numbers here for different financial concepts, basically. So if you look at liquid assets, for example, in the SCF, then the median value is slightly below $8,000, and about 29% of households have less than $2,000. If you look at financial assets overall, without subtracting any debt, you get a much higher number, almost $37,000, and about 20% of people having less than $2,000. If by contrast you look at net financial assets, so you subtract financial debt, then the number is of course lower, so around 17,000 and around 39% below 2,000. Now I found a number for the median net financial assets also in the paper for the survey run by the authors. That was slightly lower, namely 5,000. I didn't find an exact number of the share below 2,000, but at least the answers to the survey questions suggest that there's many of these people. So it seemed that depending on which underlying wealth concept you use, or which assets you're talking about, you could get different answers about how constrained people are. And I was wondering whether people might even think about different concepts themselves, even if you ask them about the same thing, and maybe also depending on when you're asking them. So maybe households perceive themselves as more constrained than they actually are, because there's some mental accounting or narrow bracketing going on in the background. And of course, this is important because in the model, basically, you have financial stress modeled directly as a function of assets, of net financial assets. So this relationship between basically financial stress and assets is pretty crucial. I was also wondering if there could be a systematic perception bias on the side of households, in the sense that households who worry more about their finances might also be more inclined to just answer to the survey question, no, I could not cover this emergency expense. And then finally, the survey was conducted in April to May 2022. And this was basically when the recent surge in inflation in the United States was at its peak, Also, the war in Ukraine had recently broken out. So I was wondering whether maybe the baseline level of financial stress might be a bit lower at other times, and this was just really a high stress time. So what I was taking away from this is, first of all, it might be interesting to study also other countries and maybe also other points in time. And then second of all, maybe also a bit influenced by my Scandinavian microdata background, I was thinking it would be super exciting to link such a survey to administrative data to get a more comprehensive and not self-reported picture about the relationship between financial worries and people's actual financial situation. The next set of comments is related to the life cycle. This is something that was just briefly mentioned in the paper, but I found it actually very interesting, namely that the data suggest an inverse U-shape of financial worries, which peaks at around 50 years. So I was thinking, okay, what's happening there? First I was thinking, oh, maybe these people have a midlife crisis. And I thought, well, not so sure, but it's the US. Maybe this has to do with their children entering college, because in the United States it's very expensive. So I was wondering, do we find a similar pattern in other countries? And then, even if it's just for one country, this life cycle dimension I found very intriguing. So we know that also financial constraints vary across the life cycle. Now the paper tells us also financial worries vary across the life cycle. And I was just wondering how these two forces basically interact in shaping individuals' behavior at different points in their lives. And so I thought it might be very interesting to explicitly model the life cycle dimension. The current model is focusing on prime age employed workers, and it might be interesting to really consider the whole life cycle and maybe also study how financial stress is affecting the elderly, how it relates to old age poverty, and also how it interacts with unemployment and how it affects the unemployed. Then another set of comments is related to, well, I call it household and risk. So the model is assuming a unitary household, but then people tend to argue a lot about money and finances. So I was wondering, how does this relate to household formation? I found this YouGov poll, which is actually exactly from the same month, April to May 2022, when the authors were also running their survey. And they were asking people basically about the main reasons for arguments in couples. And as you can see, okay, the pointer doesn't work, I think, but as you can see highlighted there in yellow, money is the top two reason. So it's really a factor that couples argue a lot about. So how does financial stress affect household formation and stability? Does it affect matching? Does it affect divorce risk? I could very well imagine. Could within household insurance actually mitigate financial stress? Or could it actually be the case that matters are made worse if two financially stressed people are basically coming together in one household? Maybe also the gender dimension might be interesting. So it could be that the labor market supply effects of financial stress differ between men and women. And then apart from divorce risk, another type of risk that came to my mind when reading the paper was, of course, financial risk. So at the moment, the model is only featuring risk-free assets. And therefore, I was wondering what would happen if we introduced a risky asset, and how does financial stress actually affect portfolio choice, or vice versa, because I think it could very well go in both directions. Yeah, and my last set of comments is related to policy. So the model is suggesting substantial welfare losses, especially for the naive individuals. And as mentioned earlier, these are many individuals. So around 2/3 of the population, according to the estimates in the paper. So I was wondering if there's something we can do to help these people. So can we, for example, inform them? Can we educate them to become more sophisticated? Maybe an interesting first step would be to run a randomized controlled trial and give people information about basically the behavioral biases they suffer from. Maybe tell them, if you're close to the financial constraint and you basically do not save, then you will be more financially constrained also in the future, because some people seem to fail to internalize this, that basically if they don't save today, this is not just a problem for today, but also for tomorrow, and that they will be in trouble again tomorrow. And yeah, more generally, I was wondering which policies might help to avoid that people fall into a poverty trap due to naivety about financial stress. Is there anything we can do in terms of regulation, maybe design of like smart products, certain account types that help people to commit to their savings and not succumb to their financial stress? And last but not least, the paper is talking about fiscal policy, and that's basically financial stress is really important for fiscal policy transmission, and that a lump sum fiscal transfer can actually relieve financial stress and thereby increase labor supply and output. And I found this really interesting, like that we have this mechanism that can like break the Ricardian equivalence here. One small thing I was wondering about is whether targeted transfers might be even more efficient than a lump sum. And, well, maybe the obvious question, given that we're at the central bank conference here, how is monetary policy transmission actually affected by this mechanism? I think this will also be very interesting to understand basically how financial stress is affecting the transmission not just of fiscal but also of monetary policy. Yeah, so now I'm a bit ahead of time, but this gives more time to you for questions and comments. So thank you very much, and I really enjoyed reading the paper.
Do you want to react?
Oh yeah.
Or
you tell me what to do.
Oh, it's your paper.
Okay, great. So yes, I would love to say a couple of words. First of all, thank you, Alina, for making a great discussion. I mean, I can talk like for a very long time about your comments, but just like few brief remarks. First, on the survey, you mentioned that we indeed ran survey in the US in April and May of 2022, and the inflation rate, say, peaked in June, I guess, 2022. So it's a special period. There is Ukraine. There are two things. First, before running this like large-scale survey, we did quite a bit of piloting, and we started it in 2021 in the summer. So there are data points. I mean, there are very, very like small samples that kind of reinforce the same point. So we don't see a big difference between 2021 and 2022 in terms of the amount of financial stress. And in terms of countries, we have data from RCTs from the development literature, from India, from African countries, with administrative data where actual behavior is observed. And so there is evidence, significant evidence of the effect of these wealth on productivity, on time lost at work. Magnitudes can differ from one study to another study, but it is present there. So if anything, I guess our survey is like a lower bound of what we get if we calibrate our model with this data coming from the RCTs. The rest, all the suggestions are very, very, very welcome. I mean, there are many things to do, to study, to play around with this model, obviously for monetary policy purposes. So monetary policy can affect the accumulation of wealth of people whose wealth is negative. Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay, good. So let's turn to questions from the audience. And we will start here up front, Guido, and after that, Jordi.
Hi, I'm Guido Ascari. Just a brief question. So people cannot move from naivety to being non-naive, right? So you would think that people learn once they, fall in this poverty trap, and they understand that they are financially stressed, and therefore they impair their productivity. But then they might be hit by a positive, income shock or whatever, and then they learn, but it's very bad experience, and they try to stay away from that, and then become not naive anymore. Did you think about that?
Yes, we did. So I briefly mentioned that, but I didn't emphasize that enough. In the benchmark model, they can. So they're exogenously either in one camp or another. So we wrote an extension of the model, and it's in the paper. where they can stochastically switch between these two states. And the probability of a switch depends on assets. So this is how we thought, like, oh, if you like naive and poor, you kind of stay naive and poor for a long time. But then if you, like, for some random reason started accumulated assets, then the probability of a switch to sophistication is higher. So we didn't model learning, but just this a little bit exogenous switch between these two states. And so what we get there is kind of a same pattern that, I mean, there is a big mass of people close to the financial borrowing limit, and these are the people who are naive. Sophisticates are never there. So those who kind of switch, they are making everything possible to accumulate enough assets to lower this probability of becoming, again, a little bit like funny in their heads, naive about stress, and falling into poverty trap. That's how we do it, yeah. Thanks.
And there's a growing...
And your name?
Oh, Jordi Galí. There's a growing literature where people introduce wealth in the utility function, and they embed this in an otherwise standard model. So can we think of your model as or your paper as providing micro foundations for that? And if so, what are the specific insights or differential insights relative to this literature in which you have a more general specification with wealth in the utility function?
Yeah, saying this, that's a question that we address a little bit in the paper. So we exactly think about this financial stress in this way. It can be a micro foundation for wealth in the utility function, though there is a difference between like papers existing in the literature that introduce wealth, say, as a separable term in the utility function, or maybe affecting consumption, but not affecting this utility or working directly. So in differential implication is that we can, under some parameters, skew this negative wealth effect on labor supply. The models out there that have wealth in the utility function, they still has this property with negative wealth effect on labor supply. But at some level of abstraction, yeah, this is a model with wealth in the utility function.
So I have a related question, Dimitri, which is, so you seem to think of stress as changing preferences. Could you also think of it as changing beliefs?
Yes, we can, although, I mean, there is this classic problem how you separate beliefs from preferences. Stress can enter in many places, so we did consider many places except for preferences. We did introduce stress into the probability of switch between two different idiosyncratic income states, but this was like a hard physical probability, not perceived probability. Yeah.
Okay, good. Then we go to the left. Bear with me, so we can start with Marie and then Martin.
Marie Heurova, ECB. I was wondering, from the point of view of your model, is universal basic income a good idea? And if so, could you calibrate the optimal level? And if not, why not? Thanks.
So I have to think more about it. One implication of our model is that these transfers are good for people that are close to borrowing limit. If you give it to everybody, wealthy people who don't work, that just doesn't bite that much. So then you have to take into account how costly it is for the government. Yeah, but that's, I mean, it's straightforward to study this. So the experiment that we did that I mentioned about this fiscal transfer, it was a one-time temporary transfer. Here the difference will be that it's permanent, and so the financing scheme of this permanent transfer will matter for these guys and how they perceive whether it steals their wealth or not.
Thank you. It's Maarten de Ridder from LSE. I had the same question as Marie, so we're on the same page. So a follow-up would be, what would be the maximum transfer that would not reduce labor supply? Because the result that a fiscal multiplier can be positive due to supply effect is really contrary to certainly what we teach to graduate students. So I imagine there's going to be some upper limit to the amount that we can transfer to these households.
Yeah, so it's like very parameter dependent. So I showed you this graph where the labor supply is a little bit ham-shaped. And so here I can point to the location of this maximum. And this is a one-time transfer. I haven't studied the permanent transfer, which may change things depending on top of everything on financing. Yeah, great. We'll do it in the follow-up thing.
Okay, well, yeah, starting to approach time constraints, but I take 2 more questions here up front.
Jan Eekhout, UPF Barcelona. Have you tried to quantify the effect on the interest rate? Because this, basically the naives are going to demand less. Well, they're going to be, depending whether they're below or above zero, but and the sophisticated are going to save more, so this is going to affect the supply and demand for funds.
So we did try one thing. So in the benchmark model I showed you, it was the interest rate, R, real interest rate, was exogenously taken. We indigenized it just like by assuming that there is like outstanding supply of government bonds or liquid assets that the agents can buy. So it led to the reaction of the interest rate. We know the results. I cannot tell you the numbers off the top of my head. The only thing that was important for our paper is that it doesn't change. So the indigeneity of interest rate doesn't change this like sophistication versus naivety plus this negative labor supply versus like absence of negative wealth effect on labor supply. But it's very, it's already in the paper. Just need to look up the numbers. Yeah.
Okay, and last question here, up front. Yeah.
Hi, Fabian Passalvenet from University College London. So just in terms of the persistence of stress in the way it's modeled here, I can't help but draw a parallel between your paper and the literature on subjective well-being. And it's not a literature that I know very well, but I've seen it argued that people, when they get hit by an adverse shock, such as job loss or something like that, on impact, they become very miserable and dissatisfied with life, and then gradually they get habituated. So if the shock is persistent, they get used to their situation. And I was wondering whether that applied to financial shocks, in which case, if it did, then the dynamics of the impact on behavior might be quite different to what you're predicting in your model, which is only driven by asset accumulation, basically.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. That goes deeper in psychological and our psychological understanding what stress is, whether this is just a permanent state or it can be temporary, and people always mean revert to whatever average happiness level. There is my reading of psychological literature is that there is some evidence that poor people behave differently. I don't know about happiness. I know about cross-country studies, and sometimes it turns out that these are poorer countries that tend to be happier. But when it comes to the actual implications of what we call financial stress, then it seems like it has like permanent implications. Yeah.
Very good. So thank you very much, Dimitri. Thank you, audience, for all the questions. So we go without break into the next paper. Pedro, tell us. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Okay, very good. So thanks for including the paper. So this is a paper with Sergio Rebelo and Miguel Santana. Miguel is a student at Northwestern. He's going to be on the market next year. So we use a framework that's used in cognitive psychology, widely used in cognitive psychology to describe decision making, System 1 and System 2. So in this framework, people use these two systems. In familiar situations, they use system one. I mean, they make decisions that are low cost, that are somewhat automatic. But they are prone to errors and biases. Now, in unfamiliar situations, they use system two. I mean, those are costly decisions, more analytical decisions that are more accurate. I mean, they are not going to be exact in this model. There's still going to be errors. So households use this system one, system two framework to purchase consumption goods in a model that has the basic structure of sticky price models, in the sense that it's a Dixit-Stiglitz standard model. Now, system two, I mean, this more analytical way of making decisions, is going to be triggered by changes in nominal prices of the goods. Now, we are not going to be imposing restrictions on consumers, we impose quite a lot of restrictions on consumers. We are not going to be imposing restrictions on firms. Firms are going to be rational, and they're going to be exploiting this behavior of consumers to their advantage. So the producers of goods that have a high demand relative to the racial optimum, they are going to keep their prices. And the reason is that they will try to avoid triggering a reassessment of the purchase decisions. So this strategic behavior is the one that is going to generate price stickiness. So it's really the restriction on consumers and the optimal reaction of firms that generates the price rigidity. Now, I mean, once you look at the real world, there's a few phenomena that, at least talk to these mechanisms. So one is shrinkflation. So apparently, firms are willing to go into considerable expenses, changing product size instead of changing prices. I mean, this apparently was quite relevant in the recent inflation episode. I mean, so much so that President Biden decided to take his time to dedicate a Super Bowl video to this. So, I mean, in his words, some companies are trying to pull a fast one by shrinking the products little by little and hoping you won't notice. He was talking about ice cream, among other goods. I mean, subscription services, I mean, those are becoming more and more, more used as business models, especially for streaming, software as a service. So they seem to be putting consumers on autopilot, possibly to avoid triggering system two. And, I mean, we're all very familiar with convenient prices. Prices very close to a round number that, possibly create a perception that the price is lower than what it is, and there's evidence that these prices are less likely to change. Okay, what we get with the model? The model is going to be consisting with a puzzling phenomenon that's rockets and feathers. It's called rockets and feathers. Prices rise faster when costs go up than they fall when costs go down. I mean, this was identified in the 90s for markets like gas and agricultural products, but then Peltzman showed that it's more widely applied. The model is also going to be consistent with a fact that was identified recently by Ilud, Falchev, and Vincent in an econometric paper. We call it sticky winners. So firms that receive a high demand realization are less likely to change their prices. And we get results for optimal monetary policy. So in our model, it's actually not optimal to follow price stability. Small deflation is actually better than price stability. Okay, so very briefly, the literatures, the related literatures. So we build on Ilud and Falchev on way of modeling system 1 and system 2. That's a more recent paper. I mean, the reference in the psychology literature, the more formal evidence reference is Stanovich and West. I mean, this was popularized by a book that you probably know, Daniel Kahneman's book on thinking fast and slow. I mean, then it talks to the literature on price stickiness with information frictions. I mean, the paper that's closest is Matejka's paper on the behavior of firms when agents have rational inattention. I mean, he finds that firms are going to set prices among some reference prices. I mean, and then there's the literature on rockets and feathers, and there's the literature on optimum monetary policy. Okay, let me go through the model, through the analytics. I mean, I hope I'm not going to stress you too much. I mean, in the short time I have. So household preferences, I mean, very standard, except for this term. Well, this probably doesn't point. This term here, which is the cognitive cost. I mean, other than that, a composite good, power utility, constant elasticity of labor, and differentiated goods. The production is going to be linear, and firms are monopolistic competitive. Now, in the full rationality benchmark, there's no cognitive cost, and the solution is the one we are very familiar with. There's going to be an individual demand for each product as a function of the relative price. There's conditions for the aggregate consumption and labor, and the definition and the expression for the price level. Now, I mean, the interesting part is how to deal with the bounded rationality here. And again, I mean, we build on Ilut and Valchev. So the household here knows the state, but the household doesn't really know the policy function, has troubles figuring out the exact policy function. So the decision for the individual consumption, the optimal individual consumption, and the optimal labor. So the household is going to have stochastic beliefs over this demand. And we are going to assume that uncertainty is about the relation between the individual price and the individual good. Now, the household is going to draw costly signals, and it's going to decide the demand based on those signals. Labor is going to be the adjusting variable. I mean, given the optimal decision, I mean, the decision for consumption, labor adjusts to satisfy the budget constraint. Now, the model is going to be static. It's going to be period 1, but we actually need a period 0 in order to make sense of the initial conditions. In order for the initial conditions to be, I mean, for the problem to be meaningful in some sense. So households are going to be starting with, I mean, in each period 0 and period 1, the households start with the prior, with some mean and variance covariance. I mean, those are going to be functions of this individual price. Then the household observes the price in each period and is going to be choosing the precision of the signal. The signal is a normal signal centered in the rational demand. Based on the signal, the household sets the demand equal to the mean of the posterior. And the cost of learning, of drawing the signal, is according to a standard form in the rational inattention literature. So the cost is proportional to the reduction in the variance of the beliefs due to the signal. So there's going to be some cost kappa here. I mean, the optimal solution is actually simple rule. So if the variance of the prior was relatively high, so if the prior was very dispersed, if the variance was higher than kappa, then the variance is reduced to kappa. There's learning, and the variance is reduced to kappa. Otherwise, there's no learning, and the posterior is equal to the prior. Now, we are going to be assuming, I mean, those are the initial conditions, that's why you need period 0, that the initial prior is very dispersed in period 0. So there's always going to be learning whatever the realized price is. So given the realized price, there's going to be learning for that price. And the variance of the beliefs is reduced to kappa. I mean, for other prices, there's not going to be learning. I mean, then there's going to be the mean of the posterior is going to use the signal to be updated. Okay, now we go to period 1. In period 1, I mean, the consumer starts, has the consumer observed the price in period 0, has relatively precise beliefs for that price, but has, more dispersed beliefs for any other prices. So if the price is the one observed in period 0, there's not going to be learning. Otherwise, there's going to be learning. Now, what this does to the demand functions is that we have demand functions in period 1 that if the price is the price in period 0, if the price stays the same, then the shock from the signal is the one of period 0, and the price is the one of period 0. If the price is changed, then there is a new draw of demand shock, and this is the new demand. Now let's go to the problem of the firm. So firms, they observe the shock in period 0, but they don't observe the shock in period 1. So they have to, they only observe the shock after they set the price. It's the price that in some sense triggers the shock. So when they are deciding, they can either keep the price constant, and then they are going to get the draw, the demand draw of period 0. But they are going to possibly, if there's inflation, they are possibly going to get a markup that's not going to be the optimal markup. The price is going to be different from the optimal reset price, which is a constant markup over marginal cost, if they keep the price constant. Otherwise, they are going to draw from the distribution of demand shocks, and they're going to choose the constant markup over marginal cost, the optimal reset price. And that's the trade-off. The trade-off is between the optimal markup and possibly a good demand draw that they may have gotten in period 0. So firms that got a relatively high demand draw, those are the firms that are going to keep prices constant. Firms that were unlucky to get a relatively low draw, they are going to change prices. So we are going to have, this is coming from the definition of the price level. This is the share of firms that keep the price constant, and they're going to, this is the relative price. Pi is inflation. So the relative price is going to be relatively low if there is inflation. The firms that change price, and again, that's endogenous, they are going to be able to set the relative price to the optimal markup, and all these variables are just a function of inflation. Now, there's going to be a key asymmetry that is going to explain the results of rockets and feathers, that when inflation is high, then if inflation is high, then this margin is going to be low, possibly very low, possibly 0 or negative, and then the firm always wants to reset the price. If instead you have deflation, then this margin is going to be higher. The firm is going to be losing because of the elasticity, the price elasticity, but there's still going to be firms provided there's a sufficiently high demand draw, that will prefer to keep the price constant. And that asymmetry is going to give us the result of rockets and feathers. That when inflation goes up, eventually all firms will want to change prices. When inflation goes down, there's still a share of firms that want to keep prices. Okay, so in this economy, the allocation is always inefficient because there's always these demand shocks that are coming from bounded rationality. So there's always going to be a distortion. I mean, this is the resource constraint for the optimal C. For the actual consumption, aggregate consumption, there's an additional term, but there's always an inefficiency. Now, to simplify, we are going to do policy in two ways. So there's going to be a subsidy that tries to correct for the marginal distortion. But the monetary policy is going to be nominal demand, a growth rate of money in some sense, or a target of nominal demand. Okay, I'm going to spare you with some of these algebra for the equilibrium conditions for market clearing. Get to the results. So the first result, rockets and feathers. So what we do is we do comparative statics. So there's of different costs. So there's this V term here, which determines productivity. So if V V is positive, so productivity is either low or high. And what we show is that when productivity is low, so costs are high, inflation is higher in absolute terms. So if the cost is low, there's going to be deflation, but deflation in absolute value is lower than inflation. I mean, we can show this for a particular case. We can show it analytically, but we can show it. We tried different numerical solutions, and it always came out that for sufficiently high costs, sufficiently high V, inflation, when there was a cost increase, was always higher than than deflation in absolute value for a cost decrease. Okay, and again, the intuition is really very clear. It has to do with the effect on margins and on profits, and how this is compensated by the initial shock. Now let me tell you about optimal policy. So again, optimal policy is for a subsidy, for a tax subsidy, and for inflation. I mean, the part of the tax subsidy is, I don't find it incredibly interesting, but part of inflation, I think it's worth going through. So this is again, this is the utility function. The indirect utility function as a function of the subsidy, of the tax, of the proportionate tax, and the inflation. And here you see the effect of inflation on the cognitive costs. So this is the fraction of firms that are flexible. The larger is the I mean, 1 minus chi is the fraction of firms that are flexible. The larger is the number of firms that are flexible, the larger are the cognitive costs, because these firms are going to be changing prices and that will trigger system 2. And then the initial variance, the higher is the initial variance. Because of the way we model the cost, the higher are the cognitive costs too, because you'll need to be reducing this variance. And the cost is going to be a function of the reduction, the proportionate reduction in the variance. Now let me tell you about optimal monetary policy. So what we can show is that if cognitive costs are high enough, then price stability is optimal. So for sufficiently high cognitive costs, it's better to just avoid them, and the price stability is better. Now, what's more interesting is where the optimal deflation is coming from. So marginally, it's better to have deflation. And the reason is, let me try to tell you some intuition. So again, I mean, if you have price stability, you minimize cognitive costs. So that's a reason for price stability. I mean, if you have price stability, you also minimize dispersion coming from relative prices. So this consumption is going to be equal to this consumption. I mean, this pi is going to be 1. This optimal reset price is also going to be 1. These two consumptions are going to be the same. Now, the reason to deviate from price stability is because of selection. It's because the sticky firms are the firms that have high demand. And the planner here wants to reduce this suboptimal high demand for the sticky firms. The way to do that is by raising their relative price, and it's going to be raising by the relative price if there's a deflation. I mean, remember that these are the firms that have their prices sticky. If there's deflation, their relative price is going to be going up, and there's a way to reduce. If you have deflation, you reduce the relative price, so that moves you away from price stability. Okay, so I can conclude. Again, dual framework for household decision making. I mean, that gives us a new kind of price rigidity due to the strategic behavior of firms. I mean, for some cost shocks, for some inflation rates, some producers do not want to change their prices. I mean, we get to explain at least part of rockets and feathers, certainly only part of it. I mean, apparently it's really pervasive. And we get these results for optimal monetary policy. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Pedro. Pedro's paper will be discussed by Gaetano Gaballo. We have 15 minutes.
Yeah. Here. Okay, so thank you very much for inviting me to this great conference and having asked to discuss this paper that is very, very interesting for me and for what I do. So let me summarize first of all the main idea. Okay, so I think it's a beautiful idea. I'm completely on board on that, which is the fact that households are more attentive in spending choices when posted prices change. So imagine yourself, you go on the usual shop, you are used to buy your milk at $4, and suddenly you see that your milk costs $4.50, and you say, what's going on? So you pause and you think, is it worth that I buy this milk? How important it is, or what is happening? Etc. This is literally what is happening in the paper, meaning like even for milk and even for whatever goods is there. And based on this idea, then what the paper does is thinking how firms use this behavior of households to gain and to make higher profits. And in particular, they think strategically whether or not they have to change prices, and I think this is very realistic. Like I can see CEOs in companies that say, okay, well, so we are selling a lot of goods, why we need to change price? Maybe we can adjust in other ways. So I'm completely on board for this idea. So what I'm trying to do here is, as a discussant, try to simplify the model as much as possible so that we can go through the elements and try to grasp what is the logic, the internal logic of the model. So to do that, let me just show my toy model, one slide that I think can summarize most of the action. So think about the firm at time t-1 that has an optimal markup. So think about in real terms. This is mu is the optimal markup for a given level of demand elasticity, gamma. And this is the starting situation. Then at time t, there is some inflation. Okay, so inflation is there. And the households behave as follows. So if they see no nominal change, then they just stick with a stochastic demand. Okay, so there is demand is random, there is a realization for the household, and if they don't see any nominal change, that is the demand that they will stick with, okay? So now, no nominal change means that the price in real terms has changed, okay? So the markup gets eroded by inflation, okay? And so the real price is not any longer mu, but is mu over 1 plus the inflation. Otherwise, if the representative household, if the household see a different price, then they choose the optimal demand, okay? So in the model of Pedro, they are just drawing another signal, but let's go extreme, they do the right thing, okay? So what the firm is doing on its side, the firm see the demand, the random demand, so they know like what is the demand for the old price. They have their estimate. I don't know how to think about it, but they know this fictitious demand. And their choice is the following. So they compare the blue profits, are the profits that they get if they don't change price. So their markup get deflated. Okay, I'm taking 1 as a real cost here. And this net markup, it get multiplied by the random demand that they know, okay? And they compare this situation to the situation in which they instead re-optimize. And so they put back, they change the nominal price so that the markup in real terms is still mu, okay? And they compare these two. So now if you think about this problem, you understand that there is a threshold of demand above which they will decide to not change prices, and below which they decide to change price, okay? So for me, it was instructive to draw this picture in which I draw the threshold demand as a function of pi inflation. So if pi, so this is an example in which the optimal markup is 20%. So if inflation is above 20%, you have negative markup, net markup. So you're going to change. So all the region on the right of 0.2 are flexible prices. As inflation become closer to 0, then there are some firms that are lucky because their draw is above the threshold and they stick with their price. Okay, so this is the white area. And as you see, as you go negative with deflation, then there are more and more firms that decide to stick to their prices because they are, the threshold is very low, so they are lucky, and they don't want to change price. And this is the origin of the rockets and faders phenomenon, because any inflation is likely to be very promptly, quickly transmitted because erode the net markup, and it goes very quickly to negative. So for them, they have no choice of resetting price. But instead, deflation is increasing the real price. So the net markup goes up. Any demand will be good to keep. as long as demand is above a certain threshold. So now, with this simple example, I do an experiment. I try to, what happens if I vary the elasticity of demand? So this is what you get if you go to competitive, okay? Let's go to the limit of full perfect competition. So what happens, so here you are at the limit of 0 profits. So any positive inflation will make you go negative. So any positive inflation is going to be transmitted one-to-one because all the firms are flexible. On the other side, instead, the threshold has to be is very, very low. So with deflation, most of the firms are not going to change prices because they can get a slightly positive net markup, so they are happy with any quantity they can sell, okay? So already from this comparison, you can really realize that is, so the demand elasticity is a key factor, okay? So, and the bottom line of this picture is that rockets and faders phenomena become more extreme with more competitiveness. So more perfect competition. So as you are closer to perfect competition, then any positive inflation is grow very rapidly, and any deflation gets stuck and doesn't go so deep. Okay. So this is in essence the logic of the paper. I mean, as far as I understood, then Pedro, correct me if I'm wrong. So, to summarize the result, if you I mean, for me, it was very useful to think about the limit of perfect competition. You have inflation, then a pass-through is full, and you have a rocket. Then, if you have a negative nominal shock, then you have very low pass-through, and so this is a feeder. And the logic is there. It's very robust to any change you may want to add. Let's go to welfare. I think a welfare lesson is, okay, so if you have an inflationary shock, what is happening? That people are using a lot of cognitive cost, but the allocation is better, is because people are thinking how much they want to buy, and so they optimize their demand. And so the real cost that is paid is cognitive cost. On the other hand, on deflation, you have more random demand, but you have less cognitive cost. Okay, so this is the trade-off that you have to think about when you go to welfare, and this leads you to think about optimal policy in a very clean way. So if cognitive costs are high, you like price stability. You don't want people to think that much, okay? And at the same time, you don't want to shake the economy. And so price stability become a good anchor. But if the cognitive costs are low, an implication, for example, on my model is that, of the toy model, is that inflation become better than deflation. Why? Because inflation, at the limit of perfect competition, all the prices, there are no dispersion in real prices. All the price increase with inflation, and demand is optimal. And this is better than deflation, instead where you have this allocation cost that is quite important. Now, in the paper, now that I saw the presentation, you are emphasizing deflation better than price stability. So maybe this is a question like what happens, yeah, if there is any difference for my model or it's the toy model, right? Okay. There is a lot to like. What I like is the fact that they really play on this, on the fact that you can get positive profits at any demand level, but not at any price level, and this is the source of the asymmetry. And I like very much the fact that prices are used strategically by firms because they know that as price move, they move household beliefs, they move households' attention. Okay, and I'm going to say something more about this. And I also like the kind of empirical question that emerged from this. One is about, of course, the asymmetry, but if you go deeper, so you have an asymmetry in all the movement of the cycle. So the countercyclicality of the aggregate markup is going to be asymmetric, and market concentration, as I show, is something important to understand the business cycle fluctuation. Then let me go a bit more in the detail of how the model is constructed and make some points that was what drove me to think deeper about the model. So I want to emphasize that there are some important elements of non-rationality that are central to the normative analysis. So if we want to believe in the normative analysis, we have to think that there are some elements that are non-rational. So there is a lot of emphasis on rational inattention, but I will say it plays a cosmetic role here in the sense that you don't embrace fully the philosophy of rational inattention. And my way to say that is that, so price in this environment is a trigger, but not a signal, in the sense that it triggers attention, but is not used and has no consequence for the way people think about it, okay? And this was like natural to think of for me because I work on this idea that people learn from prices, and for example, I have a paper in which inflation leads to more intense household price hunting, or other paper in which current inflation is a free signal. Just, little advertising on the fact that this is really central to my research agenda. And so the effect of reading the paper was to generate appetite for like, yeah, I want to really exploit that thing. But where I think there is the most important element is the fact that these agents decide to revise demand no matter how little is the price change. Like, okay, in the example of the milk, suppose the milk go from $4 to $4.01. This guy think deeply about what they have to do, okay? But I think there is an opportunity cost that one could work out. So, okay, so there is 1 cent change. How important is for me to sit down and think about this? Okay, and this is not considered in the model, and I think when it goes to welfare, it matters because there is a cognitive cost that the agents do not account properly. Like I use my cognitive cost no matter if the revision is 1 cent or the revision is 50 cents or $100. Okay, and what good is that? How important is for my consumption? So probably, if something like a follow-up could be, okay, let's measure what is the incentive for people to revise the demand, how much they benefit, how much it costs. Okay, and the other is about the representative agent. Yeah, this last slide. So here there is a representative agent that do mistake about the variety, but how to think about that? I think agents are more think in terms of bundles, so they could observe multiple prices and they could reason in terms of the bundle they want to buy instead of the single price. So when there are some firms that do not revise the price, maybe their competitors are revising the price, and this has influence for the demand. So I could not, so here maybe I will need a story about that and about how these mistakes have implications in a dynamic setting. That were my curiosity. And otherwise, I think this is a beautiful model of behavioral demand, more than behavioral prices, I would say, and optimal pricing. Thank you.
Thank you, Gaetano. Okay, before we turn to you and the audience, Pedro, you may want to react in particular to what elements are missing from the toy model.
Okay, maybe it's better if so Gaetano has a toy model, we have a Mickey Mouse models, so that explains some of of his criticisms. Okay, one thing that's missing in the toy model is the demand elasticity. So the demand is inelastic in Gaetano's model. In our model, it's not. So when you reduce when there is deflation, the margin is going down, prices are becoming relatively higher. So agents move away from the consumption of this good, and that reduces profits. So there's your curve, your threshold curve is U-shaped when there is deflation. It's just that it's not symmetric. Mm-hmm. So prices go up. The threshold goes up faster when there is inflation than when there is deflation.
Ah, okay.
And so when you ask me about the impact of competition, actually in the data, when they first identified the rockets and feathers, they found it for markets that were kind of competitive, like gas and agricultural products. Yeah. But then Peltzman actually showed that there was no correlation with measures of imperfect competition. So, but these are all relatively late, old research. So, but anyway, I don't know exactly how competition plays when you actually model the elasticity and you compare these two branches. Now, rational inattention. This is really not a model of rational inattention. It would be great to introduce elements of that. As you've been working on, but it's a model of cognitive costs. Agents are really not learning anything. Now, your point about an infinitesimal change in price triggering system 2 is a really important point, but that's where the Mickey Mouse model plays an important role. We make an important assumption that these beliefs are independent across different prices, so it's enough that, so we don't really learn anything from a new price. Once you move to a new price, the old price was irrelevant for your beliefs. So then you just decide to learn again. If we had modeled a more, covariance matrix that was not diagonal, we would have a much more complicated system 1. This would be a much more complicated paper, but we'll get some of those results. But we actually, we thought this was actually a really smart way of moving forward fast. Because we don't want to have a quantitative model. We want to have a framework where we can discuss some results. Now, another important point, representative agent. The way we think about it is if we had multiple agents, that their shocks would be correlated. And we'd be thinking about like social media, fashion, trends. Okay, but thanks again. Really sharp points on the major mechanism of the paper. Thank you.
Good, thank you. So, who wants to go first? We have Laura here up front. Mic is coming.
Thank you. Laura Gatti, ECB. So I have a very quick question, which is, what is your framework's implication for sales?
Meaning, what exactly do you mean?
One prominent feature of the data is that firms engage in sales, right? So this
sales. Okay.
This is what a complication of measurement of inflation.
Yeah, sure. One way you could think about it is, again, kind of reference prices. So it's really moving from. See, I buy a lot online. And I buy some things from a site that always has sales. So, and I buy when they have this sale. It's always like, 10%, whatever. But then, lately they increase the reference. The price that's, without the sale. And then when they did that, I went around shopping, trying to figure out if I was making if that site was the best place to buy. So, I really knew how they worked, but when they changed their their main price, then that's what triggered my action.
Okay, Bartosz here.
Yes, Bartosz Maćkowiak, ECB. So consumers in the model seem to have a little bit of a split personality, a mix of sophistication and behavioral, which I think is important in the model. So when the relative price changes for a given nominal price, they realize the implications for their optimal behavior with no cognitive cost. But when the nominal price changes, then they need to incur these cognitive costs. And I think this is important in the model, in particular for the optimal policy result that you emphasized.
I mean, I agree. I mean, that's an assumption that they are only uncertain about the relationship between the individual price and individual consumption. I mean, we would want to do it in a different way, in a way where agents would be uncertain about the relationship between all the state variables and consumption, in a way they'll be weighting the different states. We are actually working on a version of the model. We are starting to think about a very different paper where we'll be doing that, probably applied to a different question.
Sergey, you don't need a mic?
Dmitry.
Sorry, Dimitri, I'm really sorry.
Pedro, the following question I have. Imagine you send your agents to an island with like high and chronic inflation. What do you think will trigger their system on that island?
In that island, all prices will be moving. So there'll be, system will be triggered by the movement in every individual price, and therefore the movement in average inflation. So average inflation affects this way of making decisions through the individual prices, but in the end, you get that in an environment with high inflation, you pretty much have flexible prices.
So these guys will always be system 2, essentially.
They'll be going around trying to figure out.
But the key, you think, still will be a price change,
it's going to be through the individual
trend inflation.
It's going to be through the individual because each individual producer will have the markups going down and will want to change prices, so that's going to trigger the revision.
Martin here on the left.
Thanks a lot. So I'm an outsider to this price rigidity literature, but I've worked a bit on wage rigidity. And there seems to be this really interesting revival of very serious theories of price rigidity, and this paper was a fantastic example. But one difference with the wage rigidity literature is that there seems to be no focus on trying to fix price rigidity. Right? So in wages, there's active policy debate about how to make labor markets more flexible, more fluid, how to prevent regulation that leads to automatic indexation, etc. But for price rigidity, there appears to be none of that. Right? So my question broadly to Pedro and maybe also to Luc as Director General of Research here is, should there be a research agenda to try and think more of price rigidity as a variable that might be shaped by policy and might be reduced to make nominal shocks less harmful?
Obviously here, the price rigidity mechanism and if you translate that to wages, I think the mechanism will be there as well, because if you lower wages or if you raise wages, if you lower wages, people can get upset. That's not the mechanism we have here. But if you raise wages, people can think, why have they raised my wage? Maybe I should look around to see if I get a better deal somewhere else. So the mechanism is going to be there. And it plays a role in optimal policy. the planner wants to take that into account, wants to take into account the cognitive costs and the distortions due to the price stickiness. I mean, that's the optimal policy problem that we solve there. I mean, in practice, I don't know.
Well, in practice, it's one of our two main research programs here. We have something called the Prisma network, where we at least try to understand price rigidities. But I think the fair answer to your question is that we love price rigidities, because without them, we would be mostly out of business here. So we leave this to others to fix. Okay, so I think this was a great session. So welcome a round of applause for the speakers. And now it's time for coffee.
Welcome back from the coffee break. My name is Marie Hojerova, and I'm a senior advisor in the research department of the ECB, and it will be my pleasure to guide you through this session. We have two very topical papers and two discussions on the program. The first paper is on optimal monetary policy with a nonlinear Phillips curve, and the presenter is our very own Anton Nakov. Anton is a principal economist in the Monetary Policy Research Division of the ECB. Anton, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Marie, and thank you all for having me present this work, which is joint with Peter Carradi, Galo Nuno, Ernesto Pasten, and Dominic Thaler. And I should say these are our own views and not necessarily coincide with those of the central banks that we work for. So let me begin by showing you two figures. Hopefully I can click here. Documenting that the recent inflation surge featured an increase in the frequency of price changes, and this you can see as the red dashed line here for the US, showing an increase from a frequency of around 10% per month to around 20% per month. That's on the right-hand side scale, just as inflation rose from around 2% to closer to 10%. In the US also, documented by Montag and Villar. And at the same time, there was an increase in the Phillips curve slope, as for example, shown by Cerato and Gitti across US cities. You can see that the slope of the correlation between inflation and unemployment changed dramatically between the pre-COVID period and the post-COVID period, which is here, the red circles show the much steeper slope post-COVID. Now, that notwithstanding, optimal monetary policy is mainly studied in models in which the frequency is held constant and the Phillips curve is linear. And a lot of progress has been made under these assumptions. For example, in the textbook by Jordi Galí and Mike Woodford. But we want to move away from these assumptions, consistent with the evidence that we've seen during the inflation surge. And we want to study what does optimal monetary policy look like with a nonlinear Phillips curve and with endogenous variation in frequency. And from a policy perspective, the question that we address is how should central banks respond to large inflation surges? So what we do is that we use a standard state-dependent pricing model, the one of Golosov and Lucas. And that's probably the right place to start, since it's a very well-known, familiar model of state-dependent pricing. We solve it nonlinearly using an appropriate technique that I won't have time to go into a lot of detail, but we can talk over the break. And we do two things. In terms of positive analysis, we study the behavior of the model under a Taylor rule. So we trace the responses to shocks of different sizes. And then we assess the nonlinearity of the Phillips curve. Then we move to a normative analysis, the core of the paper, where we study the Ramsey optimal policy. And there it includes the optimal long-run inflation. We trace the responses which are optimal to shocks of different types, and we characterize the targeting rule after a large cost push shock in particular. So to remove any suspense, let me briefly summarize our results. In this model, the Phillips curve is indeed nonlinear. It gets steeper as frequency increases, and the rising frequency is key for that fact. And it turns out that in response to small shocks for which the Phillips curve is locally linear, optimal monetary policy is similar to the one under Calvo pricing, the familiar one from the textbooks. Now, in response to efficiency shocks, both large and small, and for example, you can think of a TFP shock that affects the efficient allocation, there is divine coincidence, just as in a Calvo model. So the central bank optimally stabilizes inflation fully and closes the output gap. but there are differential responses to small and large cost push shocks, and this is where we focus our analysis. And it turns out the optimal monetary policy leans aggressively against inflation when the frequency rises. We call this "it strikes while the iron is hot" to refer to the fact that the central bank seizes the window of opportunity to strike down inflation at a time when the sacrifice ratio is especially low, okay? And I will say more things about this in a few slides. In the interest of time, I will skip most of the related literature, just point to two papers. The one, of course, by Golosov and Lucas, which is a seminal paper that micro-founded state-dependent pricing model with a menu cost and idiosyncratic shocks to firms. And the model that we use is a very close cousin to their model. And a recent paper by Caratelli and Halperin, who also study optimal monetary policy with menu costs. However, they study sectoral shocks. Unlike us, we focus on an aggregate shocks that affects all firms across the economy. Okay, so let me say a few words about the model. It's a heterogeneous firm DSG model with a fixed cost of price adjustment. A household consume a Dixit-Stiglitz aggregate of goods and work and save. Firms produce differentiated goods using labor only and are subject to aggregate shocks, such as TFP shock or the cost push shock, and idiosyncratic shocks, okay? And they have market power and set prices optimally subject to a fixed cost of price adjustment, a so-called menu cost, as in Golosov Lucas. In terms of monetary policy, in the positive part of the paper, we assume that the central bank follows a Taylor rule. And in the normative part of the paper, we assume that instead that the interest rate is set optimally to maximize household welfare and their commitment. So an intuitive summary of the model goes as follows. In each period, firms choose whether to reset their price, and if so, what new price to set. The firm's optimality conditions define the reset price in the inaction region, called sometimes the SS band. And given the idiosyncratic shock, this determines endogenously the price distribution. And if we denote by little p the quality adjusted relative price, and by x the price gap, the distance between this price and the optimal price, the figure here shows the distribution of these price gaps in steady state. And in steady state, what happens is that after these idiosyncratic shocks, those firms and those prices that happen to be far away from the optimum, they are denoted here by the dark shaded areas, are the ones that get adjusted, okay? They make relatively large price changes, and this gives rise to a so-called selection effect that in the interest of time I won't explain here, but basically it's a correlation between the probability of adjustment and the size of adjustment that makes the Phillips curve steeper in this model. Now, what we're interested in is how this model behaves in response to large shocks. And here, a completely different thing happens in the sense that the entire distribution of firms gets shifted here to the left, if you think of a positive monetary shock. And so this has a limited impact on the SS bands themselves, but it pushes a large fraction of firms outside the inaction region. And that means that a large increase in the frequency of price changes occurs, which imparts additional flexibility of the aggregate price level, okay, on top of this selection effect. So you can see here this by this blue shaded area to the left of the lower S band, okay, and this is much bigger than the fraction of adjusting firms which happen in steady state, which are the two tails that I showed earlier. So we're studying welfare, so it's important to point out what distortions there are in the model. And under monopolistic competition and nominal frictions, there are three distortions: inefficient markup fluctuations related to output gap volatility, price dispersion, and price adjustment or menu costs. Okay, let me also not spend much time on this calibration. We use as much as possible the related literature, in particular Golosov and Lucas's paper itself, Smets and Wouters, and so on, only to mention that we match the size and frequency of price changes by estimating the menu cost and the standard deviation of the idiosyncratic shock. And we do so to match these moments from Nakamura and Stice in 2008. So the frequency is 8.7% per month, and the size of the average of price change is around 8.5% in that data set. Okay, so let us move to the positive results. As I said, in this model, the Phillips curve is nonlinear. And to see this, consider first the model under a Taylor rule and Calvo pricing. This gives the red dashed line on the left figure, which, as you see, is basically a straight line, such that the output gap increases and together with inflation. Okay, the output gap is on the horizontal axis and inflation on the vertical axis. Now, in the Calvo model, the frequency is held constant, which explains why the Phillips curve is a straight line. Whereas in the menu cost model, frequency moves with the size of the shock, and there we get this very nonlinear S-shaped curve that you see in blue, such that the Phillips curve is also rising with the output gap and inflation are also positively correlated for small shocks, but for large shocks, something happens in that the Phillips curve bends backward. And so, as the money shock becomes larger and larger, it goes more and more into inflation and less into output. And in the limit of the model in which the shock is so large as to make all the firms adjust, everything goes into prices and nothing goes into real effects, okay? So the line asymptotes back to zero. Again, this is related to the movement in frequency, which you see in the middle figure, where frequency starts at around 8% at zero inflation. But as you move away from zero inflation, the frequency of repricing increases and asymptotes 1 for very large inflation rates. Okay, this you can see in the middle figure. And in the right figure, you see the slope of the Phillips curve. Basically, that's the slope of the curve that I showed on the left panel. And you see that it also increases substantially with an increase in the frequency of repricing. Now, we are interested in the normative aspects of this model. And for that, we apply a novel solution method that, in the interest of time, I'll skip, but we can talk about it in the Q&A or in the break. So let me just move on and go directly to our first normative result, which is regarding the optimal long-run inflation rate. In this model, it turns out that the Ramsey steady-state inflation is slightly above zero at around 25 basis points. And it's close to the inflation rate that minimizes the steady-state frequency of price adjustment. Why is it not exactly zero as in the textbook Calvo model? Well, there is an asymmetry of the profit function, which leads to asymmetric SS bands. And in particular, a negative price gap is less desirable than a positive price gap of the same size. This means that at zero inflation, there is more mass of firms or prices around the lower S band than around the higher S band. And slightly positive inflation actually raises the optimal price and pushes the mass of firms to the right back inside the SS band. This leads to lower frequency and lower price adjustment costs. So this is the figure that illustrates this. And just notice that the lower SS band, the lower S band, there is more there are more prices there. It's slightly higher than the right S band, the upper boundary of the inaction region. Okay, so with that, let us move on to the systematic monetary policy, the optimal responses to shocks. And in particular, let's study first cost-push shocks. They're relevant and interesting not only because some argue the recent inflation surge was triggered by this type of shock, but also because they generate meaningful trade-offs between inflation and output stabilization for central banks. And we know that in a linearized Calvo world, optimal policy is a flexible inflation targeting rule of the type that you see in this equation. Inflation and the change in the output gap are negatively related with a coefficient of proportionality -1 over epsilon, where epsilon is the elasticity of substitution between goods. And notice that this slope is independent of the frequency of repricing or the slope of the Phillips curve. And why is that? Because an increase in the frequency raises the slope of the Phillips curve, which is, we can call it kappa, but it also raises the weight of the output gap in welfare, which is lambda, which is equal to kappa over epsilon. And they exactly offset each other. And so why? Because more price flexibility in the Calvo model always implies that inflation is less costly. Now, for small cost push shocks, it turns out that the slope of the targeting rule in Golosov and Lucas is also -1 over epsilon. And that's, we find is very nice. But we are interested in large shocks, and therefore we characterize globally the targeting rule by showing this scatter plot of inflation and changes in the output gap in this space by the blue line compared to the dashed red line. And you see that globally the target rule is very nonlinear. And in particular, after large shocks, the planner stabilizes inflation a lot more relative to the output gap. And this is what we call the strike while it's hot. Why? Because stabilizing inflation is cheaper due to the lower sacrifice ratio. When frequency of repricing is higher, there is a window of opportunity to affect inflation without much of an output loss, and the central bank optimally makes use of this opportunity by lowering inflation more than it would in the Calvo model for the same size of the shock. Now, one could say, but your welfare is different because you have the menu cost, and so the objective function of the central bank is slightly different. Well, we do a test of that conjecture by putting the quadratic objective of the Calvo model, which is a good approximation of welfare in the Calvo model, as we know, into our menu cost model. And it turns out that the results are very similar. This is the yellow dotted line here. We again obtain the fact that the central bank leans aggressively against inflation for large shocks. And so the nonlinearity of the targeting rule is really due to the nonlinear Phillips curve. Okay, and another way of seeing the nonlinearity is to plot the cumulative real rate deviation. So that's if you wish, like a summary statistics of the stance of monetary policy. So what real interest rates the central bank promises from now until the future. And you see that, again, as inflation increases, the central bank promises higher and higher real interest rates and delivers higher interest rates than it would in the Calvo model, which, again, is the dashed red line. Okay, we also study the optimal responses to efficiency shocks. So these are shocks that affect the efficient allocation, such as shocks to total factor productivity. And we know that in the New Keynesian model with Calvo pricing, a divine coincidence result obtains after TFP shocks and other shocks affecting the efficient allocation, and it's such that the optimal policy fully stabilizes inflation and closes the output gap. So this is a complete opposite of looking through, right? It's completely stabilizing inflation. We show analytically that after such a shock, divine coincidence also holds in the menu cost model. Inflation is fully stabilized at steady state and the output gap is closed. Okay, that's independent of the size of the shock, and it's an analytical result. And with that, let me conclude. I'm a bit earlier. So the optimal monetary policy with state-dependent pricing, which we study, is one of a nonlinear targeting rule. So the optimal long-run inflation is near zero. It's slightly positive, around 25 basis points. There is divine coincidence for efficiency shocks. And for small shocks, cost push shocks, the optimal response is similar to Calvo. And that's because the lower welfare weight on inflation offsets the higher slope of the Phillips curve. But for large cost shocks, we have that the central bank should lean aggressively against inflation and strike while the iron is hot. So thank you very much. And yeah.
The discussant is Guido Ascari. Guido is professor of economics at the University of Pavia and economic advisor and head of monetary policy research at the Dutch Central Bank. Guido, the floor is yours.
Okay, so thanks, Marie, and thanks for having me. It's a pleasure to be here at the ECB and discuss this paper by Anton and Peter, Gallo, etc. So I'm still not used to put the disclaimer, but since I'm also working for the Dutch Central Bank, everything I say, it doesn't imply the view of the DNB. Okay, so let me first praise the paper as any very gentle discussion. So it's a very nice paper, technically challenging, actually. But despite that, the intuition of what is happening is clear. Anton did a great job in presenting it. It's very neat. It's a pleasure to read. And I do urge you to read the paper because it's very insightful. And as I said, very easy to read. So the main question is also very clear. It's not, it's optimal monetary policy, which is something we understand very well in a menu cost model, meaning with endogenous frequency of price setting. So it's a very defined question with using a methodology, a very well-known state-dependent model, Golos and Lucas. There are very good reasons to choose Golos and Lucas, which is, if you, in a sense, very loosely speaking, is the most state-dependent model in some sense. So you want to go to the polar case. They also do the Calvo Plus in the paper, so the paper is very rich also in that respect. The main point is that you get nonlinear Phillips curve in Calvo is approximately linear. In Calvo and nonlinear in state-dependent model, this is well known. It's not something that is new. And inflation in this model is bad because the frequency of manual cost firms, increasing the frequency means that firms have to pay manual cost. So this is similar to price dispersion in a sense, and I will say something more about that later. But here, the source of the distortion and of the cost of nominal GDP comes from manual cost, and the higher is inflation, the more firms are going to pay this cost. The really new thing, and what is really much to like to the paper, is the optimal monetary policy in this setting in a fully nonlinear way. So the model is solved nonlinear, the optimal monetary policy is solved nonlinearly, and they're using a new algorithm. And as usual in this state-dependent pricing literature, then they compare with Calvo, right? Because that's kind of the model that is by far used, especially in empirical application or operational model of DSG model estimated that we use in central banks. So the main results, to summarize, these first two Taylor rule to show that the Phillips curve is nonlinear. And again, you get similar to Calvo for small shock, but not for large shocks. Then the core of the paper is the normative analysis, as I said, and Anton also stressed. So the optimal steady-state inflation is positive, while it's zero in Calvo, and this is mainly due to the asymmetric profit function. There's a nonlinear Phillips curve. There is a nonlinear targeting optimal rule. That means that they should tighter the response, the larger the shock, because you want to exploit the more favorable trade-off that the endogenous frequency creates. Divine coincidence holds. Time consistency problem, Anton didn't talk about that, is also a nice result, is weaker than in Calvo for reasons that are kind of obvious, because again, the trade-off actually gets worse in this case, right? Because you're going to create inflation, and the more you create inflation, the less you get bang of the buck if you have state-dependent pricing. Okay, so the main conclusion is what they call strikes while the iron is hot. And I quote here from the paper, our research underscores the importance of an aggressive anti-inflationary policy by the central bank in the face of large shocks. And that's a potentially very important topic or result in the face of the discussion, the recent discussion about should we look through supply shocks or not. The results here is very sharp and clear. You should be actually more aggressive, right? You should not look through cost supply shock, but actually the opposite. Now, for me, this was a very difficult paper to discuss. And the reason is because there's nothing I can teach to Anton or Peter about state-dependent pricing model. They're world experts. I'm editing an handbook of inflation, and there was a chapter on state-dependent model to be written. I asked Anton and Jim to write it. So that's about how I think highly about the authors in this research topic. I'm not into, again, I have nothing to teach to Gallo or Dominic about, the nonlinear algorithm that they're using that for me is very hard to get. So I apologize, I'm gonna have some very high level comments and then I will shamelessly actually talk about some ongoing work that I have with co-authors that I think is very related to this. Okay, so the first thing is that this paper surely is not in what I call the saving private Calvo camp, right? And actually a quote from the paper, this policy prescription diverges markedly from that of a standard New Keynesian model. So what is the saving private Calvo camp? There are lots of papers, state-dependent pricing literature that, they do a lot of stuff, and then they say, but, Calvo is not too bad. And, there are an old paper by Woodford, which I think is one of the first. There's a paper that I love, I quote in my Graz teaching class by Kio Midegan in JME. And there's a very recent paper by Auclair at co-authors that actually Anton and co-authors quote a lot. That exactly makes this point, right? So you're very fine using Calvo model and go on with that, unless the shocks are very big. And I love those papers. I love those papers because I'm a very simple-minded guy. I've been working with Calvo model for 30 years. If someone comes out and say, you're fine with that, I'm happy. And also, because these models are very difficult to put, this dependent pricing model, very difficult to put in an operational, in Keynesian model you want to estimate, bring to the data, fully fledged. At the moment, we're not there yet. And this paper instead says that this is not the case, and my first comment is, well, really? And I argue that they are camping actually very close by to the saving private camp. And the reason is many pictures in the paper. So one is this. So I had this line. That's my contribution. So that's the nonlinear Phillips curve. Actually, there were in the file that I showed, there were also animations, but anyway, they don't work here. So when eyeballing, when actually the nonlinear Phillips curve actually kicks in, respect to the Calvo model, wow, something around here. I go here. This is 50% inflation, so that's about what, 20 or something. We are all talking about this inflation surge. Was dramatic, never seen. Peak of inflation in Europe, October 2022, month to month, annualized 10%. Right? So year over year, much less. Inflation, that's the Taylor rule. They have this picture. Actually, in the Taylor rule, what happens is that you get more inflation after a cost push shock. And the reason is because obviously you have endogenous frequency, so inflation is going to react more. But again, when this thing is going to kick in, again, you get inflation higher than 10. The same for the optimal policy. So that's the optimal policy, cost push shock. Changing trade-off, wow, when this thing is going to move from the Calvo line, which is the dashed line, again, above 15 or surely about 10, more than 10. Finally, the nonlinear optimal targeting rule that Anton shows, and again here, when this thing is really going to matter is for very high and very large shock. So possibly shocks we have never seen. So again, I'm sitting in the camp and say, okay, good. So the other thing is that, okay, this is a bit messy because it was supposed to be animated. But anyway, so there are three components of the welfare function, as Anton said. So there is average markup and price dispersion. These are still there also in the Calvo model. In this model, there's a third component more, which is the manual cost. But if you look at the total welfare function, which is here, well, they look very similar. So I mean, if I use Calvo model, I use the same welfare function, done. I'm pretty much there. Actually, I'm very much there. And the reason is because
there is a kind of exchange between menu cost and price dispersion. So this is the price dispersion. We know that under Calvo model, price dispersion is very costly. You can see here. While here, instead, you have a price dispersion in the menu cost model. It's not going to create any real distortion because of the endogenous frequency. So there's not much price dispersion going on here. But then what happens with inflation or deflation, so with big shocks, is that you're going to pay a lot of menu costs. Because in order to, for the endogenous frequency, you don't have price dispersion, but you have to pay this menu cost. And then it's not clear to me also what these menu costs are. What's the difference? Lots of people talking about, price dispersion is ad hoc. It's not clear what is measuring. Well, menu cost also to me is not clear what is measuring. There are lots of people that try to measure those. They are not very successful. I think one can think both ways, in kind of sense reduced form, to capture the inefficiency led by nominal rigidity or created by nominal rigidity because the signal of prices in an old idea that goes back to Hayek, right, is not efficient anymore because of nominal rigidity. Prices do not transmit preferences and technology. Okay, so then the main results are revisited. The slides, so normal optimal steady state inflation is low. So it's not zero, but it's basically zero. The nonlinear Phillips curve targeting rule is there, but only for really very large shock, possibly never observed. The same for the nonlinear targeting rule. The planar preferences are basically the one of Calvo. Divine coincidence holds. So in my reading, private Calvo is actually saved also after this model. Okay. So why the difference between the two models might be actually underestimated by the model. And I think that is possibly true, given that some simplifying assumptions that I think are due to numerical, for numerical feasibility. Production function and utility are linear in labor. That makes, I think, the two models more similar than otherwise. The risk aversion is also one. The elasticity substitution is not very high. The other thing is there's no trend inflation because the Ramsey policy is basically zero. So there's no role for trend inflation that we know screwed up Calvo model big time. So in this respect, maybe the next question will be how can this model generate a 2% optimal target, which is the one that central banks have. And here there are a couple of possibilities just that we know from the literature. One is the relative price trends by Adam and Weber. And the other one is the ZLB. I mean, at least in the literature, put a lot on the ZLB. So when you have a ZLB, there's a recent paper by Lullier and Schoelle showing that the higher inflation target, because of the higher frequency, a steeper Phillips curve, actually doesn't buy you a large stance, right? Because reduced effective policy space, facing, the literature, this literature about ZLB is about large demand shocks that drives you in the zero lower bound. And if you have endogenous freight frequency, then monetary policy in facing large shocks is less effective in supporting output because inflation reacts and you get less effect on output. So if you have a very big shock that drives output to the payment that you want to support output, that under endogenous price frequencies is more difficult than under exogenous price frequency, and therefore the actual policy space is much less than the 2% that you think that you get if you, for example, follow the Blanchard suggestion of increasing the inflation target from 2% to 4%. There is another paper that by Flora Budianto showing that in a Calvo model there are also a lot of other stuff that because that happens because trend inflation changes the relationship between the variables and the dynamics of the model, and therefore that can be something that might apply also to this model. The other thing I think is very key for this model is the empirical relevance. So the model is, like all the state-dependent pricing model, is calibrated in order to match some moments. But the really key thing that they need here, and they do not calibrate, is how the model do reproduce the elasticity of the frequency of price changes with respect to inflation. And the recent paper by Lullier and Scholle showed actually that one estimate that we have in the literature, in a QGA paper by Alvarez et al., very widely quoted, is actually wrong. And it seems that the frequency of price adjustment increased 1-to-1 almost with the level of inflation, which actually it means that increased big time, much big time, that a large time than I think this model suggests. Since I'm out of time, can I? Okay, that's very good. Okay, so that's, I think, is something that you should try to match. You should try to convince that you are matching this empirically, the change in the frequency with respect to the change in inflation in the data. Empirical relevance, and then thanks, Marie, so I gave the opportunity to talk about the ongoing work in progress with a bunch of French guys. As I said, I would like to have this in an estimated model that can estimate, bring to the data, and do the usual stuff that we like to do, we love to do. So that's what we do. So we have a curve of frequency that is endogenous, in a way that you compare the value function of the average firm and the value function of the price resetting firm net of menu cost. And then you have this logistic thing such that this thing is between 0 and 1. And then you can solve nonlinearly this model, and you can estimate, well, if you have Gautier as a quarter, you can estimate with an inversion filter this model nonlinearly. So this is fully nonlinear solved, fully nonlinear estimated. And what we get on the data, right? So this is estimated on the data. So that's the nonlinear Phillips curve. That's the banana that we get. And this is the Calvo when we actually keep the frequency. We have the same stuff on prices and on wages. And we get the banana exactly as Anton and co-authors. But you can see that this thing is actually kicking in a much lower inflation rate, because the data will tell you that that's what happens. That's also what we know, I think, from the Prisma findings. The other things, that's the Calvo probability. Right, and the Calvo probability in the model is about 0.75, as usual, jiggling around there. This is European data, by the way. And then, it drops. Just look at the blue line for what matters. It drops to about 2 quarters during the recent inflation surge, as you would expect. Okay. And again, this is an empirical bite, and the empirical bite is this one. So let's look on the right. That's the historical decomposition that we all do. That's a fixed Calvo paper. What you see here in the inflation surge, right, is all about markup shock and wage markup shock. That's the standard Smets and Walters results. Inflation dynamics is all about cost push shocks. In this model with endogenous frequency, you can see there's a lot of demand here going on, right? And that's exactly because the endogenous price frequency, that's the intuition also of Anton, is actually making prices reacts a lot to cost push shock. And finally, you have a state-dependent effects on monetary policy. That's about the trade-off that they have in the paper in a fully microfunded model. We have also here empirically. So what are these impulse responses? So these are impulse responses to a monetary policy shock. For inflation and for the output gap at different point in time, right? Because any quarter in our sample will give you a different impulse response function, because it's a nonlinear model. So that completely depends on when you are in the data and what are the shocks that are hitting the model. And you can see here that this is 22 Q2. That's the highest inflation number that we have in the data. And you have that the inflation reacts. Inflation reacts a lot, while the output gap does not react. And when instead the Calvo probability is low, you have that the inflation reacts very little and the output gap reacts a lot. So that's changed the sacrifice ratio every quarter by quarter, which is exactly what they are. We didn't do optimal policy. That's probably the next thing that we do. And with that, I conclude. But it's a fantastic paper, and as I said, you should try to read it. Thank you very much.
Anton, why don't you take some time to respond to Guido?
Yeah, Guido, thanks a lot for this wonderful discussion. I should take more time to process all the information. Let me just answer some of the points that you made. Well, first of all, yeah, it's true that the shocks that are needed to go to the nonlinear part of the Phillips curve are relatively large. But still, we think that if one indicator is the movement of the frequency, we are not that far from such a region. We weren't that far from such a region. And you say inflation went to 10%, not to 20%, but that's, of course, conditional on monetary policy having reacted or promising to react over time. We don't know what would have happened if, if central banks decided to look through instead. If they had decided to look through, maybe inflation would have gone up to 20%. We don't know that counterfactual.
They have looked through a little bit.
Initially, yeah, but then they were very much in line with our prescription, I would say, of promising to hike on an increasing path of interest rates for a sustained period of time and so on. Okay, what do we think about menu costs? One interpretation, of course, the standard one is there's a physical cost of changing price tags or the labor of time of people who have to do these price changes in supermarkets and so on. That's probably very small. By the way, the menu cost in our model is small. It's less than 0.5% of firms' revenue, which is very similar to what Baratsky et al. In 2004 estimate for a bunch of firms in the US. Now, we think of that more broadly as managerial time, that you need to figure out the right price. No, it's firms need meetings to be held, managers, staff, the pricing department, all these costs add up, and we think of the menu costs as a stand-in in our model, as a stand-in for this kind of cost. And there's also the psychological cost that Pedro was suggesting. So, of course, it's a very Mickey Mousey and abstract way of modeling cost, but the important thing here is that it's a fixed cost. It doesn't matter whether you're changing the price from $1 to $1.20 or from $1 to $2. It's the same calculation cost. It involves solving the same type of problem. So it's, I think, a fixed cost which is proportional to the wage. It's a reasonable assumption. How to generate 2% inflation target. In our model, it's really hard to generate this. We don't have the zero lower bound or relative price trends as Adam and co-authors. So at least in this baseline model, as much as we could get was 25 basis points, which I agree is far away from the actual inflation target of central banks, but there's only so much we can do about that. How does the model reproduce the elasticity of frequency to inflation? I think that's a very important question. And indeed, our model, there is a theoretical bound of that elasticity, and you can show that it's about 2/3. So a doubling of inflation would increase the frequency by 2/3. 1/3 goes to the size of price changes. Whereas you say this evidence by Hulier and Schonle is that it's 1-to-1. I haven't looked at that paper yet, but I'm very curious, and I would like to think about this more. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have time for questions from the audience. I propose we collect several questions, 3-4 questions, and then let Anton respond. Please raise your hand, wait for a mic, stand up, state your name, and state your question. Jordi, please.
Jordi Galí, CREI and UPF. So there is a potential source of an asymmetry in your model that could imply asymmetric optimal policy responses that didn't seem to show up here, which is the presence of monopolistic competition. Okay, that I don't know if, I think you didn't mention that. Do you correct for that to begin with?
Yeah. Well, we do correct for the steady state markup.
Yeah, so I think it would be interesting to look at the version in which you don't correct it, because that, and then your technology allows you to uncover these nonlinearities. So I think intuitively the response to an inflationary shock should be less aggressive than to a deflationary shock, because it would push you closer to the efficient level of output. I think it would be an avenue worth pursuing, given that you have the technology.
Yeah, indeed. We do an exercise where we solve for the time zero optimal policy, where we don't correct for the, like you suggest, for the monopolistic distortion. And there you have the usual incentive to inflate. And so I think I agree with you that the optimal policy may also feature such a muted response to an inflationary shock compared to a deflationary shock. But that exploits the time zero properties of optimal policy, which are well understood, and they have been studied elsewhere in the literature, not of this particular model, but related models elsewhere in the literature. And so therefore, for the main theoretical results on the optimal monetary policy response to cost push shock, we focus on this timeless perspective exercise with the subsidy. Yeah, but that's a good point. Thank you.
Bartosz?
Bartosz Maćkowiak, ECB. So when you talked about the Calvo model, or optimal policy in the Calvo model, you pointed out these two effects that end up canceling each other exactly in the Calvo model. So there's this effect that as the frequency of price changes increases, on the one hand, the Phillips curve becomes steeper, but on the other hand, inflation becomes less socially costly, less distortionary. And then, obviously, in your model, the first effect is stronger, and you emphasize that. But do you have intuition about why the first effect is stronger than the second effect? I mean, a priori, it could have gone the other way.
You mean for optimal monetary policy? So the frequency effect. Okay, let me think about that. I need to think about that. That's a good question. Yeah. I need to think about that to reflect. Thank you, Bartosz.
Can I ask you, Anton, so I think Guido mentioned Calvo Plus. How would your results look like in a more realistic model like Calvo Plus?
Right. So we actually have an extension with the Calvo Plus model towards the end of the paper. That's relatively recent. But what I can say is that in more realistic models which try to match the observed histograms of price changes, and namely have a lot more small price changes than the Golosov and Lucas model, the main results go through, and that is because for large shocks, which what we are interested in, these models behave in the limit as the Golosov and Lucas model. Most of the adjustments occur because firms get outside of the SS bands, and the probability of adjustment approaches 1. And therefore, our main result, which is strike it while the iron is hot, is still valid in a Calvo Plus model, as in Nakamura and Steinson. Now, you could, of course, have different types of state-dependent models with a generalized adjustment hazard, such that the hazard doesn't rise all the way to 1, and there you would have a more muted effect, and you would be somewhere between our result and the Calvo linear response. But that's, of course, an empirical question, and we decided to go with the polar case of Golosov-Lucas because of didactic reasons, and since it's the first paper to do this, it's I think, interesting to study the limiting case. We know CAUVO, which is the least state-dependent model, and it's interesting to characterize Colossus of Lucas, which is the most state-dependent model, and then anything else would be in between these two.
We are perfectly on time. Please join me in thanking Anton and Guido. The second paper in the session is on markups and data-intensive firms. The presenter is Jan Eickhout. Jan is a CREA professor at the University Pompeu Fabra in Barcelona. Jan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Maria, for having also the paper on the program. This is joint work with Lara Velkamp from Colombia. And the question we're trying to answer is really what do firms do when they have more data? In particular, how they're going to price differently when they have more data. And of course, data availability has changed a lot since basically the digital revolution, and firms do a lot to use and access those data. And we're going to focus on something very specific. We're going to think of firms reducing basically, or using the data to reduce the uncertainty about the demand for the goods that they sell. I don't want to claim that this is the only role that data has. I mean, I can think of a million other roles that data have for firms. I can think of data as, for example, if I think about the data that's being used for cloud computing, this is a completely different question, and this may also have very important impacts on the economy. But we do think that what firms do with their data is very much related to the amount of uncertainty that they face. And so what these data allow them to do is basically better predict the demand for the goods that they sell. And by focusing on that, we think of course, of data as information to improve these predictions, and we're going to focus specifically on consumer demand. And with that, we're going to ask, firms are going to make upfront investments, okay? And the objective today is to try and find a framework, a conceptual framework, how we can think about it, because ultimately, these investments that they make, anticipating the ability to predict better the consumer demand, these upfront investments are going to have an implication throughout the entire economy, but they're also going to have an implication in terms of the competition that these firms are going to face with the firms in their market. For example, if you think about what's going to happen is that if there's more uncertainty, the firms are going to scale back their investment. They're going to also scale back the quantity that they produce. And so the uncertainty is going to have a direct implication for pricing and the quantity production. So in a sense, what we really want to do is we want to introduce the pricing of risk in firms' decisions as they are competing with other firms. Now, the effect is going to be ambiguous because data affects competition. And so on the one hand, data is also going to allow you to increase rent extraction. And so there's going to be one force that says, okay, data is good, it reduces risk. So more data, less risk, so you can reduce the market. But at the same time, depending on the market structure, what's going to happen is also that you can extract more rents from the customers because you're more competitive relative to the other firms in the market. And so there's going to be an ambiguous effect, and we're going to try and find out what does this, or to sign, if you want, this ambiguous effect. Now, one of the side products, or I would say maybe the main product that we find out, and this is something I say side product because we didn't really anticipate this, is that we're going to be focusing on multi-product firms. And what happens is that as you have more information, okay, what you're going to do is you're going to kind of focus your resources, if you want, okay, to the goods where basically you have the lowest cost. And with more information, you can do that better. If I have very noisy pieces of information about all the goods that I produce, I'm just going to price everything about the same. But now if I have information on one particular good where the demand is high and another good where the demand is low, I'm going to focus my production towards that kind of high demand good, which before with little information I couldn't do. And this is going to have important implications for how we see the distribution, therefore the aggregation of prices and markups between product markups and firm level markups, because the firm level is going to take that aggregation of it. And not only that, we're going to also see important aggregate differences when we go from the firm level to the industry level or the sector level. Okay? And these aggregation findings come all from the fact that more information allows you to be more specific which goods to target. And finally, kind of a flip side or an alternative way of looking at these aggregation results is that if you now think about cyclicality, this is going to have important implications for the cyclicality of markups or prices, depending on what level of aggregation or disaggregation you look at. And I'm going to come back to the debate about, are markups pro-cyclical or counter-cyclical, and it depends on which markup you're going to be measuring. If I have time towards the end, I'm going to talk a little bit about the dynamic version, because that allows us to say something about what is called data barter. That is, you charge your customers in exchange for the information that they give you. Okay? And that is going to lower the price for the good that you sell. Here's kind of two pieces of information that tell us that there's something going on in terms of how we aggregate markups. These are two series, well, there's 4 series, but let me start on the left, 2 series. One is the sales-weighted markup, firm level, individual firm markup, aggregated, weighted by sales. That's the red line. And the dashed line is the same individual firm markup, but weighted now by cost. And we see that there's a huge difference. Okay. Now, it's also, of course, related to what is the distribution of markups and that joint distribution with sales and cost. And we are going to, and I'm going to show that we have something to say about that. And a similar kind of dispersion, if you want, or disparity between the sales-weighted markup and the industry-weighted markup. Okay. And so what I'm going to try and argue is that if you interpret this through the lens of this framework that I'm going to propose, this allows you to understand why these aggregations are going to be different. So very briefly, I want to say we're going to build a model that's based on, I think, a beautiful model by Pellegrino, which allows for a very large market of competing firms. It doesn't have to be, a 2-firm duopoly. You can have thousands of firms in the market. And the nice thing about that setup is that you can have very general heterogeneity in terms of preferences that you can allow in that market. The key thing here is that it's driven by a very kind of simple linear demand framework, and basically all the heterogeneity comes in how competitive or close in competition these firms are going to be through their elasticities of substitution. What we're going to add to that model, we're going to build on that model, we're going to add risk aversion and investment in data. There's interesting work by Bernstein, Carvalho, and Grassi on the cyclicality of markups. What we're adding to this is that we show that this data accumulation can be a driver behind that dispersion in the aggregation that I talked to you about. There's quite a bit of work on the data economy in general. It's important for us here that we talk about strategic interaction between firms. Many of these models, or most of these models, are perfect or monopolistic competition, and it's key that there's strategic interaction between firms. Okay, that makes a difference. And then in terms of the evidence, because as I said, this is a conceptual framework, I'm not going to show you a quantification of the model, but there's a fascinating paper, a recent paper by Goldin, Gil, and Ulrich on data from a bank. And that bank did an interesting experiment. It gave its best customers access to information on the market in which they were operating. And this was about quantities and prices that were being charged in that market, because the bank had that information, that had these transaction information. And now, interestingly, they were pushing this information to the customers online, so they knew which firms were looking at it, which had opened it, and they even knew how long they had been looking at it. Okay. And what they found in that analysis is that the firms that had been looking at that information, they were actually changing their pricing and production decisions, okay, towards the higher opportunity, higher profit goods and markets, and they saw an increase in their profitability, between 5 and 10%. So this was sizable. Okay. And I think this captures exactly what we're trying to model here, which is this notion that you use the information in terms of the kind of type of goods that you want to target because you have better information about the different markets in which you're operating. Something that we're in the progress of doing that I won't have anything to say about today is really about revenue forecasts. So we have IBIS data on the forecast of firm. And basically the spread between the realization and the forecast is going to tell us something about how informed you are. And so we want to try and exploit this through the lens of the model. All right. The model is fairly technical, so let me just give you kind of the flavor of the model. There's going to be a large number of firms that produce multiple goods. Okay, this is the whole thing. I mean, we can look at a special case of having one good per firm, but it's the whole issue is about the bundle of different goods that you're producing. And then in the first stage, you're going to have an investment decision, which determines your marginal cost. There's an old literature by John Sutton who's arguing that really that's what happens in an IO setting. Firms really make upfront investments in order, which is a fixed cost if you want, in order to lower their marginal cost. Now, the key thing for us is you can see that there's in the profits of the firm, there's a term that includes a variance. Okay? And that variance is basically measuring how averse you are to risk. You might say typically firms, we assume that they're risk neutral, but there's a lot of evidence that firms actually do price risk and that risk plays a role. And Laura keeps telling me that's what we teach MBAs. She says, when we talk to MBAs, it's all about how can you as a firm manage the risk that you face through demand or maybe through cost or other sources, maybe through competitors. And the parameter rho I is going to be basically measuring how sensitive you as a firm are to this risk. And this is the equivalent of the risk aversion that we would have for a household. Okay? And then once you observe the data, you're going to choose a quantity of production to maximize the profits. Okay? I'm referring to this paper by Gorodnichenko, Koibon, and Kumar, who basically shows that firms do react to this uncertainty, both in their investment and their production. So they basically use these forecast information. And then there's an information set that says, what do the firms know? So on the demand side, what we have this system of linear demands in these many markets, and there's uncertainty that shifts up and down the demand. And this is going to be, by the way, we have kind of a standard quadratic normal setting with linear demands and normal shocks, which allows us to use basically matrix algebra to solve this very large system of equations. And the shock is going to be normal with a potential correlation between these markets. Now, I'm going to take data always exogenous here. I'm going to show you results as I change the amount of data we have. And the way I'm going to do this here is I'm going to say that there's more or less draws from that one distribution that gives you a signal. So there's a signal that says, it's centered around the mean, the true mean of what the demand is, but there's uncertainty around this. And of course, the higher that variance is, the more uncertainty there is. But by measuring the number of draws, I basically reduce the variance. Okay, so it's a standard normal setup. So more draws give you a distribution with lower variance. And that's going to be our measure for more or less variance. It's important here that you can think of making that problem very complex. One of the ways, the easiest way to make it complex is to allow for private information on these signals. We're going to assume that the data is actually public. Why? Because with private information, we get strategic uncertainty, we get issues of signaling, and the problem becomes much more complex. So what I'm going to show you today is everything in terms of public information. So just to give you a flavor, if you think about the standard solution to this problem, okay, what is from the first order condition, how much should you produce in stage 2, given the information that you have given, whatever your marginal cost is. There's basically a relationship between, well, on the one hand, the expected profits that you make per unit, okay, and then there's the denominator, which basically tells you something about the price impact. Now, what's new in this denominator is that this variance turns up, okay, and the higher variance basically means that you're going to lower the quantity that you produce. So this higher variance term, this is kind of the inverse here. So this H term, this H matrix, has variance in here. So the higher the variance is, that basically the lower that quantity of production is going to be. You anticipate risk, you dislike risk, and you're going to scale back the production. Now, clearly this matrix H is governing the covariance between the quantity and the price. And this is going to be key, okay? Because the information is going to govern this quantity price covariance. I already referred to this evidence by the paper on the banking, which is basically telling us something about the covariance, because the more information I have, that basically says I'm going to be able to charge a higher price for these more informed outcomes. Now in stage 1, basically I have another optimal choice by the firm, and this is going to tell me what the optimal decision is to invest, and this is going to basically lead firms who have more information, who have more precise data for them to invest more in cost reduction, and there's going to be a data investment complementarity here that comes out of it. Okay. And this gives us a markup that's going to be defined as usual, basically the price, in this case the expected price over the marginal cost. And so higher investment is going to raise these product markets. This is kind of this rent extraction that we saw, that I mentioned earlier, that's going on. Okay. All right, so let's take a look at some of the results that we find here. So first of all, data reduces the markup risk premium. I think it's fairly straightforward or intuitive that if you have more information, basically you're going to increase your quantity on average, and you're going to lower the prices. And this is coming from the fact that you can go to each good in particular, you can be more specific about how much you're going to be producing. Now, there's, of course, the counterbalancing effect, and the net effect is such that there's going to be an increase in the product markets when the risk price, okay, or the marginal cost of investment is sufficiently low, because there's these two forces going on. Let me show you just kind of a simulation. This is a low cost of investment case, and on the horizontal axis, we have the number of signals, so that's more data. As my data increases, I'm going to see an increase in the markup here. Okay. Why? Because this investment cost is small. Notice that as I have more information, both my price and my costs, marginal costs, decrease. It's just about which one decreases faster than the other one. With a high investment cost, we're going to have the opposite. Still, we see a decline in prices, we see a decline in cost, but what happens is that with a high investment cost, the cost is going to decline much less. Okay, and I think that's fairly intuitively. If I have to pay a high cost, this is not going to have much of a positive effect on cost reduction because it's too expensive. And therefore, the price to cost ratio is going to actually fall, which we see what's on the left panel. Let's come to aggregation and ask, what happens when we aggregate here? So what is the firm level markup? It's basically the average or the expected markup of all the goods that we have. And here this covariance term turns up. Okay? The covariance term is basically telling us the correlation between the price and the quantities of each of these goods. And what you're going to do is, as a firm, again, you're going to basically set your pricing decisions or your quantity decisions in the direction of the goods that are basically generating the higher profits. Okay? So basically, data is therefore going to create a wedge between the product and the firm markup. Because if I'm uninformed, I have very little information, then I'm going to price all the goods more or less the same. Now, if I know that one good is having a very high demand and another good has a very low demand, I'm going to basically price these goods very differently. I'm going to produce a high quantity of the high demand good and a low quantity of the low demand good, because that's where the profitability is higher. Okay? And so the data is going to make that product firm markup diverge. And here is an example, a simulation where I see the case where the product markup, basically the average of each of the products, is declining, whereas the firm markup is increasing because it's precisely for the weights and that composition effect. Now, if this happens at the level of the product to firm, this is also going to happen when I'm going to aggregate towards the industry. And so let's just now calculate the different types of markups that we can envisage here. So we have the unweighted markup, for example. So the unweighted markup is just the unweighted sum of the firm level markups. The cost-weighted markup is basically the sum of markups weighted by their cost share, and you have the cost share here on the right. And the sales-weighted markup is exactly the same, but now the weight is the sales weight. notice that why are these going to be different? Because, of course, firms with a lot of market power are going to have high sales shares and relatively small cost shares. Why? Because their price with market power is very high. So for the same quantity of production, you're going to have basically a much higher price, and that's going to increase the sales share more than it does the cost share. And then finally, the industry aggregate markup is given by basically the average. I'm just summing sales in the industry over cost in the industry. By the way, this is just, I don't want you to stare too much at this, but in this setup, the industry markup is exactly the same as the cost-weighted markup. It's just a mathematical property of these. The reason is because if you think about this, how did I define the industry markup? I just said sum all the sales and divide it by the sum of all the costs. Now, if I cost weigh, okay, basically I exactly cancel out the cost weight by in that summation. And what it says is that in the cost-weighted markup, I don't really care about the distribution. It's only about averages. Okay, that's what this is saying. Okay, so now if I look at the industry markup, there's some differences here, where growing data is going to increase the difference between the cost-weighted and the unweighted markup. That's the first results. Why? Because high data, high markup firms produce more. Second, the difference between the sales-weighted markup and the cost-weighted markup is diverging because of what I mentioned earlier, that the weight, the sales weight, is more dispersed than the cost weight. And then, of course, we have the difference between the sales-weighted markup and the industry average markup, because that, again, doesn't include this or doesn't put any weight on the distribution. Here are some, again, some simulations where we show the different types of markups. In red, we have the sales-weighted markup. The dashed one is the industry aggregate, and in blue is the average firm-level markup, unweighted. Okay, and you get, depending on the amount of data, you get this dispersion that we were talking about. So this is the type of dispersion that you would generate that we see in the data. Okay, that I mean, the facts, and using data could explain what we see in the facts. Okay, cyclicality. I'm sure this audience is aware of a kind of markup discussion in the literature between, on the one hand, Bills and a set of older papers saying that markups are counter-cyclical, and Bills had used aggregate markups. So it basically is used the equivalent of our industry-level markups. And some more recent work by Remy and Nicarda says, but we don't find any such evidence of counter-cyclical markups in a disaggregated economy, in the sense they use firm-level data on measuring markups. And so I guess that's an issue for how to interpret the new Keynesian model. What we're seeing here is that if we think about the recession as being a shock where the demand falls, but at the same time the variance, or the uncertainty if you want, increases. Maybe we have less data, or it's from some exogenous reason with the same data we have to interpret that information with more noise, then both can be right. And the reason is because you have a different type of response in terms of the aggregation. Because if I look at the product market markup, then this could be pro-cyclical, given that I interpret this recession as being higher variance, whereas the firm or industry market can be counter-cyclical. Okay, now it's a quantitative question, it's an empirical question, whether this is borne out in the data, but this framework tells us we have to be very careful which markups to look at and how to aggregate. It's important whether you look at product market markups, firm-level markups, or industry-level markups. And this provides a potential for kind of trying to marry these two interpretations, or these two pieces of evidence between Bills and Remy and Nicarda, which I think could be an interesting way to take this quantitatively. Okay, let me just kind of say the last thing on what we do, and leave it maybe a little bit more kind of open, in the sense that we think of dynamic competition, because what I showed you so far was all static. Now the question is, what if I have a repeated setting where I have this pricing? And the first kind of concern we have in these repeated pricing problems is that, well, these are very hard problems in terms of, who are my competitors? Let's kind of model two things separately. We assume that you're assigned to a new market in each period. But what you're going to do with your customers, okay, is you're going to take into account the value of the information that you get from your customers. Okay? And so if you look at exactly the same first order condition written in terms of my pricing and quantity decision, which is here, it's the same as before. This was this H matrix that I had before. Okay? And now, instead of just having the expected profits, there's going to be a continuation value that I take into account, because by pricing now in a different way, or by setting a quantity in a different way, I can generate more information. And basically, if I get more sales, I get more information. So I'm willing to lower your price, I increase the quantity of production, in order to generate information about what your customer wants in the future. Okay? And this is going to basically show up in your quantity decision. And this is going to tell us something about, the value of information, or the value of these data in obtaining this. I get a look from our chair, so I should just quickly go to the conclusion. We basically have a framework to interpret the existing facts in the light of using data to do that. I think it's a very simple framework. It's very specific on the data, but I think it gives us some insights into what the forces are in terms of determining markups. One is market power, two is risk, and in a dynamic setting, it is data barter. And we have to be very careful which data we look at and how we aggregate markups if we want to draw conclusions kind of for the macro economy, because these covariances are key in driving different measurements. Thank you so much.
The discussant is Maarten de Ridder. Maarten is an assistant professor of economics at the London School of Economics. Maarten, you have 15 minutes.
Thanks very much. It's great to be back here. It's been a fantastic week, so thanks so much for hosting me. And thanks for inviting me to discuss this paper by Jan and Laura, who are two of my academic heroes. So what's the paper about? So the paper is about these two trends. The left-hand graph here plots the cost of storing data. The right-hand graph plots trends in aggregate markups. Now, over time, it's become much cheaper to store data. If you wanted to store a terabyte of data in the 1990s, you'd spend about $5 million to do that. If you want to store a terabyte of data today, it'll cost you something between $13 and $20. Right? So it's become much easier for firms to store, to analyze data, and therefore to actively use data in business decisions. Now, as we've saw this dramatic decline in the price of data and data analysis, there's been a steady rise in the markup, which is the ratio of prices over marginal cost. And the question that Jan and Laura ask in this paper is are these two linked? Or more specifically, how are markups, market power, and prices related in this new data economy? Now, there were two polar views on the effects that data might have in the economy. The one polar view is that data enables firms to extract more surplus from consumers, for example, by charging higher markups. There's this more optimistic view, also from Laura's prior work, that data enables firms to make more efficient decisions by reducing uncertainty. And the intriguing thesis of this paper is that even when a rise in data usage comes with an increase in markups, that doesn't necessarily mean that firms are just extracting rent. It might actually come from more efficient decision making on the side of firms. So I should have clicked through the slides. There you go. All right. So how did I get to that conclusion? So the mechanism is as follows. The core assumption in the model by Jan and Laura is that firms can increase their scale by cutting marginal costs of producing products with particular features. But that requires firms to make upfront decisions about which features in products to invest in. And firms don't always know what kind of features are going to be popular. Maybe this year we like blue t-shirts. Maybe next year we're going to like red t-shirts. So there's uncertainty in the kind of upfront investments that firms have to make. And the key assumption in the model is that data is a forecasting tool. It helps firms resolve the uncertainty about which features of products the consumer is going to like. Now, that in general is going to have an ambiguous effect on markups. On the one hand, it's going to lower markups because less risk means that firms are willing to cut their prices because firms are risk averse, right? So there's less of a risk premium in prices. But there's also a positive effect in markups, and that's because these higher upfront investments cut marginal costs, and firms don't pass that entire reduction in marginal cost through to consumers. And what the paper shows is that as long as it's feasible for firms to use data to cut marginal cost, we're going to see an increase in markups when firms have more access to data. Now, all of that applies at the product level, so firms are selling multiple products. And finally, if you measure markups at the firm level, which is usually what we're limited to doing with available data sets, there will even be a stronger positive effect of data on markups. And that's because data enables firms to reallocate their capacity towards products that are going to be the most profitable. Okay, so you get an increase of markups coming from an increase in the ability of firms to make correct decisions. So we're in a policy place here, right? So why should we care about this? Well, it turns out that obviously for antitrust policy, right, it's very clear why it's important to think about markups. In particular, if we see an increase in markups that comes from the fact that firms are making clever decisions that reduce costs, there's no ground for antitrust. But also for monetary policy, the findings in this paper are important because for monetary policy, we usually think that markups are a contractionary supply shocks. Indeed, it was said earlier, if you take a model like Smets and Wouters, markup shocks actually explain a lot of inflation dynamics. But what this paper shows is that markups, an increase in markups can actually reflect a positive supply shock because it can come from firms making clever upfront investments that lower the cost of producing goods that consumers desire, but they just don't pass that entire cost reduction through, right? So the big lesson, if you want one lesson here for monetary policy, is that an increase of markups is not necessarily a negative supply shock. So my discussion is as follows. I really enjoyed reading this paper. It was great to finally read it in detail. It offers an original and intuitive way to think about how production, uncertainty, and data are linked. And what I perhaps like best about the paper, that it challenges our textbook thinking on the links between pricing, market power, and markups, because what the authors show is that through data, markups can increase even when firms' market power, defined as their ability to affect the market price, is unchanged. And they show that this explains various trends in, say, cyclicality of markups, but also different measures of aggregate markups. I'm going to have 3 comments, and the theme of my discussion for the next 10 minutes is going to be that it is unclear at this stage yet whether when firms use data to raise markups, whether that is actually as benign as the authors claim. To do so, I'm going to cover 3 things. I'm going to talk about alternative mechanisms through which uncertainty-reducing data can actually lead to rent extraction instead of this reduction in production costs. I'm then going to provide some empirical evidence on the mechanisms in the paper, and actually I'm going to be positive because the empirical evidence that I'm going to show today actually lends support to quite some of the predictions in the paper that will show. So perhaps the more pessimistic alternative mechanisms aren't at play. But then at the final end of the conclusion of the discussion, I'm going to explain that once we integrate business dynamism and growth in the analysis, then even if data reduces uncertainty and therefore enables firms to make more efficient decisions, that doesn't necessarily mean that this is good news for consumers or the economy as a whole. So to start with the somewhat cheaper comments, there are other mechanisms through which data can have negative effects on the economy through markups. In particular, even if data reduces uncertainty, that can cause rent extraction. And I've got 2 simple examples on the slide. One is that in practice, firms face uncertainty about willingness to pay among consumers. We don't know which consumers are the ones that are willing to pay a lot for the product and which consumers are not. We don't even know how much dispersion in consumer types there is. And data is exactly enabling firms to know what the customer that they're facing is willing to pay for a product. That can help them to achieve first-degree price discrimination either explicitly to charging people individualized prices, or, and this is something that firms are doing more actively in practice, they can segment their product offering in order for consumers to self-sort into narrower price bins. Now, first-degree price discrimination doesn't necessarily mean that markups cause a supply shock, but it does mean a shift of welfare away from consumers towards firms, right? So I would say that that is less benign. In general, also firms also face uncertainty about the price elasticity of demand that firms face. And for a risk-averse firm, as in this paper, there's uncertainty about the price elasticity of demand, it might be wise to charge a lower markup. So if data enables you to learn about the fact that the price elasticity of demand is relatively low, firms can raise their markups and therefore extract rents. So these are two examples of where data reduces uncertainty, but it doesn't necessarily affect the welfare of consumers. So we need empirical evidence to tell which of the stories is true. And the paper offers a lot of testable predictions. The paper suggests that data should raise upfront investments, thus lower marginal cost, raise fixed costs. Data should raise markups if there is a positive effect of data on fixed cost. Data should make the variance of earnings lower because it's reducing uncertainty in which upfront investments to take. And the final prediction of the model that I put 2 exclamation marks behind because it's an important one for this particular paper is data should raise the covariance of firm size and markups. And that's important because if data is used through markups to just extract rent, you would expect firms that are using data to raise their price, therefore face less demand, and you should see that the firms that raise their markups are shrinking. So you get less of a covariance between markups and firm size. So these are things that you could take to the data. Now, I already used my cheap comment, so this comment I couldn't be cheap again, right? So I'm actually going to try and test these predictions in the data myself. Now, the one difficult thing, of course, to take these questions to the data is to have information on how much data firms can actually use. So the premise of the next few slides is going to be that in practice, one of the vehicles through which firms have been able to access data and to use data in business decisions is access to the internet. Now, access to the internet didn't just give firms access to data, which is what we need for identification here, but there's also a lot of variation in when firms got access to the internet, and a lot of that variation in various countries is random. In France, for example, broadband was rolled out in a staggered fashion based on the local telecom equipment that had been installed decades earlier. So within French cities, there's a lot of variation in which cities, in which city blocks got access to broadband internet first. So we can use variation in that to see if we compare firms in narrow industries in the same region, but just being based on a block of streets that had internet access, whether they have the type of trends in fixed cost and markups that the authors predict. So in this graph, I'm plotting that effect. So this graph here is a difference in difference estimation using a standard estimator by Callaway and Santana on the effect of broadband internet on upfront investments. And what you see is that fixed cost investment increase after broadband internet. So broadband internet here, the access happens at time 0, and what you see is that over time, the ratio of fixed cost over total cost increases in these areas that have had broadband internet compared to firms in areas that do not yet have broadband internet. And the elasticity here is large. The elasticity is about 0.5, right? So there's a 50% increase in the ratio of fixed over total cost. To give you an idea, that ratio is usually about 10%, right? So it goes from 10 to 15%, right? So there's an increase in upfront investment. At the same time as this increase in upfront investments, there's an increase in markups as well. And that's what this plot shows you. So in these areas where firms are using access to internet to raise their upfront investments, firms don't fully pass those cost reductions on to consumers, and their markups increase as a result. And again, the elasticities here are very sizable, right? So we're talking here about an increase in the level, so in the log markup of 0.15 on a basis of something like 20% on average. The other two predictions, we cannot estimate at the firm level, so these are firm level regressions here, but the decline in the variance of earnings we would have to measure at the city level level. So I can, within a city, see how the variance of earnings changes after there's access to internet. Again, taking fixed effects for the region that the city is in. And what you see is that after broadband internet access, there's a decline in the variance of earnings. So that again is consistent with the story by Jan and Laura. So final thing, and this is the key thing that the model predicts. In the model that we've seen today, when firms have access to data, there's a stronger increase in the correlation between size and markups, because firms that use broadband or that use data to make upfront investments, their optimal scale increases and their markup increases. So you get a greater positive covariance between size and markups. Now, there's a question of how to measure size. I've used two measures of size here. I've used sales as well as total variable costs, which should both be positively related to markups in this model. And what you again see is that in the aftermath of access to broadband, that covariance increases. So I think there's a growing empirical case for the predictions that the authors have in their model. Critical remark, of course, is that I'm limited here to just broadband internet versus not having access to broadband internet, right? So the next question is, can you use more direct measures of actual access to data? Although I do think we can agree, right, that internet really facilitated that. So then my more critical remark on the paper, which is that once we start not just thinking about a static economy in which there is some firms that produce the same amount year on year, but we add growth and business dynamism, you can actually get very different predictions for the effect of data on consumer welfare. And so this benign view that we've seen today might still not exactly hold. And that's because data gives incumbent firms a comparative advantage compared to entrants. And that's because data is generated through transactions. If I've seen my customers in the past, I know more about them. Right? So there's a natural way in which incumbents benefit more from data than entrants. So I don't have a toy model, but I have a reasoning that is backed by an actual model. So let me give you that. So imagine a world in which firms produce multiple products, like the paper that we have here. And if firms innovate, they extend the set of products that they produce. They enter markets that were initially dominated by competitors. That means innovation, extending your set of products, comes with creative destruction. I have to become better at producing a good that other firms were initially market leaders in. Now, that process of creative destruction, where I come up with higher quality versions of goods that consumers demand, works best when there's a level playing field. If the entrants and the incumbents have access to the same information. Because if I then innovate and develop a better quality version of a good, I am going to be able to take over market leadership. Data changes that. Right? So in a world where incumbents can use data to cut their costs, even if an entrant develops a more innovative, higher quality version of a product, an incumbent can undercut entrants on price, therefore keep them out of the market, prevent that process of creative destruction from driving long-run growth, etc. And if you empirically look at what that kind of model would predict, it looks very much like what we've just seen. You get an increase in markups, there's going to be more upfront investments in data by incumbents. The incumbents are going to get larger, and larger firms have lower earnings variance. And firms that are large and profitable, these incumbents, are also going to innovate and expand into more markets. You get a higher markup size covariance. So with that, I'm out of time. I loved reading the paper, and I look forward to hearing the discussion. Thank you very much.
Jan, why don't you take some time to respond to Martin?
Well, first of all, I mean, this is beyond the line of duty. I mean, this is the discussion is worth more than the presentation. So thank you very much for the very detailed comments and also for the empirical work. I mean, I'm impressed with what you did. Thank you for that. On the points you made, I'm just going to, I don't have much to say, but on the alternative mechanisms point is very well taken. We have looked not at price discrimination, but we've looked at shocks to cost instead of to demand that might have a different impact. As it turns out, what is the thing about you look for your keys under the lamppost because that's where the light is. This model is very restrictive in what we can do, and to get the type of structure that we can use and solve We can only basically have shocks in particular parts of the model. But it's a point very well taken that predictions might look different depending on where the source of the uncertainty is. In particular, what you mentioned also, the elasticity of substitution. Empirical evidence, as I said before, I'm impressed. I love it. I think it's very interesting how you relate this evidence on the broadband rollout and kind of hitting those results. The same thing with your comment on the business dynamism. Things change, of course, if you have one thing we talked about the dynamics which gives rise to data barter, but there's an additional twist in these Schumpeterian models because there's a first mover advantage, and that first mover advantage is going to play a big role in how you can exert that rent extraction, that market power. There's one thing I wanted to say. In general, when you mentioned at the outset, what can we do in terms of competition policy? I think it's not unambiguously a good news show. I mean, there's two opposing effects. There's the rent extraction and there's the efficiency gain, if you want, from using information or data. First of all, the net effect can be negative, so then still antitrust policy would have a role. As you were talking, and I haven't thought about this very carefully, but maybe there's a mechanism design approach in a sense where you can tease out the two different components. That is, if you have some pieces of information from the firms and you have an idea of what kind of information that they use, what kind of data that they use, maybe you can tease out, the positive effect, which is the reallocation effect, from the rent extraction effect. Now that's very vague at this point because I haven't thought this through. But given that you see detailed prices and quantities, you can use that covariance structure maybe to design policies to separate it. But it's very hypothetical in this at this moment. Thank you.
We have time for questions from the floor. No?
Hi, Gaetano Gaballo from HEC. I was thinking to which extent the model can be recast in a story about advertising that is producing data, which seems like to have some feature similar to what you said, like to your story, in the sense that there are efficiency gain also for informing consumers about the future of the model. So I want to understand whether you thought about that.
I think it's a great point. We have chosen also for modeling reasons to put the investment up front before you realize the information, but you could also have investment in information, and advertising would be one of those. So for example, if at the cost I can increase the number of, in the model, the number of draws that I have, we played around with it, we didn't make much progress, but I think it's a fascinating question again, because if you think about it, this is something that's probably very relevant. It's even beyond advertising. If I just think, shall I really go about and hire people to start to process the data? That's also a costly investment, because a lot of firms have the data, but they don't do anything with it. So you have to make a costly investment in order to make that data useful. And in the example of the paper I mentioned about the bank was offering this to its clients. Okay. In the end, they didn't do it because it was a commercial decision not to do it. But the initial idea was, we're going to start as an experiment, and this is what the paper is based on. We're going to give that information to our clients. We offer that consulting service to them. Okay? And if they like it in the long run, they wanted to charge for it. But then they found out that commercially it was not a good idea to do that. But that's exactly, I think, what you're hinting at, that you pay a cost for more information. And at the moment, we haven't gone that way to model it, but I think it's indeed a very interesting question.
Vida?
Yeah. Does this work? Yeah. Okay. So just a small comment and question. A small comment is on the last point by Martin. This data works at a barrier to entry, or can work at a barrier to entry. Can explain, the Philippon story of over time, actually, the diminishing of the business dynamism, for example, in the US, right, over time. And that will actually, it's a piece of evidence that goes in favor of the last Martin slide. The question is, you might expect that this data thing is very different across sectors. So there must be some sectors in which this thing is very important and some other sectors in which it's not. So if you look at that, or do you think it's interesting?
Great question. So on the declining dynamism, I agree. We see a relationship between kind of market power and dynamism. My gut reaction is this is going beyond Martin's point about the Schumpeterian setting, but if it's in the non-Schumpeterian setting that I presented, this would seem to suggest that the negative effect of the rent extraction dominates, because the reason why the markups lead to this decline in the dynamism is because there's basically less pass-through. Okay, and my gut reaction is that would tell us something about, between the efficiency gains and the rent extraction. This seems to suggest it's the rent extraction that dominates. Of course, there's other things that also determine declining dynamism, but this is something that I would love to pursue a little bit more and find out what we can say. On heterogeneity ex ante, I would say yes. The only caveat I want to add to that is that when I started working on markups, like the first thing, and we looked for months at that, is it must be because of tech. And so we looked at tech firms or industries where tech was important. And then when we did these decompositions of markups within markets across industries, okay, we find that 95% is within market. So across industry is small. Now this is a different question from what you were saying, but I'm using this as an example to say that data is probably very similar to other sources of creating markup in the digital economy. And what over time we've discovered is that even if you're in a traditional sector, and I like to use the example of textiles, okay, a declining sector, but we have firms like Inditex that are heavily using data. In particular, they use artificial intelligence. Why? Because they predict the demand for their customers in the different stores. They use heavily the fact that in order to produce the logistics of it, this is very data intensive. And that has given rise to this huge firm, okay, that acts like an Amazon in retail or like a Google in tech, but it's in a traditional industry. And there's a paper by Teulings and Van Klooster who look at not the sector they're in, but the tech intensity of a firm in any sector. Mm-hmm. And they find that it's the firms that are most tech intensive that have the highest markup. So in terms of heterogeneity, this is a long story, and I'm going to finish here because everyone wants lunch, but to say that it's probably tech, but it's not going to be by typically tech sector, it's going to be tech usage within firms, within any sector.
Excellent, perfectly in time. We now break for lunch. We reconvene at 14:30. The lunch will be served on this floor. You just exit the doors and head straight up to the gallery. And I'm supposed to say that the lunch is only for those who registered for lunch, and of course for all our speakers and discussants. And with that, thank you so much for a very exciting session, and thank you in particular to our speakers. Thank you.
So welcome to the afternoon session of our conference. My name is Christoph Kamps. I work in the Monetary Policy Department at ECB, and I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to chair this session. The papers in this session are both of high academic relevance and very topical. Both papers put the inner workings of the labor market at the center of analysis. That's relevant for us as central bankers because the resilience of labor markets on both sides of the Atlantic during the last tightening cycle has been truly remarkable. And so from a central bank's perspective, there's a premium on a deeper understanding on the workings of the labor market and the channels at work. So both papers contribute to this deeper understanding. The first paper sheds new light on the question on when the labor market is or is not a source of inflationary pressure. The second paper revisits the welfare cost of inflation and how those costs are related to particular features of the labor market. So I'm very much looking forward to the presentations and the discussions by our distinguished speakers. And so for the first paper, our presenter will be Fabien Postel-Vinet, who is head of the economics department at UCL. And he will present his paper entitled The Job Ladder, Inflation versus Redistribution. The discussant is Kerstin Holzheu, who is an assistant professor at Sciences Po. As to the ground rules are the same as before, so Fabien will give you 25 minutes for the presentation and then 15 minutes for the discussion, and after that I'll give you an opportunity to reply, and then we will open the floor for questions. So with that, Fabien, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Christoph, and thank you to the organizers for having me on the program. This is part of a joint project, a long-standing project with my long-time co-author, Giuseppe Mascarini, which is about the specification and estimation of the Phillips curve. Today we're going to talk more about specification than estimation. So as we all know, the Phillips curve was born some 3/4 of a century ago as the observation of an inverse short-run relationship between some measure of aggregate slack in the economy and inflation. And it still looms large in the design of monetary policy to this date. Now, in the sort of original kind of renditions of the Phillips curve, the traditional measure of aggregate slack is focused on the unemployment rate. In terms of the theoretical organizing framework, or modern theoretical organizing framework that people used to think about the Phillips curve in more formal models that are used for prediction or for understanding the dynamics of inflation, the new Keynesian Phillips curve is the specification that is that we all know and love, and it specifies inflation, pi t here in this notation, as a function of the marginal production cost, which is denoted here as MC hat, and expectations of future inflation. Now, the question that we're going to focus on here in this paper, in this presentation, is we're going to revisit the determinants of the marginal cost. So what is the marginal cost? What's in the marginal cost? In the standard new Keynesian model, the labor markets are competitive. Final goods are produced using basically only labor. And the marginal cost is essentially the productivity adjusted real wage, which is a function of the unemployment rate or some sort of aggregate measure of slack like that. And the intuition there is that when unemployment is high, labor is abundant, and there's little upward pressure on the wage. Now, in this project, we're going to think about an alternative organizing framework, specifically for the labor market. And that framework is the job ladder. So what is a job ladder? It's a view of the labor market where jobs are heterogeneous. You have jobs that are more productive and jobs that are less productive, or jobs that are more valuable in some dimension than others. And importantly, workers all agree on the rankings of jobs. So all workers recognize that job A is more or less productive than job B. It's also a frictional labor market whereby workers, whether employed or unemployed, received job offers, but they sampled job offers sequentially, not at a finite rate. And employed workers in particular receive outside job offers at a finite and pro-cyclical rate. Finite because of the frictions, and pro-cyclical because labor demand is pro-cyclical, and labor demand is going to be what drives those offer arrival rates. Now in this world, outside job offers can generate one of two things. Either when an employed worker receives an outside job offer, either they accept the job offer, and that triggers a voluntary move. What that means is that the worker moves from one job to another, and because all workers agree on the rankings of jobs, well, it means that the job that is being accepted is better than the job that is being left, is more productive than the job that is being left. So from an aggregate standpoint, from the standpoint of aggregate productivity, that's a good thing. It's good reallocation. Or another possibility is that the worker declines the outside offer, but just uses it to bid up their wage in their existing job. And in that case, what the outside offer does is not trigger a reallocation, but only puts upward pressure on the labor cost in the existing job, and allows the worker to engage in rent extraction, and puts inflationary pressure on labor costs. So that's the basic trade-off that we're going to look at today: inflation versus reallocation, the inflationary versus reallocative impact of outside job offers. Which one of these effects dominates depends on, initial conditions basically, depends on how well matched and how prone to accept or decline outside offers workers are. How well or badly matched workers are is something that we're going to capture with this term of mismatch. We're going to say that workers are mismatched when they're predominantly assigned to jobs that are not very productive, and so that they're if given the opportunity, they would be very prone to actually leave and go into better matches. And what we argue here, the whole argument of this project, is to say that mismatch is a relevant measure of slack on the labor market rather than unemployment. Unemployment is a measure of the quantity of labor that is available. Mismatch, on the other hand, is a measure of the quality of matches, the quality of labor. And we're going to argue here that this particular measure is something that should be kept track of when trying to think about inflationary pressure inflationary pressure and the determinants of inflation. So how do we measure mismatch? Mismatch is a concept that's kind of easy to think about in a theoretical model, but in practice, how do we measure mismatch? So in practice, we're going to propose a proxy measure for mismatch, which we're calling the acceptance ratio, or the AC ratio. And what the AC ratio is just the ratio between the EE transition rate, EE standing for employer to employer transition rate, so the rate at which employed workers move jobs without an intervening period of unemployment, divided by the UE transition rate, which is the rate at which unemployed workers find jobs. So those two rates are easily measurable in the data, one more easily than the other, but they're still measurable in the data. So why do we think that this is an empirical proxy for mismatch? Well, because we can decompose these two rates. So if you look at what's on the numerator here, the EE transition rate, the rate at which workers move from job to job, equals, the amount of effort, you could say, that employed workers put into search, multiplied by the overall contact rate, the rate at which they get in touch, if you like, with, or they become aware of available jobs, multiplied by the probability that if given an offer, they accept it. That's what's in the numerator. In the denominator, you have the same thing for unemployed workers. Now, the trick here is that at least if search is random, the rate at which employed and unemployed workers get contacted by jobs are the same. And so they cancel out in this ratio here. Now, we're left with these two ratios that are in black here in this formula. And, both of these two ratios are high when employed workers are poorly matched. Why? Well, because when employed workers are poorly matched, they're keen to change jobs, and so they put a lot of effort into search, Hence, the ratio on the left here is high. And also, when employed workers are poorly matched, well, they're more likely to accept any random offer that they receive, because it's more likely that that offer will improve on their current situation. Okay, so that's kind of the sort of paper in a nutshell. Now, let me go into a bit more of the specifics. There's going to be two short parts to this presentation. One is going to be looking at very kind of high-level descriptive evidence about measures of inflation co-moving with this acceptance rate, or this AC ratio. And then I'm going to very briefly sketch a new Keynesian DSGE model with on-the-job search that does make sense in a theoretical framework of this balance between labor reallocation and rent extraction. And one of the contributions here will be a tractable treatment of search frictions with on-the-job search in the new Keynesian framework. So, empirics. Just some orders of magnitude to start with. The monthly employer-to-employer transition probability, this is all about the US, but those orders of magnitude are reasonably similar in Europe as well. So the monthly employer-to-employer transition probability is about 2% of employment. The monthly unemployment to employment transition probability is much higher. It's about 30% of unemployment. However, the stocks of origin to which these two rates apply are very different. And the stock of employment is about 10 to 20 times larger than the stock of unemployment. So if you look at the numbers of hires that come from unemployed workers versus employed workers, they're roughly of the same order of magnitude. So it's a conservative conclusion to say that direct flows from employment to employment are of similar magnitude in accounting for employment reallocation as direct flows from unemployment to employment. Now, if you look at the EE rate and the UE rate in the data, you can see them both in this graph. The blue one is the EE rate. You see that they're both very procyclical, but that they behave slightly differently. You can see that the blue series, which is the EE rate, tapers off a little bit sooner in expansions than the UE rate. And indeed, if you take the ratio, so if you construct that AC ratio, acceptance rate that I talked about, and plot it, you get the blue line here. And you see that it's got a very, very strongly counter-cyclical behavior. And on this graph, I've also plotted year-on-year wage inflation, which is pro-cyclical, and it's apparent on this graph, and this is just eyeballing graphs. This is not very sophisticated econometrics, but it's very apparent on this graph that year-on-year wage inflation is strongly negatively correlated with the AC ratio. So we're going to now, so we're going to argue, and we do that, in other parts of the project, we do slightly more sophisticated econometrics than that to sort of buttress that argument, but we're going to argue that there's a robust negative relationship between the AC rate and subsequent inflation, and conclude that our empirical acceptance rate is an inverse predictor of inflation. Now, the next thing we do is put that into a theoretical model to make sense both qualitatively and quantitatively of this empirical remark. So I'm going to very, very briefly sketch the model. The model is basically a new Keynesian model in which we just replace the standard neoclassical labor supply with a frictional labor market with on-the-job search. So there are building blocks to this model. The first building block is a standard three-equation new Keynesian model. Describing just the final goods market and the monetary policy role. Now, the difference to the standard new Keynesian model here that we introduce is that the input factor into the production of the final good is what we call a labor services, which is sold by firms that I'm going to describe in a minute to final goods producers at a price of omega t. And the way that labor services are produced is by hiring worker on a frictional labor market. Firms do so, firms that we call service producers do so, and so they hire labor in a decentralized search market. And these hired workers get sorted into matches that are heterogeneous in productivity. And meaning the amount of service that they produce, and then that service is sold to final goods producers as essentially packaged labor.
So this job surge block, or this kind of service sector, replaces the neoclassical labor supply. This service output is essentially packaged labor, as I said, and the service price, omega t, is going to be our measure of the average nominal wage. Now, workers and firms in that kind of service sector face surge frictions, and there's a job ladder in that upon meeting in pairs, workers and firms draw a constant match productivity that we're going to denote Y here, which is distributed according to some distribution gamma. And so higher values of Y mean higher productivity jobs, and so workers are trying to sort themselves gradually as they can into higher productivity jobs, right? Now, the way that rent sharing is going to occur here is that recruiters are going to compete in contracts for both types of workers, so unemployed and employed workers, using a sequential auction mechanism. And without going into the details of that, the sequential auction mechanism has this intuitive sort of feature that it is more costly for an employer to poach a worker out of a high productivity job than it is to poach a worker out of a low productivity job. Meaning that, and this is where we're going to get sort of most of our sort of intuition, is that if a lot of employed workers are in low productivity jobs, then it's going to be relatively easy to poach them, and it's going to be relatively profitable to post vacancies and to try and hire employed workers already. If on the contrary, so the workers are very well matched and are in very high quality jobs, then it's going to be a lot harder for vacancies to poach employed workers. Now, I'm not going to talk about the New Keynesian block of this model because it's completely standard New Keynesian, and we're all very familiar with that model. I'm just going to talk about the condition that that governs job creation in this economy, because this is kind of the one thing that is slightly more unusual in these models. And rather than hitting you with a bunch of mathematical notation, I'm just going to use words to describe that equation. So job creation, as in all of these search models, is governed by what's called the free entry condition, which is basically the profit maximization condition of employers in the service sector. And in the standard kind of unemployed job surge textbook matching model, what you have is that the free entry condition writes is what's on the slide right now, which says that the marginal hiring cost, which is an increasing function of labor market tightness, is equated to the expected surplus from an unemployed hire. If only unemployed workers look for jobs, you can only hire unemployed workers, and what you're going to post vacancies until the marginal cost of posting the next vacancy is equal to the expected surplus from meeting an unemployed worker. That's the sort of textbook matching model. In a world with on-the-job search, though, you don't only meet unemployed workers, you also meet employed workers. And so that condition becomes a little bit more complicated. You still have the first term, which now is multiplied by the probability of meeting an unemployed worker when you're a vacancy. And then you have a second term, which is what sort of reflects what happens when you meet an employed job applicant. In this case, the expected surplus from recruiting or from meeting an employed job applicant is different because when you meet an unemployed job applicant, you have to compensate them for the value of unemployment, which is typically low. If you meet an employed job applicant, then you have to compensate them if you want to hire them for the value of their current job, which is presumably higher, and even higher if that applicant is already very well matched. In fact, we show in the paper that this term in red here, the expected surplus from employed hires, which we call the mismatch wedge, is a function of is not a function of worker preferences or the unemployment rate. It's only a function of the distribution of match quality amongst existing matches. And it has intuitive properties. In particular, an improvement in the employment allocation, so higher quality, if you like, of existing matches, leads to a fall in this red term, so what we call the mismatch wage, hence on the profitability of employed hires. And because the profitability of employed hires falls, well, that causes a fall in the incentive for firms to post vacancies, a fall in hires, a fall or slowdown in job ladder upgrading, and ultimately a fall in the supply of this labor service. And because there's a fall in the supply of this labor service, that causes upward pressure on the nominal marginal cost, omega t, which is the price of labor services, for final goods producers. And ultimately, that increase in omega t will be reflected in price inflation. Okay? Now, one very important thing about this red term here, this expected surplus from employed hire, is that, as I said, it's essentially a function of the distribution of match quality amongst existing matches. Now, this is a very, very slow-moving object. This is a whole distribution, and this is a distribution that evolves at the pace that workers can reallocate across jobs. And if you remember, I gave you an order of magnitude. The E to E transition rate on average is something like 2% a month. So it's not very high at all. And any measure, let's say the mean match quality, as I'll illustrate in a second with quantitative results, is extremely persistent. It evolves very, very slowly. And that's important because the other terms the other term here, the expected surplus from unemployed hires, that has essentially no dynamics. That evolves extremely quickly. And so introducing on-the-job search in this job ladder in this framework is going to, amongst other things, and independent of any consideration about inflation, is going to introduce a very potent endogenous propagation mechanism into the model. So let me show you in my final 5 minutes. I'm not even sure I'm going to need all of that. Let me show you some results. So here I'm going to show you a bunch of impulse response functions and try to give you some comments. They're from a linearized version of the model, which I haven't really described in detail, but it's a model that features the monetary policy rule. Here is going to be a standard Taylor rule. We're going to add an intensive margin of labor supply, so workers are going to have to make choices about hours into the production of service, and we're going to look at different types of shocks hitting the economy. The Taylor rule is estimated outside of the model using GMM, and then the rest of the model is calibrated to match some steady state moments. We're really not wedded to the particular calibration here. What I'm trying to illustrate is more the qualitative mechanisms. So a lot of impulse response functions, which I'm going to try and, well, I'm not going to walk you through all of them, but I'm going to try and extract some the main information from that. Those are impulse responses from contractionary shocks to TFP monetary policy and the consumption leisure marginal rate of substitution. For illustration purposes, we're making those shocks quasi-permanent, so we're exaggerating the persistence of those shocks just to make those figures more starker and more readable, not because we think that shocks are that persistent. Obviously, in the paper, we have a version of the model where we have realistic persistence in there and simulate the entire model. So here, the first column, just gives you the dynamics of the shock, and then the other columns are responses of various endogenous quantities. So I want to emphasize three things from this and the next slide. Something I forgot to say is that on every sort of panel here, you have a dashed black line and a blue line. The black line, dashed black line, is our model when we shut down on the job search, and the blue line is our model with on the job search. Okay. And so the first thing I want to emphasize is that if you compare the dashed line and the solid line, you see that, on the job search makes two important differences. One is about amplification, and the other one is about propagation. And let me emphasize the propagation aspect here. The blue line has kind of dynamics that are much more persistent or much more sort of long-lasting than the dashed line in all cases here. And that is exactly due to the thing that I was telling you earlier, is that here labor demand responds to what we call the mismatch wedge, so this expected profit from hiring an employee, from meeting an employed worker, which is something that, as I will illustrate in the next slide, evolves extremely slowly over the business cycle, just because it evolves at the pace at which workers can reallocate up and down the job ladder. And so that is, what generate a lot of propagation, internal propagation in these impulse response functions. Speaking of the mismatch wedge, I want to illustrate this on this, this is more impulse response functions, but the one that I would like to focus on here, I don't know if the clicker works, but the laser works, but are the ones here which are the columns labeled AC rate and match quality. So AC rate is our acceptance ratio, so the ratio of the EE rate over the UE rate. And match quality is just the average match quality amongst employed workers. And you can see that both of these things evolve very, very slowly in response to those shocks. And you see that, as is intuitive, those shocks are all contractionary. And so, what it does to average match quality is that average match quality goes down because labor demand goes down, so fewer workers find jobs. It's harder to sort of climb the job ladder. The workers climb the job ladder more slowly and get stuck at lower rungs of the job ladder. And because they get stuck at lower rungs of the job ladder, well, they're increasingly prone to accepting outside job offers, which is why the acceptance rate here, goes up. Now, one important sort of prediction of our model is that those are the same impulse response functions, only here I'm plotting the inflation rate against the AC probability. And you can see that for all of these shocks, apart from initial few periods here, there's a very, very long sort of period of time following each shock during which the AC rate and the inflation rate co-move in opposite directions, right? Which is sort of the counterpart to the empirical prediction that I showed you at the beginning of this talk. Okay, so this is, since I have 10 seconds left, I'm just going to move on to the conclusion slide. I'm not going to repeat what I've just said here. I'm just going to sort of state the conclusion here, which is not just the quantity of employment, but also the quality matters, and that non-employment is just the bottom rung of a much higher job ladder, and that the entire distribution of employment over the job ladder matters, and that when one thinking about monetary policy, central banks should watch this AC rate. And I'm going to stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kerstin, if you want to take over.
So first, let me thank you, the organizers. I'm really excited to be here and to discuss this paper. So let me start out by saying that this is a paper that bridges literatures. So this is basically a paper that brings insights and new insights, I feel, from labor search into a completely different area that is monetary policy. And I would like to say that there are very few papers that can actually claim such a feat and come to completely new insights. And that's basically what I want to do today in my discussion, to show you these new insights. So let me start out with a summary. So this paper explains inflation dynamics in a standard DSGE new Keynesian model with on-the-job search. So far, there is not so much new things. What is new here is that there is a sequential bargaining protocol. And maybe to sum up or to give a little bit more insight on this sequential bargaining protocol, this is something that basically explains how workers can increase their income through on-the-job search, not only by changing employers, but also on the job by rebargaining their wage. And that's something that many of you maybe have experienced over their lives, that maybe they get an outside offer and then they actually change the wage at their job. And this is basically at the core of this paper, and it is brought into a DSG new Keynesian model. So what do we get out of this? We get a novel transmission of economic shocks. We get a model implied statistic of economic slack. And basically, just to sum up again this main mechanism, we have on-the-job search that yields to outside offers. Because of these outside offers, there is potential wage increases on the job, which can potentially, aggregated at the level of the economy through the vacancy posting that Fabien described, create cost-pushed shocks and lead to inflation. So the What is basically here new is that in the previous literature, we always thought of the outside option in the bargaining process between workers and firm has been the unemployment option. And this is not longer the case here. Here we are acknowledging that people have a very different history of outside offers, and we are therefore saying these outside offers are the outside option of the workers, and they are therefore relevant for wage setting and the marginal cost. So what I'm going to do today is three things. I'm going to show you that this is already an influential paper, and that it actually changes perspectives in two respects. First, on inflation and on economic slack. And therefore, I would like to ask new questions and try to discuss whether we can use the AC metric in all circumstances or if there are reasons against it. So first of all, this paper builds on very strong foundations. It's the next step in a series of papers on economic shock transmission to labor costs. And Fabien has already said that this is his long-standing co-author. You see here all the series of papers that have built up to basically this paper. It's a very strong point to make this connection between the sequential auction mechanism and inflation or labor costs more generally. And there are many things to like about this paper. He already hinted to that. It's a neat integration between a frictional labor market setting and a standard new Keynesian DSGE setting. There are model extensions that allow to bring the model closer to other empirical evidence that the literature has already produced since this paper first came out. And he actually there is also some nice twists in the estimation. So they leverage the theory to facilitate the estimation by separating actually the parameter space. So these are things that actually also people who are not trying to estimate this specific model, but other models might be willing to actually take away from this paper. So it is already an influential paper in the sense that many people have actually built on it already. So this paper finds the most easy setup to convey this point, how sequential bargaining leads to changes in marginal costs and leads to changes in inflation dynamics. But other people have asked the question, but what if we change a little bit of the setup? And so, for instance, we might ask, is there actually empirical support for the core movement of the AC measure and inflation, and the authors themselves are actually currently working on a setup. Then we could ask, how about reverse causality? Does inflation maybe cause on the job search? And that's actually a paper that we will have after this. What if on the job search intensity varies over the cycle? A paper has looked at this. How does imperfect insurance change our results? Or how did E2E mobility impact inflation during the pandemic? So this is basically showing you that this paper has already created some traction in the literature. And not only in the literature, it has even made its way into the media. As you can see here, also the Wall Street Journal has actually spoken about it, even though I'm not sure if the authors are so happy about the title of this article. I think that the journal still tried to capture the message. What I would like to focus therefore on, because you can see that my task was not easy. There were all these people who have already thought about very hard what actually can go wrong in this mechanism and what we might want to consider else. I would therefore like to focus instead my attention on what I think how this paper changes our perspective on inflation. And I think it's actually pretty fundamental. And the first 2 points that I want to make here are about thinking about misallocation in the labor market and the relationship with inflation. So here in this model, heightened inflation can be the byproduct of productivity enhancing on the job search. So in a way, inflation happens, or inflation propagation happens, because these workers are searching for the optimal match. Right? And now we would like to say, well, sometimes you find your optimal match and you're moving to another job. Some other times you don't have the chance, but you can renegotiate. Maybe there is a way for us to help these workers to find their optimal job and not to go through this process, and therefore not create inflation in the same time. But it's not sure that this would actually be optimal, because in fact in this setup, the workers already get as an option value the likelihood of increasing their wage in the next period at their worker. Let me say this differently. If a firm hires a worker, basically the firm pays less for that worker in anticipation of this future renegotiations of these wages. And that means, in fact, there is a value to this delayed onset of these of these wage increases. Second, we can talk about heterogeneity and who actually creates these inflationary responses. Not all wage increases are inflationary. So it's actually only those workers who are renegotiating, not those who are going to better jobs. Second, inflationary pressures derive most strongly from jobs with high match productivity. So it's not the guys who are mismatched, who are at bad jobs. These are the good guys. These are maybe the accountants, the doctors. So basically people that create inflation while being currently at very good jobs. And finally, that's also something that Fabien showed in his last figure, that contractional monetary policy actually increases misallocation of the employed. We might know this in standard models, that this changes the amount of employment in the economy. But here we have an effect on the employed people. And that therefore changes quite significantly, I think, how we think about inflationary responses. So now I think these new insights or these new perspectives also create new questions. For instance, we might want to ask, how do labor market characteristics affect inflation dynamics? And this is an exercise that I haven't seen done in the literature. It's a complication, but let's make this thought experiment. Let's suppose that workers have a bargaining power. And this bargaining power basically means that if I have high bargaining power, I get a high share of the firm surplus. This also means that basically I can actually not renegotiate so much. That means that if workers have a high bargaining power, there is not much of this inflationary response happening. So now this would mean that if workers have a high bargaining power, maybe this is a stopping power to these inflationary forces. And I think that is a completely new perspective, I think, that would be worth to consider both empirically as well as theoretically. We might also want to dive into more the heterogeneity of these effects. And I'm thinking here of Fabien's other work on firms and firm sizes, and how does firm quality maybe correlate with inflationary pressures, given that we know that better matches are actually those who create a little bit more inflationary responses, because on average they have better workers. And how does this new perspective actually change the welfare evaluation of monetary policy and its distributional effects? Because we know that different types of people are differently creating these inflationary pressures. So let me now finish with a more applied perspective. And here I would like to speak a little bit about the new measure of slack that is proposed in this paper. And this is a very big contribution, I think, because a measure of slack, I think this is something that is often used in policy making circles. It's an important way of communicating research and actually getting predictions out of it. Classically, we know the output gap, the labor share, the unemployment rate. Here, the authors suggest this acceptance ratio, and it is novel because it allows us to capture the quality instead of only the quantity of employment. It speaks about misallocation, just only allocation. And it's about the flow of workers instead of the stock of unemployed. And why is this important? Why is this different? It's different because it allows us to have a situation of slack, we might have actually high slack if there is a low unemployment rate. And how can this work out? It's actually relatively simple to explain, and let's not look at these equations. Suppose that we have all just been laid off and we were hired by a random firm. And let's say randomly we were not searching very well, we were all at really bad firms. That means even now we are all employed, that we are still at these really bad firms. And that means on average, if we get a new job offer, we're very willing to move. That means that even though if the unemployment rate can be actually low, there is a potential for having very high slack, because we are all willing to move, and that means there is no inflationary pressure. So this therefore sets this paper apart by saying there can be a low unemployment rate and a high willingness to move. Now, how realistic is this? Is there anything why we might worry that the AC rate is actually not a good proxy for slack? We need basically two things for this to be a good proxy. It's a good proxy for worker mobility if workers move to higher productive or better jobs. Let me qualify this here so it's not productive only. And if there is wage setting through sequential bargaining actually occurring. And we might worry whether these points are satisfied. And first, because we might think there is mobility that we know creates actually wage decreases. For instance, we know that on average, the research has found that roughly 30% of all E2E mobility is associated with a wage cut. Is this now reason enough to distrust the AC ratio? I would like to say no. Because first of all, the mechanism that Fabien discusses here can actually lead to wage decreases. And second, I would also like to argue, let's suppose it's not because of the sequential bargaining. Let's suppose there is maybe amenities that drive all this. We know from the literature that actually there is a high correlation between productivity and amenities in the data. Therefore, I do not think that this is a really big point against this AC measure. Another thing that we might be worried about, how many firms are in fact wage posting and how many firms are in fact wage bargaining. And here I can cite from my own work with Jean-Marc Robin, where we're currently estimating the share of bargaining firms and wage posting firms, and we find that roughly 44% of the Austrian firms are in fact bargaining firms. So even though not all firms might be doing it, there is still a considerable share of the economy that are actually involved in this mechanism. And therefore, I think that the AC ratio is a very valuable tool. And let me say the obvious, it's a very easy measure to calculate. This is a complicated mechanism where basically workers have heterogeneous outside options, and still the AC ratio is something that's really easy to compute only with either recall data or labor force surveys. So that's something that is actually readily available. So overall, let me just sum up and say that this is a highly influential paper on job propagation, and I'm looking forward to your next paper with Giuseppe.
Thank you very much, Kerstin. So I would like to give you a few minutes to respond.
There's not much to respond to. I'm overwhelmed with, thank you very much for all the very kind comments. There were a few criticisms in your discussion, but you've addressed them yourself. So I'm not sure what there is for me to say here. I'll just say a couple of things. So it's clearly we do need to think more about heterogeneity. I mean, it's minimal in this particular rendition of the model, where we've really sort of sacrificed realism for tractability in that particular dimension. Okay, so in terms of, it's one thing that I want to highlight. Well, you did a much better job than I did of sort of summarizing the paper. And one thing that I want to highlight, and what you said, which I think is quite important, is that monetary policy, in this framework, I mean, it shows that monetary policy does affect mismatch. And I think that's something that was kind of, was not a sort of commonly sort of, shared idea in the literature before. Another thing you said is that, and it's true that sequential auctions, the way that we model it here, sort of maximizes the scope for renegotiation. And if you had, obviously, if workers were to capture the entire surplus up front, then you wouldn't have any inflationary pressure. Of course, that's not a realistic kind of situation, but this is something that quantitatively we have to think much better about. In terms of what you said about, the acceptance rate and situations in which it might be a worse proxy for misallocation. One thing you said is amenities, and then you gave the answer that I was going to give, which is that I mean, it's true that if workers move for amenities, then the acceptance rate is not going to be directly related to inflationary pressure. However, this is to the extent that there are compensating differentials, and the evidence for compensating differentials is not always, as you said. I mean, there's usually positive correlations between amenities and the quality of jobs. In terms of wage posting versus wage bargaining, I mean, even in the wage posting model would be more difficult to embed into a new Keynesian framework. But at least in the steady state version of it, wages are still, positively, actually, they're a one-to-one increasing function of productivity in the wage posting model. So even in that case, if workers just go for higher wages, I think the AC rate would still, at least in principle, be a measure for mismatch. And that's all I have to say. I'm be very keen to read your paper with Jean-Marc on Austrian data. So thank you very much.
Very good, thank you. So let me open the floor for questions. Please, if you have questions, raise your hand, and we have volunteers with microphones. If you could come here, please.
So Laura Gatti, ECB. So the Fed cut interest rates yesterday, and so I'm wondering what your take on that is based on the AC rate and that measure of slack.
Okay. That is a difficult question, and I'm going to dodge that question by saying that actually adding to or expanding on one of Kirsten's sort of points in the discussion is that I argued and Kirsten argued as well that the AC rate was a very, very easy measure to actually construct from the data. Well, it's true up to the up to the fact that data on job-to-job mobility are usually not as promptly available as data on unemployment to employment mobility. And so that's my way of dodging your question, which I haven't really looked at the evolutions of the AC rate recently in the U.S. It always comes with a bit of a lag. Rather than just making up an answer, I'm gonna have to sort of punt. Right? Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Yes. One further question here, and then there.
Hi, Clémence Berson, ECB. I was wondering a bit if you can use your model with more heterogeneity for workers, because this job ladder is most useful for high-skilled workers and maybe less effective for low-skilled workers. And so I was wondering if you can use it in your model or not. Thank you.
Yes. So, okay. So I'll say two things about that. So. One is, of course, so here we have a model of the macroeconomy where workers are ex-ante homogeneous, and obviously, if we wanted to make the model sort of quantitatively more serious, we would need to look into those questions, and we could have segmented markets, and to the extent that the data allows, we could look at separate categories of workers along more sort of permanent characteristics like skill levels and things like that. And I'm blanking on the second thing that I was going to say. Oh yes, which was so you're saying that the job ladder matters more for skilled workers than unskilled workers. I'm not sure that that's true. I mean, certainly the wage setting mechanisms are probably quite different between low skilled workers and high skilled workers, and that high skilled workers, one would think of those as typically having more bargaining power, more kind of ability to bargain. And the low-skill labor markets as being more of the wage posting type, where firms just make, equal treatment type, take it or leave it offers. But even in that, as we were discussing before, even in that context, I at least, if I take the steady state model as a benchmark, the same principle would apply. So wages would be a reflection of how productive jobs are.
We had a further question here from the first row.
Yannick, UPF Barcelona. Kirsten mentioned in passing the endogeneity of search intensity. Could you comment on it? Because it's changing over the cycle, and it's different from the employed versus the unemployed.
Yes.
And so do you have an idea how it could affect the outcome? One of the things that you might worry about is this amplification, because there's also possibility for, multiple equilibrium, because if everyone searches, you want to search.
Yes. Yes. So two things about that. So there has been follow-up work from our paper which have looked at variations over the cycle in relative search intensity or relative search effort of employed versus unemployed. And typically, and those variations have been treated as exogenous, as far as I know, at least in the papers that I know of. And it's been sort of highlighted by those authors that Faccini and Melosi, for example, or Sardar, Berensi, and co-authors, that shocks to relative search intensity are important in explaining sort of inflation dynamics. So that's certainly something that we want to explore. In terms of endogenizing search effort, I mean, in principle, it's not hard to do. I mean, we know how to do it. It's just a matter of saying, okay, there's a cost function, and you equate the marginal cost of search to the marginal returns. And the marginal returns to search are going to be, if you're employed, higher when you're mismatched. And so when there's a lot of mismatch, workers are going to search harder. And if you remember the first couple of slides when I presented this decomposition of the AC rate, I had this ratio of search efforts, and that's based on this intuitive reasoning. I sort of argued that this ratio of search efforts was going to go actually in our direction, assuming that unemployed search effort is not going to vary as much as that of the employed, simply because unemployed workers, at least in the simple job ladder model, are thought of as the most mismatched people in the labor market. They're at the bottom rung of the job ladder, and therefore, their search effort is only going to respond to aggregate shocks, like shocks to or variations in labor market tightness. Now, that's all me talking about sort of intuition, and obviously, putting this into practice in a model is going to be and the multiple equilibria, as I'm aware of, this is something that we'll definitely have to think about as well. Thanks.
Okay, so thank you very much, Fabien and Kerstin. With that, we'll move to the second paper. Our presenter is Jane Ringert, who's assistant professor at the University of Notre Dame, and who will present her paper entitled The Search Cost of Inflation. And the discussant is Jordi Galí, who doesn't need introduction here, but let me still say professor at Pompeu Fabra and affiliated with CRIME. Thanks for being with us. And Jane, the floor is with you, for you.
Thanks very much to the organizers for including us on the program, and thank you for the encouragement to present a relatively young paper. So this is joint work with Laura Pilsoff at Duke and Jesse Badur, who is a graduate student at Duke. So what we're kind of thinking about is, what are the costs of inflation, right? If we think about expected inflation or trend inflation, we think about this as affecting welfare primarily through price dispersion, right? If we think about unexpected temporary inflation, this has the potential to kind of redistribute welfare from one person to another, so there's not really a net cost here. And kind of one of the things that is motivating us to think about our model in this framework is that, if you look at some of the literature, like looking for empirical evidence on price dispersion story, they actually refer to this as kind of elusive, right? We can't totally find this. It's hard to find price dispersion related to inflation in the data, okay? So we're going to think about the cost of inflation in the labor market specifically in this paper. So we're motivating from prior work from other people and then work that we have done. So there's this literature that shows that workers perceive inflation as a negative shock to their buying power, right? Their real wages decline when inflation goes up. And in another paper, Laura and I show that workers intensify their search effort on the job when their inflation expectations go up. Okay, so our theory here is that they're intensifying their search effort in order to adjust their wage, either by moving to a new job with a higher wage or renegotiate their wage at some point with their current firm. Okay, so search is not free. The search requires an effort of the worker, and we're going to develop a model that thinks about the costs of unexpected inflation or an inflationary shock in the labor market. So much of the welfare loss that the workers are going to face is going to be a real wage loss. So when the inflation shock hits, their real wage goes down, but this is redistributive to the firm. the worker intensifies their search effort. Their search effort decision is going to be endogenous to their real wage. And this is going to lead to a net loss of welfare in the economy. This is somewhat ameliorated because when the worker searches, workers make more frequent contacts and they're more likely to reallocate up the job ladder, increasing kind of the productivity of their matches. Okay, so what does this look like? We're going to have some exogenous aggregate productivity, Z, which is going to grow deterministically at rate G. And then we have a price level that is also growing deterministically in a balanced growth path. We're going to have a unit mass of exogenous vacancies, and these are going to be type Y, where some firms will be more productive than other firms. And when a firm makes a match, the production from that match will be a function of aggregate productivity and the firm's productivity. So it's actually just going to be Z times little y. We're going to have some workers that are employed and unemployed, and they're going to make search effort decisions which determine their contact rate with openings. So there's going to be some real cost of search that the worker has to pay. We're going to have exogenous separations at rate delta, and actually one of the things that we will incorporate later is that we're going to make separations less likely at more productive firms. We're going to have the real value of unemployment be fixed, or just depend on the level of aggregate productivity, but not the price level. We're mostly interested, building off our prior work, on the search behavior of the currently employed. Okay? So the way that contracts are set up is that firms are going to get initial offer workers a nominal wage W, and there's going to be a kind of determined growth path for that wage, which depends on the growth of productivity and the growth of the price level. So the wage that you're offered is going to depend on your employment status and on the wage that you're making at your current firm. If we didn't have any growth, this would be very similar to just bargaining over the real wage and having a real wage that's fixed over the match. So a way to think about this is kind of like a cost of living adjustment, where your wage is guaranteed to grow at the same rate as productivity, your real wage, that is. So this is renegotiated only by mutual consent, or only if there's a credible outside offer. So when workers match with outside offers, firms are able to make counteroffers, and Bertrand competition ensues. So we're going to have like values of unemployment, employment, and then the firm value. I'm really only going to talk about the value to the employed today. We're going to assume that firms are making take-it-or-leave-it offers to the unemployed. More productive firms will be able to offer employed workers lower real wages. So the firm needs to make the unemployed worker an offer that will kind of make them indifferent between staying unemployed and becoming employed. And the more productive firm has some option value to the worker, because as you match with other firms, that more productive firm has more capability to match outside offers. Okay? So this is where most of our action on the search cost is coming from. If we think about a worker who is currently at firm 1, so that firm has productivity Y1, and that worker is getting paid a nominal wage W. This firm makes a contact, or this worker makes a contact with firm 2, whose productivity is W2. Okay, so in the first case, nothing happens. Okay, this is a non-credible threat for the firm. And what happens here is if the firm, that W prime, which is the wage that has been projected forward at the rate of growth of productivity and the rate of growth of the price level, if that wage is greater than the new firm basically just promising all of the output that would come from the match to the worker. So if the best that the other firm can do is offer the entire productivity and your current wage is higher than that, nothing happens. Your wage does not get renegotiated. The firm 2 could also poach the worker. So if, sorry, I'm having a hard time seeing that. If Y1 is less than Y2, our new wage is going to satisfy this condition where the new firm basically gives you everything that you would have produced with your old firm. And then the last case is where you stay with your current firm, but your wage gets renegotiated. So in this case, the productivity of the new firm is high enough that your old firm delivers you everything that you would have produced with that firm, and your wage goes up. So we're going to think particularly about that first firm that triggers a contract renegotiation as being kind of important for understanding the worker's incentive and how this goes. Okay, so this first firm is going to be the one where your current firm can actually match their wage offer, and your wage will go up. Okay, so if inflation is having a downward effect on your current real wage, right, or if you anticipate that your future wage is not going to keep up on the path that you agreed on with the firm, there is a wider set of firms that meet this criteria. Okay, so if we look at it visually, right, we have kind of 3 regions, right? We have the region where nothing happens to your wage, and we have the region where your wage is renegotiated, but you stay with your current firm. What a fall in your real wage is going to do is going to move that Q down. So it's going to expand the range of firms that you can match to that trigger renegotiation. The range of firms that you can match to that would trigger a job-to-job transition is going to stay the same. Okay, what's going to happen is that our workers are going to internalize this change in the range of firms that could trigger renegotiation as a benefit of search. So this is going to drive them to search more. And as a result, they will match more to firms that trigger renegotiation and more to firms that trigger a job-to-job transition. Okay, so just looking at this here in the value of employment, this worker is getting a kind of real wage. They're paying some cost, and then some cost of search. Okay, and then there's a few cases up here, but the kind of important ones are the ones where nothing happens. That's this bottom term where your wage just continues on the path that it was going to with your old firm. And then the middle one where this match with the new firm triggers some sort of renegotiation of your wage. Okay, so what this is going to give us are what these are our search policy and job-to-job transition policies for workers at different firm types and different real wages. Okay, so in the red, we have our most productive firm. Okay, so search is higher, search effort is higher at more productive firms because those firms have a greater ability to match outside offers. Okay, the range of real wages here is different across these 3 firms because different firms, like based on their productivity, are able to support different levels of real wages. More productive firms can pay more, and they can also make lower offers out of unemployment and have them accepted because they offer the option value to the worker of being able to renegotiate their wage later. Okay, so what you see for all 3 of these firms, though, is that our search effort is declining in the real wage. Okay, and this logic behind that, I think, is pretty simple. As your real wage is higher, there are fewer firms that can trigger a renegotiation or a move. Okay, but the renegotiation is the only thing that's moving with the real wage. Okay, sorry. So the next figure shows you the implied job-to-job likelihood. So the job-to-job transition likelihood is lowest for the people at the highest productivity firm. This is because these people are very unlikely to match to a firm that's better because their firm is so good already. Okay, you see here that the likelihood that I move is actually declining in my real wage, partially because I search less if I have a high real wage. Okay, so thinking about the cost of inflation in this context, one thing that results from, we make this balanced growth balanced growth path assumption to solve the model. And what this is going to mean is that an economy with a growth rate of price level 1 and a growth rate of price level 2, like 2% and 4% trend inflation, they're going to be the same, okay, as long as those wages are indexed the way that we've described. So we're going to consider repeated unanticipated shocks to the rate of inflation. So the way this is going to work is that at some date, the price level unexpectedly grows more than we thought it was going to. So since your nominal wages were contracted to grow at one rate, they're now going to grow at a rate that is lower than that. Okay. And the way that we implement this, we're going to start out in the balanced growth path at dates tau to tau plus t. We're going to implement this shock repeatedly, and then we're going to shut the shock off at tau plus t plus 1. Okay, and we could look at a bunch of different outcomes. We could look at real wages for existing and new matches. We could look at search effort among the employed. What I'm going to show you today is the kind of worker welfare relative to worker and firm welfare relative to the baseline. Okay, so this is our shock. This is admittedly a very large shock. We're not trying to do a quantitative exercise just yet. We're kind of just fixing ideas for how this is going to work. But what happens is the inflation rate jumps up for about 2 years, okay, and then it comes back down to where it was. Okay, and we calculate the flow value for each worker in the case of a shock and in the case without a shock. So that flow value for the worker is their real wage minus the cost if they're employed, and then it's the unemployment benefit if they're unemployed. So we're going to measure the average flow value loss in each period. So we have this kind of shock minus no shock over the case of the shock. So this will be kind of a percentage of the welfare they would have had in the case of no shock. Okay. So when we implement this shock, we get this really big flow value loss. Something like negative 15% of the value at the peak of the shock is lost here. But when we separate out the parts of this, okay, we have some that's coming from the wage, and that in our model is going to go back to the firm. Okay. The blue portion, though, is the search cost. Okay, so this is kind of what's left that the entire economy is losing. Okay, we have this kind of very simple model right now that I think we do want to extend, where all of that wage is just going straight to the firm. But there is this blue part that I think we're very interested in. Okay, so if you look at just the blue part, this is about negative 1.2% of that value at peak. And there's a couple of parts of that that are canceling out as well. Okay, so we have these kind of blue search costs, but we have some other costs as well. In the purple, we have lost unemployment benefits. So how this is working is that as these firms or as these workers are reallocating up the job ladder, because separation is less likely at more productive firms, we actually have people who are less likely to fall into unemployment. We also have some additional match output. That's the pink that's actually a positive. because we're matching people to better jobs, and in these better jobs, they produce more. Okay. So just to conclude, we developed this model in which search is endogenous to the real wage, and real wages are allowed to erode with inflation. What this is going to do is it's going to mean that a larger set of outside firms can prompt renegotiation. This is going to incentivize workers to search. And we're going to see here that the search is the net cost of inflation. But because these workers are searching, they are more likely to make contacts with firms all across the productivity distribution. So we're going to see more workers for matching to more productive offers. Okay, thank you.
Much. So then we move to discussion.
Okay, well, first let me thank the organizers for inviting me to discuss this paper. I think this is a very welcome line of research because the standard models that we use for monetary policy analysis, the cost of inflation boiled down to relative price dispersion and the distortions that this generates in the allocation of resources. And I think there's a large disconnect between this feature or this property of the standard models and what policymakers and the public have in mind when, in terms of what they perceive as cost of inflation. So any effort, to try to uncover possible, additional costs of inflation that are well microfounded and so on is very welcome, and this paper is an effort a very good effort in that direction. So let me very briefly, because Jane did a very good job at summarizing the paper, let me just remind you what the paper does. So the authors develop a model that has many ingredients. At first, heterogeneous firms with different productivities, nominal wage rigidities, surge and matching in the labor market, including on-the-job search, or exogenous separations, and there is endogenous surge effort, and that's the key, I guess, the key and novel element of the paper, this endogeneity of surge effort. Then the starting point of this economy is a balanced growth path, in which inflation is constant and productivity growth is constant, and wages, the nominal wage, is indexed to those two variables. So, okay, so that's the starting point. And then what the authors do is to shock this economy with a sequence of unanticipated inflationary shocks, and then they examine the implications for aggregate variables and focusing on welfare. Okay. Now, so the main trade-off here is clear. So when inflation goes up, real wages go down, real wages of incumbent workers, because the nominal wage is in principle fixed, and that induces a more intensive job search on their part, which leads to, in many occasions, to matching with a firm that by construction will have a higher productivity, and hence, this is there's an increase in aggregate efficiency, so to speak, no? Because there's a reallocation of workers from low productivity firms to higher productivity firms, induced by this inflationary shock. But of course, there's more on the job search, and that's costly too. Okay, it's a deadweight loss. So they engage in a quantitative exercise, and then so they examine, what are the consequences of an inflationary episode, a large inflationary episode, and they show that this is costly for workers on average, clearly, because real wages go down, but also for society, because the higher the productivity gains resulting from this reallocation of workers to higher productivity firms are more than offset by the surge deadweight losses. Okay, so inflation is overall costly for society. So I think this is a novel. So the contribution of the paper is manifold. No, first they point to an inflation channel that a cost of inflation channel that is novel, as far as I understand. This is the endogenous surge effort. There's this famous paper from the late 70s by Fisher and Modigliani, where they have this long list of reasons why inflation is costly. I think there are like 25 or so, and this one is not there. So it was actually hard to come up with a source of inflation costs that it was not on that list. So the initial misallocation can be improved through positive inflation. That's an interesting insight, by encouraging this surge for jobs in more productive firms. Okay, so the inflation in that sense acts as a grease in the wheels. No, it makes it wakes workers up and makes them look for better matches. But surge is costly, and that's the trade-off. So surge here it can be viewed as a cost of catching up with inflation. If you want to catch up with inflation, given that your nominal wage is fixed, or it's just indexed to trend inflation, okay, you need to make this effort. Okay, so I view this as being akin to a menu cost. No? You want to reset your wage, you have to pay some menu cost. So I think the authors should. There is a very recent paper, so the authors may not have seen it. So by Guerrero and Hazel, Lian, and Patterson, that model is very similar in spirit to this paper, and they essentially have a model with menu costs of adjusting wages. They call it the conflict cost because changing wages generate. In order to get your wage to be reset, you need to engage in some conflict with your employer, and that is perceived as costly. And they actually have survey evidence that that's the case. Okay, so I have a number of. This is more like a referee report, I have to admit, than a usual discussion, but hopefully it will be useful to the authors. Some suggestions and questions also, and comments. So I think one weakness of the paper is that inflation is modeled as being exogenous here. Okay, so there's no feedback to inflation. So in contrast with the previous paper here, obviously this cannot be a model of inflation in itself because inflation is exogenous. Okay, so the alternative to this would be to have a model in which inflation is endogenous and is driven by some aggregate shocks, exogenous monetary expansion, a negative productivity shock, or whatsoever, those shocks will do something more than just changing inflation, because they will also change some other variables in the model. And obviously the advantage of that model is that there will be also a feedback from wages to prices, and that's not modeled in this paper. I think another interesting thing that the authors could do is to compare aggregate outcomes, and including welfare, across models. Now they have this baseline model, and they examine the properties of this baseline model. I think it would be interesting to see what is the role played by the different ingredients of the model. The model is a very rich model. It has many ingredients. So by turning off and on these different ingredients, including the endogeneity of on-the-job surge and heterogeneity in productivity and so on, we could have a better idea of what is the role played by each of them. Now, I think this is an interesting observation. I think in the model, when inflation increases, it is optimal from an individual point of view to search more intensively. Now, in the aggregate, the cost, this search cost, outweighs the output gains. Okay, so it seems that this search response is inefficient for the economy as a whole. Okay, so one question is, well, would society be better off if we were to ban or tax at least this on-the-job search? Okay, and in any case, I think it provides a case for indexation, to actual inflation, not only to trend inflation. Also a question, the model, as far as I can tell, is symmetric. And so does deflation increase welfare? I would say so, that deflation would increase welfare. So this is an interesting difference with the standard New Keynesian model, in which welfare losses come from deviations from price stability on either side. Okay, so I think the author should discuss this. In the paper, they don't currently. Now, and in their quantitative analysis looks at a specific inflationary episode. It's one exercise, so to speak, okay, with a particular size of the shock, a particular length, and so on. So the readers of the paper, don't know whether this conclusion that they reach is a robust conclusion. I mean, would this result that a positive inflation shock reduces welfare? How general it is, okay? Because there may be nonlinearities that may lead to different answers depending on the size and length of the shock. Now, the calibration of the shock, well, as Jane said, but they were not trying to do something particularly realistic. I think it's very large. There's an expected inflation of 11% above trend per year for 3 years. I mean, this is something that we haven't seen in advanced economies. I don't know, maybe we've never seen it. So that, of course, obviously implies huge real wage declines if there is no adjustment of the wage, and workers really have to respond to that by searching very intensively. Now, a trend inflation in the model is neutral because of this assumed indexation, to trend inflation and to trend productivity. But this is counterfactual. Nominal wages are not indexed to productivity or inflation. Instead, they remain unchanged for a long time. Okay, so I think and maybe as in a separate paper, I think the authors, I think it would be very interesting to have an analysis of optimal trend inflation in the context of this model. What is the optimal steady state rate of inflation? Now, we know in the New Keynesian model, in the absence of zero lower bound, but with sticky wages, it's close to zero, but maybe it's different here. The paper may provide a rationale for maybe positive inflation targets, even in the absence of the zero lower bound, obviously. One thing that I think, it's something that I don't quite understand, but it may be a weakness of the framework, is that this distribution of vacancies, F of Y, that an individual faces when searching for a job, this seems to be constant. You always have the same opportunity, so to speak, okay? Independently of the intensity of the reallocation process that is going on. No one would think that if there are more workers that are matching with better firms, then the opportunities that are left for me are reduced. But here somehow this distribution remains unchanged. Okay. Now I think that the wage setting mechanism, and this is something that the authors may not stress enough, in my opinion, it's an example of a state-dependent wage setting, which obviously is more realistic than Calvo or other time-dependent models. And it's different from, so it's something that I think it's worth emphasizing as an alternative to menu costs or Calvo. No? So I think the author should discuss and maybe provide some evidence for this. And also, the wage is assumed to be fully flexible for new hires. When there is a new match, the firm can offer whatever wage it wants. No, this may not be realistic because in the real world, firms have many employees, not just one employee, and there may be a case for not deviating too much from the wage of their other employees. No? Okay, now the paper doesn't have any empirical evidence, but I thought it would be interesting to look at some of the predictions. So in the model, higher price inflation leads to more external offers. Now, some are matched that are leads to higher wages and hence higher price inflation because the costs increase for the firms. And some are not matched by the current firm, and this leads to higher employment to employment transitions and also higher wages. So first, a clear implication is that high inflation leads to higher higher inflation leads to higher wage inflation, so there's a kind of wage price spiral that we find in the evidence. But again, this is not really something that is specific to this model. This would be you get this in the standard New Keynesian model, for instance. But I think the second prediction is more interesting. So higher inflation should lead to higher employment to employment transitions, and I had no clue whether this was the case or not. So I looked, I dig up some data. So here you have a core PCE inflation in red and the employment transition rate from this paper by Fabienne and co-authors. And you see until, starting in around 2002, and obviously I have no clue why this is the case, there seems to be a positive correlation, a significant, I tested for this, it's highly significant. There's a positive correlation. In particular, in the recent episode, we see that the transition rates, the employment to employment transition rates have increased a lot. Actually, there seems to be also a nonlinear response. So that seems to be there. Okay, so it's a prediction of the paper, and now. After the previous paper, now this gets me a bit confused because obviously you are not looking at this specific relationship. Your causality worked in the opposite direction, and you were looking at that ratio, but the relationship seems to be the opposite from the one in the previous paper. So just to I'm going to end here. I think there's a valuable contribution to two literatures, one on the cost of inflation, also the role of labor market surge in monetary models. But I think in order to be an even more significant contribution, I think the author should endogenize inflation. The main novel element is the endogeneity of surge effort. I think the paper has a lot of potential, but still some work to be done. And the question that remains, and I think is important that the author should address at some point, is what are the lessons for monetary policy of a world in which there's this endogeneity of surge effort. Thank you very much.
Jane, if you want to take a few minutes more, I mean, you didn't use up your time when you presented, so if now you want to take a few more minutes to reply, please.
So yes, thank you. That was extremely thorough and lots and lots of good points. I think your point about symmetry is correct, which is a little bit unusual. I think, some of this is we have linear utility. I think if you relax this would make that less extreme. But I also think that a lot of your comments are going to be, like my intuition is that making inflation endogenous will address a lot of these things, right? If inflation is affecting other variables as well, deflation is coming from somewhere, so we won't necessarily just see a big increase in welfare. So in the version that we sent you and the version that we presented, you're right, we don't have any kind of like real wage adjustment so incumbent workers are just kind of allowed to fall and fall and fall. We're adjusting in such a way that if your real wage falls enough, your firm will have to adjust it. This will kind of keep the gaps between incumbent workers and new matches more reasonable. So yes, the other thing is, in this case, trend inflation is neutral because of the indexing. We are kind of trying to work on a version of the model where you have like cyclical shocks to trend inflation, and thinking about monetary policy as potentially minimizing the variance of those shocks, which could be more of a takeaway for monetary policy. I think what our thinking is, and I think this is where it would actually be very important to generate some actual feedback of the wage into inflation, is that if we have people responding to inflation in this way, and it's generating potential upward pressure on the wage, that this could potentially be a way in which people's behavior is leading to upward pressure on wages and potentially upward pressure on prices. So to do that, we really do need to get the wage feeding back into the price itself. So I think, we have a lot to do. We do have, some empirical evidence in our other paper, which is kind of what led us to this. That paper is mostly about inflation expectations, but what we show in that paper is, we have some survey evidence where we gave people hypothetical levels of inflation, and we said, would you search for a new job if inflation was 2% or 10%? And we found that a much larger share responded that they would search for a new job under 10% inflation than under 2% inflation. We also have some cross-sectional evidence using the New York Fed's survey of consumer expectations, where we show that workers with higher inflation expectations are more likely to search on the job, more likely to make a job-to-job transition. They have lower reservation wages. So because of the kind of joint effect of being more likely to search on the job and having lower reservation wages, they're also more likely to transition jobs in a small model there. So kind of that paper led us into this paper thinking about kind of what is the effect of realized inflation. And in that paper, we had a very small, or a model where all of the movement in the labor market was happening through job-to-job transitions. So we were actually kind of trying to think about wage changes for job stayers. So I think we need to continue to work on exactly your point that the gaps for the new hires and the incumbents get really bigger, because that was kind of the point of moving to this model, was we wanted people to be able to search in response to inflation and raise their wage both by changing jobs and by renegotiating their wage.
Okay, thank you very much. So let me open the floor for questions from the audience or from the panelists also, if Fabien or Kerstin want to raise anything.
Well, maybe
Please.
I mean, it's just something that puzzles me a little bit, which is, this particular wage setting rule that you have, I mean, I'm trying to think on, in what circumstances firms who would have a choice of, how to set wages would actually go about doing that. So they're facing this moral hazard problem, which is on the job search on the part of workers, which is also costly for them. So the first question is, why would they want to set wages in nominal terms at all? And if they could, if they did, or if they were forced to do that, would they commit to indexation like that, or and how would they respond to inflationary shocks? I think there's a framework, I mean, which I'm pretty certain you know for that. I mean, there's work by Rasmus Lentz on these papers about hidden search, where I mean, there's no inflation, or everything is thought of in real terms in those papers, but where he solves the firm's problem in sort of exactly those terms when they face a situation where workers can search on the job, or negotiation occurs by mutual consent. So what's the best contract that can be offered to the worker in order to incentivize them not to search too hard?
Yeah.
I wonder whether, in this context where suppose you force these firms to set nominal wages rather than real wages, how would they behave in that environment?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's like basically are these optimal contracts, and that's a good question. That's something we need to think more about.
Right.
Okay. Further questions? Yes, please.
Hi, a clarification question. The result that the cost of search outweighs the efficiency gains of job transitions, is that a general finding, or does it depend on parameters and et cetera? On the calibration?
It would likely depend on the calibration. That's something we can test how robust it is to changing the calibration in different ways. I think we haven't tried it in every single way, so we should.
Further questions?
But
please,
follow up on that. But what is the source of the inefficiency? So, as I wrote in my discussion, from the point of view of the individual worker, it's optimal to do that, to engage in that search, no?
Yeah.
But it ends up being bad for society. So is it because the worker doesn't take into account the costs to firms of that?
Right. So it's not, the search is not bilaterally efficient. It's efficient from the perspective of the worker, but the firm isn't. Yeah. But
I see. And may I ask, Fabienne, about the empirical evidence? How do you reconcile this evidence with what you showed us earlier?
You mean the positive correlation, the apparent positive correlation? Well, I mean, I don't think it's incompatible. What we're looking at is a negative. I've been highlighting in my talk, and we're kind of highlighting now, is a negative correlation over the cycle between the ratio of the EE rate over the UE rate and inflation. That in itself is not incompatible with a positive univariate correlation between EE and inflation. EE is just essentially the acceptance rate multiplied by the UE rate, and so
It means that variations in the denominator must be dominating the.
Yeah, but the point is that there is independent information about inflation in that acceptance rate, in that AC rate, conditional on the UE rate. So that's the point that.
Okay. Are there any further questions from the floor? If not, then let me thank our 4 speakers. Thank you very much. This was very interesting. And we will now have a coffee break until 16:40, and then please be back at the exact time for our Jean Monnet lecture. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. I would like to welcome you warmly to the Jean Monnet Lecture, which is the highlight of our ECB annual research conference. As you all know, Jean Monnet was one of the fathers of Europe, being instrumental to the establishment of the European Coal and Steel Community, which later became the European Union. Each year, the lecture in his honor is devoted to a topic of importance for the future of Europe. We are enormously honored that this year's speaker is Professor Claudia Goldin, who is joining us remotely today. Welcome, Claudia. Claudia is one of the most distinguished economists. She earned her PhD in economics at the University of Chicago and is professor of economics at Harvard University. In fact, she was the first woman to be tenured in economics at Harvard. And she was also the first woman to receive an unshared Sveriges Riksbank Prize in Economic Sciences in memory of Alfred Nobel in 2023. Claudia won this prize in a field that did not even exist when she started working on it. As a student of Bob Fogel, Claudia started her research in economic history and labor economics. At the time, women were not considered very relevant when studying labor markets. So it was a courageous decision to focus her research on a topic that many may have considered to be of secondary importance. She approached her research, as she said herself, like a detective who tirelessly investigates all the available evidence to find an answer to big questions she considered to be of utmost importance. This meant digging into archives, as there was hardly any research on those questions. Let me mention just a few examples of what we have learned from Claudia's work. Having compiled and analyzed vast amounts of historical data, she showed that female participation in the US labor market did not continuously increase, but followed a U-shaped path over time. Female participation declined as the economy transformed from an agrarian to an industrial society during the 19th century and increased only when the services sector started to expand in the early 20th century. One important explanatory factor was a change in social norms regarding women's responsibility for the household and the family. This finding suggests that one cannot count on economic growth to automatically reduce gender differences in the labor market. Claudia also demonstrated the important role of education and occupation for the gender gap in earnings. In the early decades of the 20th century in the United States, this gap diminished as women increasingly took better paid jobs. However, she also pointed to earnings differences in the same occupation, which tend to rise at the time of the first child, related to the uneven split of care work. As she once said, we are never going to have gender equality until we also have couple equity. Due to Claudia's work, gender economics now has a firm place in our profession, as exemplified by an NBR working group on that topic co-chaired by Claudia. But she has also contributed decisively to fostering the representation of women in the economics profession. On a personal note, I benefited from her generosity when she invited me to Harvard as a postdoc upon the recommendation of my PhD advisor without even knowing me. And this may have been one reason why I could advance my career despite having a 6-month-old baby at the time. I'm still grateful to Claudia for this support. Today, Claudia is once again going to tackle one of the big questions. Her lecture is entitled Babies and the Macroeconomy. And it focuses on the relationship between fertility rates and female labor force participation, as well as the split of unpaid household and care work among women and men. After the lecture, we will have some time for a Q&A. So we are very much looking forward to your lecture. Claudia, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you so much. What a lovely introduction. So I'm going to talk today, and it's your afternoon, my sort of morning, about macroeconomics and fertility, which is the impact of the macroeconomy on fertility. So babies have been front and center in the news. Consider recent political events in the US and growing pronatalism in Europe. J.D. Vance, Republican vice presidential candidate in the US, recently asked whether voters could trust politicians who didn't have children. Can a childless cat lady, he said, run a country? Well, Angela Merkel did just fine, and no one questions the Pope's long-run interest in humanity. So babies also feature in pronatalist policies, such as anti-abortion and anti-contraception ones, often intended to counteract immigration's effect on population, as well as keep women in more traditional roles. More to the point of my talk today is why couples, women, and societies have had fewer children historically. The reduction in fertility in the period since the 1970s has been truly astonishing. The continued declines in more recent years have been unprecedented. Now, until around 1980, the central issue among demographers, economists, and policy wonks was the precise opposite, and it concerned a population explosion, what was known as a population bomb. That was the galvanizing issue of the day, akin to climate change today. It became even more important in the Cold War era at times than even the threat of nuclear war. According to the Ehrlichs, who wrote The Population Bomb in 1968, and I quote, in the 1970s and 80s, they said, hundreds of millions of people will starve to death. But they didn't. The birth rate took a nosedive throughout the world, with just a few exceptions. Now, as an economic historian, I must begin by noting that by the time the birth rate began to decline worldwide in the 1970s, fertility levels had already greatly declined across Europe and the US. In the late 19th century, the average woman would have had 4 to 5, maybe even more live births. But then the figure declined to about 3 in most parts of Europe and the US. Part of the earlier decrease was because infant death rates plummeted in much of the industrialized world in the early 20th century with advances in clean water and a better understanding and acceptance of the germ theory of disease. Consider the case of the United States, drawn here going back to 1800. The US total fertility rate, that's what's being given here, was extremely high in the early 19th century. The US was an exceptionally rich farming country. Couples married early and rather completely. They had lots and lots of children. In fact, the 18th century fertility experience of the US is what gave rise to Malthus's notions, written up in 1798, that fertility responds to macroeconomic factors. But fertility then declined, even though people got richer. In fact, they got a lot richer. Malthus would have been deeply confused, so let's help him. Some of the decrease in fertility was because more children survived, and couples could have fewer children with a target level. Around 1870, the average U.S. woman had 5 live births, but just 3.7 survived to age 5. By 1920, when total fertility was 3, almost all would have survived. The surprise, however, was the continued reduction in fertility long after the advance of modern contraceptive technologies and 70 years after child mortality began its decline. All nations, with the exception of those in sub-Saharan Africa, have experienced greatly declining birth rates. In fact, the world total fertility rate is now 2.27, and it's above 2, mainly because of countries like Nigeria, drawn here, and others in sub-Saharan Africa that have total fertility rates that are much higher than 2. And the greatest surprises have been the plummeting of birth rates in tradition-bound countries in Asia, the Middle East, and as well as in Catholic and Orthodox Europe. I should know that the big players worldwide, and I'm sure you're thinking about those, India and China, each have their own fertility stories. The total fertility rate in India today is actually less than 2, and China's fertility plummeted, as you can see here, long before the famed one-child policy. So let's discuss why total fertility declined in the past 50 years and what that has to do with macroeconomics. I hope to convince you that it has a lot to do with the macroeconomy in a long-run sense. Now, the opposite question, the impact of fertility on the macroeconomy, has spawned an extensive literature on optimum population growth. According to a recent paper by Chad Jones, if innovation is a positive function of the size of the population, we are headed, I'm sorry to say, for the empty planet equilibrium shown here, rather than that of the expanding cosmos. But these are the fun models of growth theory and not reality. So let's get back to reality. Why has fertility changed over time? There are several ideas concerning why income has generally been negatively associated with birth rates. One comes from the negative substitution effect regarding parental time, especially the time of women. Another reinforcing one is the classic quantity-quality trade-off model. With more income, parents substitute higher quality children for more children. The ability to control fertility is necessary, but never sufficient. Although we have generally seen a negative effect of income on fertility, a positive relationship by country and even within some countries has become evident more recently. A revealing summary of these forces is in a paper in the Journal of Economic Perspectives called Will the Stork Return to Europe and Japan? It was published some time ago in 2008. The authors are Fire, Sacerdote, and Stern. The idea in that paper is that there is, as you can see here, a U-shape to a relationship between, and on the axes, our female employment, the labor force participation rate here, and on the other axis, fertility. And you could draw it as well between income and fertility. Nations with low income and low female employment have high fertility. With economic growth, female employment rises and fertility falls. But female employment may not increase that much in some nations, and interestingly, in some countries, fertility will fall even more. Why is that? I'll provide a simple schematic and then move to some interesting data. Societies could move over many decades from that point A where we began to a point like C, from a state of high total fertility to low female labor force participation to a point of lower total fertility and higher female labor force participation. But what seems to happen is that some countries, especially those we will see that develop very rapidly, that some countries move instead to a point like B, not as high a female labor force participation rate, but a very low total fertility rate. The shift from A to C involves a decrease in the division of labor in the home. Men will do more childcare, for example. An important difference between the countries at B and the countries at C is that those at B do not experience a shift in the division of labor in the home. Women, therefore, are expected to work both in the home and in the marketplace. Therefore, they are forced to cut back, obviously, at one or the other, and sometimes both. Thus, their employment doesn't increase as much, and their fertility falls even more. Children take time, and that time isn't easily contracted out or mechanized. Caring for children is simply not like washing clothes. Therefore, much of the change in fertility will depend on whether men assume more work in the home as women are drawn into the market, particularly if the home has children. If they don't, women will be forced to cut back on something. I will build on this insight and explain why the incomplete transition to point B occurs and why some countries thus move from A to B, whereas some move from A to C. Economic advances, by which we often mean income or urbanization, educational change, may be so rapid that there is too little time for generations to fully adjust to an altered structure of household and market production. One may think of these countries as having social norms that are out of touch with economic reality. These nations and their cultures are often described as more traditional. In some cases, we might even use the word patriarchal. Thus, the rate of growth of the macroeconomy has effects on microeconomic decisions. Let me take these ideas to the data. But first, what I want to do is I'll discuss a group of countries that includes many in the Eurozone, some in the EU only, and a few that are in neither. I will create 3 groups of these countries. The first group will include the US, Great Britain, France, Germany, Denmark, and Sweden. Call those Group 1. I've excluded a number of countries because the graphs get very messy. So let's just think about these. They are currently countries with moderate total fertility rates, although all currently have total fertility rates that are less than 2. Group 2 countries include Italy, Spain, Portugal, Greece, Japan, and Korea. These are countries with currently very low fertility, most of them less than 1.3, and one, Korea, is less than 1. I won't have time to discuss another group, those in Eastern Europe that were once part of the Soviet Union, like Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, or with Soviet satellites, such as Romania and Hungary. Before their independence, these countries had higher total fertility rates than the rest of Europe, but are now more like those in Group 1. Let's first look at the long-run fertility histories of the Group 1 and Group 2 nations. For Group 1, and here the graph on the horizontal axis has year going from 1920, so it's a century. The vertical axis is total fertility. For Group 1, the past century shown here shows that there is periods before World War II that are very highly volatile because of war and economic depression. They produce delays in marriage and family formation. In consequence, let's limit the discussion and the view to the post-1950s for now. Note that the post-World War II baby booms occurred in many of these countries, but also the rather extreme baby boom in the United States, that green line. Also note that around 1980, fertility in all these nations had become fairly low. Now let's look at the Group 2 nations. And remember, this is Greece, Spain, Portugal, Italy, Japan, and Korea. These countries are mainly latecomers to economic development, and fertility levels, and once again, this is the full century, began extremely high, and you can see especially for Korea and Japan. Once again, let's limit the analysis or our view here to the post-1950s. And you can see that, once again, Korea, Japan, and most of these countries, Spain, have relatively high fertility in the 1960s, 1970s, then it goes down, and it continues to come down. Now let's put randomly a few of the nations, so we don't have too many lines, in the two groups on the same graph for the post-1970 period. With Group 2 in orange, here I've chosen Spain, Italy, and Korea, and Group 1 in blue, and I've just chosen France, the UK, and the US. Something really interesting is apparent. It is clear that Group 2, remember in orange, had high total fertility in the 1970s, but is now extremely low. Group 1 began lower, but is now higher than Group 2. So, what explains the collapse of fertility, especially in the Group 2 nations? And this brings us to the macroeconomy, to the rate of growth in GDP per capita, drawn here as log of GDP per capita, measured using purchasing power parity. First, the Group 1 nations. Despite this substantial volatility in the pre-1950s, Group 1 nations had fairly steady increases in GDP per capita over this relatively long period, the full century. But Group 2 nations, and here that's once again Greece, Spain, Portugal, Italy, Japan, and Korea, did not. Rather, they mainly had economic stagnation, then collapse until the 1950s, and then extremely rapid catch-up in the post-World War II decades until the late 1990s or early 2000s. Not only did many of these countries have rapid growth after 1950, some also had huge migrations from rural areas to urban areas, as in the case of Korea. And there was also, let us not forget, the Korean War and post-World War II rebuilding of many nations in Europe and Asia. Now let's consider the impact of rapid economic change among Group 2 nations. Generations of parents and grandparents who spent their lives in rural areas and had low levels of education and income had children who would live in cities and be far more educated. The differences were enormously large. All nations in this period had high levels of growth, but for some, there were sharp breaks with the past. These breaks with the past have produced what I would call generational and gendered conflicts. Consider the following examples. First, the example of Korea. The green line here is total fertility across the past century. It is mapped onto the right axis. The blue line is the log of GDP per capita, as shown before, mapped onto the left axis. Consider a male baby born around 1980. That's the orange star here. He would have had 2 siblings, and his parents, born in the tumultuous late 1950s, the gray star, would each have had 5 siblings. The parents would have been raised in a period of rapidly rising levels of income and major migration from rural areas to Seoul. They would have brought their traditional ways to the city and raised their son with a sense that he should marry, as they did, into a traditional Korean family. The son marries around 2005, the yellow star, in a period of rapidly rising college for women and female employment. But he carries with him the traditions of his parents, which clash with increased female employment. Fertility, in consequence, becomes even lower. This is the story I told before when I summarized the findings in the Stork paper. A similar story could be told for Italy, perhaps about 5 years earlier. The son here would be born in 1975, his parents born in 1955. The son marries in the year 2000. But it is not the story one would tell for the Group 1 nations, drawn here, France and Sweden. Their citizens have had a longer time to be thrust into modernity. The expectations of parents for their children, especially their sons, were less radically different from what they experienced. Evidence on differences in unpaid work hours in the home between men and women supports the notion that the countries I've identified as having sudden and rapid growth are also the ones with an excess number of hours worked by women in unpaid household and care work relative to that worked by men. The horizontal axis in this graph is the difference in unpaid household and care hours per day between the average male and the average female by country. It is graphed against the total fertility rate. The number for Korea, for example, is about 2.8 hours and is almost 3 hours in Italy. But in Sweden, it is 0.8 hours, and in France, it's 1.4. And by the way, the countries in my 3 groups are the orange squares here. Not all of the countries that I chose were in this data set, but many were. Other macroeconomic factors have been reinforcing, but they do not do as good a job differentiating among countries as does this macroeconomic explanation. For example, there's a recent and interesting literature on the rise of the gerontocracy, caused perhaps by a twist in the wage structure in favor of older men rather than the new entrants. And this has led, according to the writers of these papers, to an increase in the age at which sons move out of their parents' homes. The rise of the gerontocracy has probably therefore added to the decrease in fertility. Additional factors include social programs intended to increase the birth rate by making children less of a personal responsibility and more of a community one. But many very low fertility nations have instituted pronatalist policies without very much effect. You may be wondering about China and its one-child policy. The total fertility rate, as I previously noted, declined in China before that policy was enacted. But the policy has had important consequences for increasing investments in daughters. If a couple can only have one child, a substantial fraction of those children will be daughters. And even with sex-selective abortion that has occurred in China. Even in a society that greatly values sons, as is the case in China, daughters will be given more resources, especially education. Note in this graph that Taiwan's total fertility rate time series is actually very similar to that in China, despite not having a one-child policy. Policy may not matter as much as the macroeconomy does. So let me summarize. I've shown that changes in birth rates have been nearly ubiquitous around the world, that they aren't always due to changes in contraceptive practices or to legal constraints, although they can be. In addition, they aren't always due to government policies, but they can be. I have emphasized instead that they are often due to macroeconomic changes, especially those that impact differences across generations and thus also across the genders. Rapid economic change often challenges strongly held beliefs, and beliefs change more slowly than economies do. Traditional people are catapulted into modernity. There is income to educate girls as well as boys, and healthcare that will ensure that they will survive to adulthood. Rapid economic change leads to rapid reductions in total fertility rates, but also, as I've said, to generational and gendered conflicts. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Claudia, for a really fascinating lecture. I mean, it's interesting to see that in your chart, I mean, still, if I read correctly, in all the countries, women contribute more to unpaid household and care work than men. That's correct, right? In all the countries.
Right. Surprise, surprise.
Yes. So that hasn't changed. All right. So
well, it has changed, but it's still there's still differences. Yeah.
So we have time for questions, and so I would like to open the floor to anyone who would like to ask Claudia a question. Yes, please. I think you get a mic, and maybe you can quickly introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Stijn Claessens from Yale University. I have a question, Claudia, and it's politically a sensitive topic in the United States, of course, these days, but immigration. Is that a material factor to your story so far? Have you seen any changes there in terms of the fertility rates adapting, but also maybe to the macroeconomic playing a feedback loop towards your pattern that you describe? Thank you.
Sure. That's a very interesting question. There are a lot of people who can answer that better than I can in the following sense, that we know that that immigrants, recent immigrants, have higher fertility rates than the native population. So one reason that fertility declined somewhat in the U.S. in the previous 5 years was due to the fact that immigration was relatively low. Now immigration is relatively high, so we have to go back to the fertility rates and look and see what they are. But my guess is that they're a little bit higher. But your question, I think, is more about how people adapt and respond. And that's a little bit beyond my comfort zone. And as I said, there's a fair amount written on the degree to which new populations, immigrant populations, one might use the word assimilate, adapt to the norms and traditions of the place that they have entered. But a very good question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, please, Marie.
Marie Heurova, ECB. Thank you so much for this very insightful keynote. I was wondering, in your speech, you made a difference between the role played by these generational conflicts driven by the macroeconomy, the parental expectations for their sons, and the role played by government policies. And I was wondering whether the two are actually connected, meaning, those societal expectations can also drive the policies. In particular, let me give an obvious example, the lack of affordable full-day daycare that basically make it impossible for women to both have a career and a family. So how do you think about this connection? Thank you.
No, I think that that's certainly a very, very important. However, what's sort of interesting is that the two countries that have, or at least one of the countries, Japan, that have had the most rapid growth and what I would say some of the most extreme generational and gendered conflicts have policies that are the most generous, and yet they're not taken up. So just having the policies isn't sufficient. But it's certainly the case that the society is going to create the policies, and the society is going to be the one that may be coming out from these generational and gendered conflicts. So thanks. But Korea, for example, I dare not touch the issues going on in Korea now because they're a little bit explosive, and I don't think I fully comprehend them.
So we have another question there then.
Hi, I'm Pavel Sikora from DG Legal Services, ECB. So my question will be not like directly linked to macroeconomy, but many times or several times we heard here today the term unpaid care work. And I also read your book, like really, really interesting one, The Career and Family. And what I miss in this context, I missed it also in your book, is the reflection of the Institute of Marital Property on the understanding of unpaid work. So what is marital property? It is the sharing of assets by the spouses. So that is the institute by which Melinda Gates got her $79 billion. So that's the mechanism. So when we hear and speak about the unpaid care work, but we do not consider these financial flows, which are continuous, relatively massive financial flows, mostly from men to women, do we make a honest analysis of that? And I also didn't see that term or this economic reality being reflected in your considerations of couple equity in your book. Thank you.
Yeah, so I think that this would take a much longer amount of time to digest, because I think we have to get into game theory models of the household. But I think it's an interesting question about whether these are decisions that are made by two people to enter a relationship in which there is a set of trades that are not constricting the individual, trades that are not reducing the individual's abilities, trades that are optimal for each individual. And I think that's what is often being questioned when it's called unpaid care work.
So, next question, please. Just wait for the mic, please.
Sorry. Hi, Pierre Yar at Columbia University. Thanks for a really interesting talk. I was wondering about some of the micro-evidence to support the cross-country patterns that you displayed, and in particular the U-shape, which was very interesting. Is it true in the cross-section of households in a country, for example, that you would actually see more an increase in fertility as income increases at the upper end? Thank you.
Yeah. So I defer to Michelle Turtilt on that, who has a wonderful recent paper on Korea. So in her paper, you would find that, yes, there is an increase in Korea. In many other countries, you're correct in questioning whether we can observe a positive relationship. The positive relationship can be observed across countries, and you're asking whether it can be observed within countries. And in general, it can't, but in Korea, according to Michelle's data, it can.
Thank you very much. Yes, please, Bartosz.
Bartosz Maćkowiak, ECB. I would like to ask about the Group 3 countries on one of your slides. So what's their story? So it seems like they, similarly to Group 2 countries, started out relatively poor and have recently experienced fast growth, yet they form a separate group. So why is that?
Why do they form a separate group?
Yes. What's their story?
Because when I look at the data, and I didn't present it because this is new material for me, so I don't think that I have completely digested Group 3. But Group 3 contains a number of countries in which various contraceptive technologies were not utilized and others were, okay? So it certainly looks in Group 2 and Group 3 countries that there was a desire to have lower fertility. Of course, the period around 1989 to 1993 in many of these countries was highly disruptive. And so when you look at the data on fertility, you see these monumental drops and then an increase and then a steady decline. And so I would have to rely on the experts on each of these countries. And of course, there are certain major differences. But if I confine my site here to Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, it seems pretty clear that at first there's disruption, and then there's these countries' fertility looks a lot more, and I don't know about, I have to look back at marriage patterns, looks a lot more like the rest of Europe. But, of course, in many of these countries, abortion was contraception. Abortion is not a very, very good form of contraception.
So, next question.
Laura Gatti, ECB. So I would like to ask, what does the data on marriage / domestic partnership look like? Does it follow similar trends as fertility?
Yeah, so I put the data on marriage together. I haven't, we can actually look at it together. But I don't have domestic partnership separated out. So it would be marriage / domestic partnership. Marriage ages in all of these countries has increased enormously. So it follows together with fertility. Fertility is dropping like a rock. As I said before, the material on the gerontocracy is very, very much rooted in the notion that when young people don't move out of their parents' homes, they don't get married and they don't have kids. So marriage and fertility go absolutely together. I don't have an answer for you on separating domestic partners versus marriage, and generally they're included together.
Alex.
Alex Popov, ECB. Thank you for this fascinating talk. There is this old expression, it takes a village to raise a child. So
yes,
I was wondering,
someone lost an election on that.
Right. I was wondering what role in your story the demise of the village plays, which to me mostly means the demise of the multi-generational home. So I come from a Group 3 country, and I was largely looked after by my grandmother when I was a child, which allowed my mom to work full-time. And maybe, you know, childcare and these market-provided services are not a perfect substitute for that, the multi-generational household. I was wondering what your thoughts are on that. Thank you.
No, that's an extremely good point, but the multi-generational household is still putting the burden on the woman. I don't care if she's 56 years old. It's still a woman. And it may be that it reduces the returns to her of getting a law degree or getting an MD or even graduating from college or even getting certification in something. So the multidimensional household is a wonderful thing, I suppose. But if the multidimensional household means grandma, then it's not exactly a multidimensional household. It's grandma. And let me continue just to say that for me, it takes a village means it takes a sense of the community and the population that your children are my children and my children are your children. And that's good government policy.
So Luc, you wanted to come in? No. Okay. No, come in, please.
Luc Laven, ECB. Thank you so much, Professor Goldin. So yeah, I wanted to expand on the village concept. When I lived in the US, the way in our household we were able to raise children was to outsource it to nannies. And they're exclusively women and immigrants. And yeah, so I wanted to sort of hear your take on it, because it seems the way you're showing the numbers and focusing on averages underestimates some of these village dimensions.
Well, I don't think I've underestimated the village dimensions because I haven't said anything about the village dimensions. But one of the big issues with childcare is that childcare is expensive. These babies take a lot of time of individuals. And so people often say, why is childcare expensive? It's pretty clear why childcare is expensive. If there are only 2 or 3 of these babies being taken care of by one person, it's going to be extremely expensive. So as a nation, as a community, as a village, if we think that that's important, then it's going to cost a lot. If we think it's not important, we're going to import young women who are obviously immigrants to be nannies, and those who can afford them will be able to have their kids taken care of, and their parents will be able to go off and pursue whatever careers they want to pursue. I don't think that in my mind, that does not make for a happy country.
So maybe let me just ask one question. I mean, you mentioned that societal norms play an important role, also in the question whether the household and care work is actually split. So what explains that in some countries there is such a more even split than in others?
If we knew the actual answer, we would be able to have good policy. But we can see, so my explanation here is that places that undergo very, very rapid change don't have enough time to respond, and that the traditions and beliefs change very slowly. Economies can change very rapidly. Fertility can change very rapidly. And so places that undergo very rapid change don't have enough time to sort of alter, in some sense, the foundations, the structures of the society. They have enough time to alter buildings. They have enough time to change gross national product, but they don't have enough time to change the beliefs of the individuals. So that seems to be part of the issue. The other aspects of this may be that some places are just more, they cohere better. I mean, the U.S. is just large. One might say it's too large. So within the U.S., we have a Sweden. Within the U.S., we have a Finland. But within the U.S. as well, we probably have, we have Texas, and we have Mississippi. And so there are, it's very hard to have policies, national policies, that fit every single place. But I mean, the point that I was trying to make here is that norms, traditions, beliefs change more slowly than economies do.
Yeah, that's a very interesting point. So we had another question over there.
Yeah, hi, Guido Ascari, University of Pavia and Dutch Central Bank. Thanks for the fascinating lecture. Following up on this point, so because it's tentative to say this is a cultural or values or, if you want, customs, as you said. I mean, GRUP 2 is mainly Southern European, but you are saying that this is actually due to the fact that these societies were growing very fast, and beliefs and norms are slower than the economy. So that means that Group 2 will become Group 1 eventually?
Probably. But, I mean, for example, we saw that Group 3 sort of looks like Group 1 now, and they had looked rather different before. Whether or not, there are many demographers who claim that once total fertility gets below some level, it's impossible to get it up again. I don't know. I mean, the test case here is clearly Korea.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. You described in the beginning that not so long ago, people thought that one of the biggest problem was the high population growth. So now we've seen these falling fertility rate, and the question is, so maybe that can change once again in the other direction. But I understood you in a way that part of it is actually not easy to reverse.
Right. Yeah. And some parts that can be reversed really require a tremendous amount of resources and on the part of governments to say, and Sweden and some other Nordic countries are good examples that said, we're going to have family leave for the first year, and then once the child is 1, there's daycare. And so that means that the financial burden is, and the daycare is highly subsidized. I think it's subsidized about 2/3. That's what I think of as it takes a village. that's the village that I would like to see in the United States.
Yeah, I mean, it's also true that when you have an aging society, of course, the social security costs explode, and the few kids that are there have to carry a very large burden.
Which is why many countries want more.
Okay, we have another one. Very good. So you see, your topic raised a lot of interest, many questions in the audience.
Thanks for a fascinating talk. Anton Nakov, ECB. I was just wondering whether this fact that marriages start later is not related to the fact that first jobs also start later, and so people spend more time studying, preparing for a career, and so on. And that can be also affected by the macroeconomy, by progress that requires these highly skilled jobs and so on.
Yeah. No, I think that that's part of the rise of the gerontocracy as well. But it is the case that as you increase education, you're going to have later marriages. We see that's true in all of these countries. But we've also added to it, and I computed that it's not just in academia, it's also in law, it's also in medicine, that we've added more and more years. So I've computed that it's very simple. When I was a graduate student, when my husband Larry Katz was a graduate student, we finished our graduate work. We were out with our first jobs when we were 25 years old, maybe 26. Now it's our students are lucky if they're out when they're about 32. The same thing has been happening in many other professions. Exactly why this is the case is an interesting topic to explore, and whether there is some rat race equilibrium going on or something else, or people think that their lifetimes have increased by so much that they're immortal. If you're immortal, it doesn't matter what you do. You can do nothing today. So I think that this is extremely important because it has led to even later marriages. And most importantly, from my standpoint, I find that it is harmful to women. If women would like to start a family by the time they're 32, 34, they're going to find jobs in academia to be not to their liking. And that is not what I would like to see. I would much rather see people come out when they're 25, 26 and take their first jobs than when they're 32, 34. But I agree with you that this is an absolutely fascinating interrelationship between the labor market, education, marriage, and fertility.
Yeah, socially this seems suboptimal. So thank you very much. I think we have to come to the end because we're reaching the end of our session. It was a fascinating talk, Claudia. You gave us a lot of food for thought. We're so grateful that you were able to join us today, even if only remotely, but it was a real pleasure to have you here, to listen to you, to discuss with you about this big question, important question. And so this now concludes the first day of our annual research conference. Tomorrow we are going to resume for the second day, but let us maybe give a hand to Claudia and thank her for being here.
Thanks to everyone, and this gave me a chance to explore a topic that I had been thinking about but hadn't really worked on.
It was our pleasure. Have a nice day. Bye-bye.